it didn't hit it. The incendiary bombs were in 2,000-pound clusters, and each of them was small. We had 20 clusters in the bomb bays. When a cluster was dropped, it would blow apart about 3,000 feet over the target. And as soon as the 30 or so little bombs in the cluster hit the ground, they would start things burning. They were filled with napalm. If you threw water on them, they would burn more fiercely. You couldn't stop them from burning. Our biggest concern was getting caught in a searchlight, said David Farquhar, a gunner with the 6th Bomb Wing. The searchlights would crisscross the sky, and as soon as they would focus on a plane, you were a target for fighters, because once they had you in one searchlight, 15 or 20 searchlights would be on you. There was no place to hide, and you're blinded by the light. Once you're in the lights, your chances of making it through are very slim. Looking down out of the window of the plane was like looking into what I think hell would be like, said Lieutenant Fisk Hanley. We could smell human flesh burning at 4,000 feet. This blaze will haunt me forever, one pilot said to himself as he made the sign of the cross. It's the most terrifying sight in the world, and God forgive me, it's the best. I didn't hate these people I was incinerating. I'd been in the war a long time, and, damn it, I was tired of hating. Robert Morgan recalled years later. But that didn't lessen my resolve to fly a perfect mission. And a perfect mission that evening over Tokyo meant killing a lot of innocent people. The problem was I hated the Japanese leaders, the guys who bombed Pearl Harbor and got us into this ugly war. And to bring them down, we had to do some awful, nasty things to people who maybe didn't deserve it. I will never forget the sickening smell of those roasting bodies, an odor carried up to us by violent updrafts. I later learned that some flyers gagged and vomited from this stench, and that a few had passed out. St. Clair McKelway was with Curtis LeMay at his headquarters on Guam during the night of the first Tokyo fire raid. He had told the rest of his staff to go to bed if they wanted to, that he was going to sit this one out. LeMay was in the operations control room, whose walls were covered with charts, maps, and graphs. He was sitting on a wooden bench smoking a cigar. I'm sweating this one out myself, he said. A lot could go wrong. LeMay had not informed Hap Arnold back in Washington about the strike until the day before his planes took off, ensuring that his commander could not stop the radically risky mission. He had gambled against the advice of his advisors that the Japanese did not have the kind of low-level flak that the Germans did, which was deadly accurate at 5,000 to 7,000 feet. If they did, he'd lose a lot of crews and perhaps be stripped of his command. This was General LeMay's idea. It was his show, and he wanted to lead it, says Robert Morgan, as he had led some of the great raids against Nazi Germany. He would have done so had he not been briefed about the atomic bomb. No one who knew about the big firecracker was permitted to fly over Japan and risk getting shot down, captured, and questioned. There was something else on the general's mind. No matter how you slice it, you're going to kill an awful lot of civilians, he told himself. But if you don't destroy the Japanese industry, we're going to have to invade Japan. And how many Americans will be killed in an invasion of Japan? 500,000 seems to be the lowest estimate. Some say 1 million. LeMay told McKelway he couldn't sleep. I usually can, but not tonight. In a war, he said, you've got to try to keep at least one punch ahead of the other guy all the time. I think we've figured out a punch he's not expecting this time. I don't think he's got the right flak to combat this kind of raid, and I don't think he can keep his cities from being burned down, wiped right off the map. If this one works, we will shorten this damned war out here." He looked at his watch. "We won't get a bombs away report for another half hour," he said. "Would you like a Coca-Cola? I can sneak in my quarters without waking up the other guys and get 2 Coca-Colas, and we can drink them in my car. That'll kill most of the half hour." We drove the 100 yards to his quarters in his staff car, and he sneaked in and got the Coca-Colas. We sat in the dark, facing the jungle that surrounds the headquarters, until the bombs away message from the 1st B-29 formation over Tokyo came in. It was decoded and shown to him. "Bombing the primary target visually," it told him. "Large fires observed. Flak moderate. Fighter opposition nil." Then the bombs away messages from other formations began coming in fast. After the first 3, they all reported conflagration. "It looks pretty good," LeMay said. "But we can't really tell a damn thing about results until we get the pictures tomorrow night. Anyway, there doesn't seem to have been much flak. We don't seem to have lost more than a few airplanes. They lost 12 B-29s. He shifted his cigar and smiled. The following night, around 12, we had the pictures. The staff officers' 5 or 6 jeeps swept up to LeMay's tent like so many cowboys' horses. The officers driving them leaped to the ground, and we all got to the general's bedroom just as the photo interpretation officer walked in with the pictures under his arm. LeMay was in pajamas. The photo interpretation officer spread the pictures out on a big, well-lighted table, and LeMay walked up to it and bent over them. There was about 1 full minute of silence. "All this is out," LeMay then said, running a hand over several square miles of Tokyo. "This is out? This? This? This?" We crowded in for a better look. "It's all ashes. All that, and that, and that," said another officer, bending over the pictures. In less than 3 hours, LeMay's B-29s dropped almost 250,000 bombs on Tokyo, burning to bare ground 16 square miles of the city, an area equivalent to 2/3 of Manhattan Island. There was more destruction than any documented fire in history, including the combined earthquake and fire of 1923 in Tokyo. Knox Berger's estimate in Yank of the number of people killed, at least 100,000, used to be considered high, but recent studies validate it and put the number of injured at about 1 million. Next to Hiroshima, where approximately 130,000 people were killed by the atomic blast, this was the most destructive air attack of the entire war. And the human cost of the raid would have been far greater had not over 1.5 million people already evacuated Tokyo. Before March 10th, only about 1,300 people were killed in all the B-29 raids on Japan. So this raid had as cataclysmic an impact on the Japanese people as did the later atomic bombing of Hiroshima. For the people in Tokyo that night, nothing in their history or their imaginations could have led them to believe that this was a man-made act. For the first time in the history of humanity, technology approached nature in its destructive capacity. Knox Berger, who went to Tokyo after the surrender and interviewed victims of the fire, describes the panic and devastation inside the city. Some people, following the directions given them by police and civilian fire wardens, stayed by their homes and formed bucket brigades or transferred their families and their valuables into air raid shelters beside the houses. Whole families were roasted as the flames engulfed these shelters, and wooden doors and supports burst into flames of terrific heat. Others, several 100,000 others, with clothes and children piled on their backs, straggled off toward the rivers, the bay, or an open space, whichever happened to be the closest. The wind acted like a lid on the fire, keeping the heat low and forcing the flames to spread out instead of up. Smoke and sparks were everywhere, and white-hot gusts came roaring down narrow streets. As soon as the big fluffy coverings on their backs caught fire, or a kimono or a jacket started to smolder, the wearers would rip them off. Many people who hadn't had a chance to douse themselves with water were stark naked by the time they reached safety. And safety that night was a sometimes thing. People crowded across fire breaks, hoping the broad lanes had halted the fire's spread. But the fire ranged on both sides, so people had to fall back into the avenues themselves. They lay down in the center of the streets as far as possible from the flames on each side. The next morning, vehicles couldn't pass because of the litter of corpses. Waves of heat had swirled across the fire breaks, and people burned to death without being touched by the flame. Other blasts of pure heat killed people as they ran. The wind seemed to blow the fire in all directions. A wave of flame would follow the people out of a block of houses like a breaker on the beach. Then, in front of the people, it would catch a load of incendiaries and they would be walled in. Many times the flames, lashed by cross drafts, reversed their field. All that night, the general direction of the flight across the lowlands surged one way and then another, as new fires started and the ground wind shifted. The fire commissioner of the Fugawa district, perhaps the worst hit of all, said, "Everything burned so quickly, it was like a bad dream. We couldn't stand up against the wind." By dawn, the wind had died and most of the fires had burned themselves out. The next day was clear and cold. What had been the marrow of one of the world's most congested cities was a bed of ashes. Here and there, a building burned orange against a pall of smoke and dust that overhung the city. Blackened bodies lay strewn among the embers. Charred telephone poles stood along the streets, their tips glowing like cigars. For acres, the only structures that rose above the horizon were an occasional double-decked storage vault, some schools, and a few gutted factories. A forest of chimneys stood like sentinels, marking the sites where other factories had stood. The survivors sat or stood looking stupidly at the monstrous flatness. They were too exhausted for anger or bitterness, too stunned to comprehend what had happened. Their throats and eyes ached from smoke and wind. Almost all of them had painful burns. People got in line in front of aid stations and rice distribution centers almost automatically. There was very little noise. Occasionally a brick wall would tumble. The police took charge of the dead, collecting corpses in piles and burning them. The piles gave off a blue-white smoke, heavy with the stink of death. Even those who had managed to get out of their tinderbox neighborhoods to the fetid canals that coursed through the Tokyo flats died. Those in the deeper water were boiled alive. Those in the shallow places, buried in muck up to their mouths, were later found dead, not drowned, but suffocated by the burning air and smoke. LeMay called it a strategic raid, an attack on Japanese war industries. As he wrote after the war, "It was their system of dispersal of industry. All you had to do was visit one of those targets after we'd roasted it and see the ruins of a multitude of tiny houses with a drill press sticking up through the wreckage of every home. The entire population got into the act and worked to make those airplanes or munitions of war, men, women, children. We knew we were going to kill a lot of women and kids when we burned that town. Had to be done. Morality aside, this was not strategic bombing. The Japanese had the right word for it: slaughter bombing. Did moral considerations affect his decisions to firebomb cities? LeMay was asked by an Air Force cadet after the war. Killing Japanese didn't bother me very much at the time. It was getting the war over that bothered me. I guess the direct answer to your question is yes. Every soldier thinks something of the moral aspects of what he is doing. But all war is immoral, and if you let that bother you, you're not a good soldier. Then he added, tellingly, I suppose if I had lost the war, I would have been tried as a war criminal. Fortunately, we were on the winning side. As soon as LeMay got the damage assessments for Tokyo and the estimates of his own losses, 27 superforts, he ordered more raids. It would be possible, I thought, to knock out all of Japan's major industrial cities during the next 10 days. Charlie Phillips flew all 5 of these missions and afterward wrote to his wife that he had never been more exhausted in his life. It was wham bam. We flew to Nagoya, Japan's 3rd largest city, to Osaka, Japan's 2nd largest city, with a population of 3.5 million, to Kobe, Japan's major port and shipbuilding center, with a population of 1 million, back to Nagoya again, all in 10 days' time. In 10 days, LeMay burned out half of the built-up area of 4 of Japan's biggest cities and killed at least 150,000 men, women, and children. A comparison with the bomber war against Germany points up the magnitude of LeMay's so-called achievement. In a mere 5 raids, he caused more physical damage than Allied bombers inflicted on the 6 most heavily hit German cities of the war, and 41% of the total destruction suffered by German cities during the entire war. This was done with less than 1% of the total tonnage dropped on Germany during the war, and with minimal losses. In the 5 missions, he lost a total of only 3 bombers to enemy flak, none to fighters, and 19 to mechanical failure. Then, says LeMay, we ran out of bombs. Literally. Later, he gave an accurate assessment of the murderous efficiency of his raids. The 10-day blitz off March was a turning point. The morale of the Japanese people began a steady decline, never to rise again. Industries ceased to exist or operated at greatly reduced rates. The panic-stricken people began an exodus from the major cities. The rate of absenteeism in the war industries recorded an alarming rise. Fire, not high explosives, did this, and we possessed no more fire with which to speed the capitulation. When the Navy brought more bombs to the Marianas, thousands of tons of scalding chemicals, the city-burning campaign resumed and intensified. Now LeMay bombed by day and night, at low and high altitudes, because there was soon nothing to fear. Japan's air defense system had been obliterated. We had nothing in Japan that we could use against such a weapon. We felt that the war was lost, said Prince Naruhiko Higashikuni, commander of Japan's Home Defense Headquarters. After the war, Japan's Prime Minister, Admiral Kantaro Suzuki, told United States bombing assessment experts, I myself, on the basis of the B-29 raids alone, felt that the cause was hopeless. Historian Michael S. Sherry argues that, for many Japanese, the March 10th raid and the ones to follow it triggered the plunge into a mood of desperation even more than did the apocalyptic events of August. 9 days after great parts of the capital were turned into rubble and ash, the emperor inspected the city by car. An aide noted victims digging through the rubble with empty expressions on their faces that became reproachful as the imperial motorcade went by. Were they resentful of the emperor because they had lost their relatives, their houses, and belongings? Or were they in a state of utter exhaustion and bewilderment? The answer is probably both, and many of those closest to the emperor began to be concerned about the possibility of a popular uprising against the imperial regime. They need not have worried. Until the very end, as Hirohito's principal biographer writes, most Japanese people remained steadfast in their resolve to obey their leaders and to work and sacrifice for the victory that they were constantly told was coming. On June 15th, LeMay ended his campaign against 6 of Japan's 7 largest cities. The 4th largest city, Kyoto, the ancient imperial capital, was spared by order of Secretary of War Stimson. In the 6 cities of Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, Yokohama, Kobe, and Kawasaki, over 126,762 people were killed, according to conservative estimates, and 1.5 million dwellings and over 105 square miles of urban space were destroyed. In Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya alone, the areas leveled, almost 100 square miles, exceeded the areas destroyed in all German cities by both the American and British Air Forces, approximately 79 square miles. But Curtis LeMay was far from finished. From mid-June until the end of the war, he concentrated on burning out small and medium-sized Japanese cities, hitting 39 of them on 9 nights. In all, the Americans bombed 66 cities, including Hiroshima and Nagasaki, destroying 178 square miles, 43% of their living space. By comparison, Allied bombing destroyed 79 square miles of Germany's urban space. In Germany, the hardest-hit city was Berlin. It lost 10 square miles of its built-up area. Tokyo lost nearly 6 times that much. As historian Kenneth P. Worrell points out, the total destruction of Tokyo, Nagoya, and Osaka exceeded the total destruction of all German cities. 1/4 of Japan's city dwellers, 8.5 million people, were forced to flee their homes, and the bombing, including the atomic bombs, killed an estimated 330,000 people, about half the number that perished under the bombs in Germany. The cost to the United States was light by the cold calculus of modern war. In the bombing campaign against the Third Reich, the Anglo-American Air Forces lost over 20,000 bombers and 158,546 flying personnel. In the far shorter bombing campaign against Japan, the 20th Air Force, flying from the Marianas, lost 414 bombers in battle. Just over 1,000 men were killed, and another 1,700 or so were listed as missing in action. The flyers who had hotly contested LeMay's initial decision to go in low suddenly became his strongest supporters. It turned out to be the greatest strategic decision that LeMay ever made. It's what really turned the tide and put us in control of the Japanese, says John Jennings. LeMay was tough and uncompromising, and more than a little frightening in his steely resolve, says Robert Morgan. But in my opinion, he was easily the greatest Army Air Force general of the war and one of the greatest of all American generals. It took us flyers on Saipan a while to realize this, but then it all became clear. This maniac, as we called him at first, knew how to beat the enemy. and he beat him by taking big chances, not big losses. His flyers appreciated that. Harold Tucker, a B-29 gunner, believes, as LeMay did, that if the fire raids had continued, we may not have had to drop the atomic bomb. We could have just burned them out. Some of these men were stirred by revenge. Not having met the Japanese face-to-face in combat, they did not have Eugene Sledge's visceral hatred of the enemy, but they had lost friends in the war and were aware of atrocities committed by the Japanese in the Philippines and elsewhere. But it was love, not vengeance, that kept them in the fight. A passionate loyalty to the men they flew with. This and a desperate desire to end the war as quickly as possible, and by any means possible, so they could get back to their real lives. The crews weren't motivated by patriotism. John Chardy said 40 years after the war, "I think it was a certain amount of pride. The unit was the crew. You belonged to 11 men. You're trained together, you're bound together. I was once ordered to fly in the place of a gunner on another crew who had received a shrapnel wound. I dreaded that mission. I wanted to fly with my own crew. I did not want to run the risk of dying with strangers." But Chardy is quick to add that he knew why he was in this war. "As an American, I felt very strongly I did not want to be alive to see the Japanese impose surrender terms." While these American flyers killed, they did not think of themselves as killers. "We had to kill to end the war," says pilot Harry George. By starting a war of aggression and then refusing to surrender when there was no hope of victory, the Japanese militarists were responsible for the incineration of babies and grandmothers, Harry George and other B-29 crewmen insist. "We knew. We heard about the thousands of people we killed, the Japanese wives, children, and elderly. That was war. But I know every B-29 air crewman for the next 2 or 3 years would wake up at night and start shaking. Yes, the raids were successful, but horribly so." Most of these men saw the war as the journalist Russell Brines did. Brines had lived in Tokyo. He knew the people, spoke the language, and he had been a prisoner of the Japanese. In a best-selling book, Until They Eat Stones, published in 1944, he explained what the Americans were up against in the final year of this war. "We will fight," the Japanese say, "until we eat stone." The phrase is odd, now revived and ground deeply into Japanese consciousness by propagandists skilled in marshaling their sheep-like people. It means they will continue the war until every man, perhaps every woman and child, lies face downward on the battlefield. American fighting men back from the front have been trying to tell America this is a war of extermination. They have seen it from foxholes and barren strips of bullet-strafed sand. I have seen it from behind enemy lines. Our picture coincides. This is a war of extermination. The Japanese militarists have made it that way. Only one Medal of Honor was conferred on a B-29 flyer during the entire war. The recipient was Staff Sergeant Henry Eugene "Red" Irwin of Bessemer, Alabama, a hard-muscled former steelworker who was in the habit of calling his wife, whom he wrote to every day, Cupcake. His act of heroism will have to stand for other brave men who, unfairly, were not decorated. St. Clair McKelway tells his story. Irwin's B-29 was leading a formation to Japan on one of the first incendiary raids. He had been given the additional duty of shoving phosphorus bombs down a chute near the end of the forward crew compartment. These bombs were being used on that mission to spread smoke over a certain area of Japan and thereby aid the other airplanes to make an effective rendezvous. One of Irwin's phosphorus bombs was faulty. It began to sputter and smoke as he put it into the chute. The sputtering phosphorus flew into his face, ate part of his nose away, and blinded him. The stuff splattered on his clothes, on his hands, inside his shirt. The airplane quickly filled with smoke and fumes, and the pilot lost control of it. It went into a spin. Irwin knew what to do, and he did it. A phosphorus bomb weighs about 20 pounds. Irwin pulled the sputtering bomb out of the chute, picked it up in his bare hands, and started carrying it to the nearest opening, the pilot's windows. From where he was, this was a distance of about 20 feet. He couldn't see, so he felt his way along the passage with his shoulders, holding the bomb in his hands. In a B-29, certain crew members have tables to work on during a flight, tables which, when raised, cut off this passage. The navigator's table was raised when Irwin got to it. The navigator didn't know what was going on, for he was blinded by the smoke and fumes, as was everybody else in the airplane, and was sitting with his back to the table, having swung around in his swivel chair. Irwin felt the table against his thighs. He held the bomb then for a few seconds in one hand, resting it against his chest, and with the other unlatched the table and lowered it so he could get by. All the time the bomb was sputtering and burning, throwing white-hot phosphorus all around. Irwin carried it to the front of the compartment. The pilot and co-pilot had opened their windows, trying to get rid of the fumes and smoke. Irwin threw the bomb out the co-pilot's window. Then he walked a few steps back toward his post near the other end of the compartment and fell. The pilot managed to bring the airplane out of its spin 300 feet above land a few seconds after that and headed back to safety. The rest of the crew did what they could for Irwin. His face was burned all over and his nose was half gone. The flesh around his eyes was raw, his skin was blistering, and it seemed certain to his comrades that he would never see again. His hands were burned to the bones. His shirt and pants were afire when the crew got to him, and the skin under his clothes was burned away. 5 weeks later, in a Navy hospital on Guam, a general pinned the Medal of Honor on the bandages that covered Red Irwin's entire body. The crew, whose lives he saved, gathered around his cot during the brief ceremony. Irwin breathed and was fed through a tube, but his eyes were all right. The rest of him was patched together by plastic surgeons back home. The blockade. The bombing raids were still going when St. Clair McKelway returned to New York on leave in June 1945. I see by the New York papers that LeMay is throwing his B-29s at the Japs in different ways with different tactics, he wrote. Flying low and only at night, specially trained B-29 squadrons have mined the harbors of Japan's main islands, strengthening the naval blockade and preventing the Japs from moving their war industries to Manchuria before they are entirely wiped out on Honshu. These missions had begun in late March 1945 and came at the culmination of a devastatingly successful campaign against enemy shipping by American submarines. The mining campaign was intended to bottle up Japanese harbors and major waterways, chiefly Shimonoseki Strait, between the southern island of Kyushu and the island of Honshu, the main channel from Japan's inland sea to the Sea of Japan and the Asian mainland.
Most of the Japanese shipping that had survived naval, air, and submarine attacks had to pass through this strait to reach the great ports of the inland sea. Mining operations, first suggested by the Navy and grudgingly supported by LeMay, were designed to cut off imports, including food and vital raw materials, from Japanese-occupied Asia, prevent the flow of supplies to Japanese armies in the Pacific, and disrupt coastal shipping. It was called Operation Starvation. The men who carried out this dangerous operation, the crews of the 313th Bomb Wing, describe it. The inland sea's outlet was the Shimonoseki Strait, which was comparable to our Panama Canal. All traffic that flowed from the 4 major Japanese islands to the Asian mainland went through it. We had to cripple it, observes Robert Rodenhouse. General John C. Davis was the commanding general of the 313th Wing. He chose my plane, the Lucky Strike, to lead the planes that went in. We were number 1. Japan was perfect for mining, explains John Jennings. It had very shallow waters. The Navy provided the mines. Some were 1,000 pounds, some 2,000 pounds, and they would be dropped from 5,500 to 7,500 feet at night with parachutes. There were 3 types of mines: magnetic, pressure, and acoustic, and they were almost impossible to sweep, adds Fisk Hanley. They lay on the bottom of these shallow waterways and would listen for noises, or feel for pressure, or for the magnetic influence from a ship. They were set so they might go off on the first ship to go over them, or the 10th. They were devilish things. Many B-29 crewmen considered the mining missions their most dangerous duty. We were conned immediately from both sides with searchlights. Rodenhouse continues his story. Powerful radar-directed searchlights. They were demoralizing. They are psychologically wrenching because they illuminate completely the interior of the airplane. You gotta wear dark glasses, and as you travel, they are passing you from one searchlight battery to the next. You're never out of their sight. As John Jennings says, the mining missions are where we lost most of our planes and people. Over 12,000 mines were laid, 2,100 of them in the Shimonoseki Strait. By the end of the war, these mines had sunk or disabled 650,000 tons of Japanese shipping. As early as May 1945, however, mining operations had blockaded every Japanese shipping lane, virtually cutting off communications between Japan and the Asian mainland. Submarines, meanwhile, had severed communication between Japan and its southern resource colonies, and LeMay's B-29s had destroyed a good part of Japan's industrial war machine. By the end of May, the lethal combination of burning and blockade had closed the huge ports of Nagoya, Yokohama, and Tokyo. The Japanese also used mines to defend their shores against the expected American invasion. Finding these minefields and plotting them was one of the most harrowing and least known operations of the war. Marty Schaefer, a Navy enlisted man from Allentown, Pennsylvania, served on the submarine Polaris in the waters off Japan in the last year of the war. The Japanese mines were anchored to the ocean floor, just jiggling there, swinging on a chain. Our job was to plot them using sonar. When we went in to plot them, "Silent running" was announced over the PA system. That meant 4 knots on the propeller screws, real quiet. Everyone who wasn't on duty went to their bunks, sometimes for 10 hours, and waited in absolute silence in the dark, listening to the eerie ping, ping of the sonar. When we picked up a mine, you would hear an echo. Then everybody would tense up. Sometimes I tried to read to steady the nerves, but that didn't work. I'd sometimes fall asleep, but that was bad because I'd have these terrifying dreams of the boat getting blown apart by a mine. The most awful thing was the sound of the chains. You could hear the chains or cables that held these mines scraping the side of our boat, and that was hair-raising. Any second you thought, kabang! You're blown to bits. I'll never forget that sound, that nerve-rattling scraping. I can still hear it. I don't call myself a veteran. I call myself a survivor. Sometimes we weren't down very far, and the sea was so rough it would toss our boat around, and there were loose mines floating around, mines that had been torn loose by monsoons or storms. We always worried about running into those. We'd go after them when we came topside to recharge our batteries. We had a yeoman who was a sharpshooter, a good old boy. The other kids would try to get the mines with machine guns, but he'd say, "Step aside, lads," and with one shot would hit the detonator and explode the mine. When I think about it now, we were in a hell of a mess when we went into those fields. Minefield plotting became so tight that you actually had to back out of the minefield. There wasn't enough room to turn around, but nobody on the boat ever broke down or panicked. It was the training, the tough training we went through, and the screening. We were an elite service, all volunteers, and everyone did his job. Submarines participated in nearly every type of Navy operation in the war, including setting up, with Navy destroyers and long-range patrol planes, a search and rescue lifeline for B-29 crews, like Charlie Phillips's, that had to ditch in the Pacific or parachute into its dangerous waters. Submarines alone rescued 247 downed airmen in the last 3 months of the war. But with Japan more dependent on ocean shipping than any other major power, the main job of the Silent Service was commerce raiding. From the day Pearl Harbor was attacked, it was a campaign of unrestricted submarine warfare against Japan, with no warning given to enemy ships, armed or not. Navy code breakers spearheaded the effort. They deciphered the Japanese shipping codes, which gave the location of every convoy in the Pacific, and guided submarines to these easy targets. By the end of the war, it was, as Marty Schaefer said, like shooting fish in a barrel, for there was no Japanese Navy or Air Force to contend with. It had not always been this easy. In World War II, 1 out of every 7 men in the submarine service was lost at sea. With only 2% of the Navy's ships and personnel, the U.S. submarine service accounted for more Japanese shipping sunk than all other arms of the services put together. By 1945, Japan's 5 great Pacific ports handled less than 1/8 of their 1941 trade, and 3/4 of the Japanese fishing fleet was destroyed. In the summer of 1945, Japanese planners doubted that the country could feed itself into the next year. According to Vice Admiral Charles A. Lockwood, Jr., commander of the Pacific Fleet Submarine Force, American submarines sank a total of 1,256 Japanese ships, 167 combatant ships, including 4 carriers, and over 1,000 tankers, transports, and cargo ships. 8 million tons of Japanese merchant marine shipping was sunk in the war, over half of it by American submarines, and most of the rest by bombers and underwater mines. Most critically, the submarine service cut off oil supplies from Southeast Asia to oil-starved Japan and created desperate shortages of food and essential raw materials, including rubber, coal, lumber, iron ore, and nitrates for explosives. In the end, blockade would be far more damaging to the Japanese war economy than LeMay's fire raids, which struck an urban economy that was already fatally wounded. But before the war against shipping strangled its economy, Japan, a maimed but still vicious tiger, amassed the strength for one final furious struggle on the islands of Iwo Jima and Okinawa. For the B-29s. On a night in May 1945, B-29 co-pilot Harry George was on a fire raid over Tokyo. The searchlights locked in on us. Then the flak hit, and the plane started to rock. The engineer behind me said, "I'm losing number 1. Then he said, "Now I'm losing number 3. Then the interphone went dead. No conversation at all. I used the emergency interphone and asked for a crew report. We had 4 men in the rear waist compartment. I waited probably 10 seconds, not a sound. Then, all of a sudden, the tail gunner reported he was okay, but no word from the waist compartment. So I took off my flak suit and went back there to see what happened. I got to the tunnel. There was 35 feet of narrow tunnel, and I went in with my parachute on. That made it tough for me to get through, and I started to think, if we go down and I'm caught in this tunnel. When I got through and stuck my head out at the other end, it was an awful sight. Our left gunner was badly wounded. His jaw had been shot away by flak. He had lost the whole calf of one leg. The other gunner had a flak wound in his leg. The radar man, God bless him, was giving first aid. We had a top gunner there who also had a couple of small flak wounds. As I started to help these guys, we started back to Iwo Jima, which we had captured from the Japanese a couple of months before. That was 3 good hours away. We went through weather. We only had 2 engines. The bomb bay doors were hanging open. Couldn't get 'em closed. Finally got back to Iwo. The place was covered with fog. We couldn't get back to Tinian, another 3.5 hours, so we just said we'd circle and wait. The control command at Iwo Jima said our best bet was to ditch the airplane near the beach. And we said, no, we will not ditch because our gunner will not survive a ditching. We had given him 3 pints of plasma and morphine. He thought he was going to die. Then the engineer said, "We're about to run out of gas." So we had to try to land. It was light by this time, about 9 o'clock in the morning. They directed us around the top of Mount Suribachi and down through the clouds. We got down to about 50 feet and didn't see the runway. All we saw was a cemetery, and we didn't want to go there, so we pulled up around again, trying to line up again over the island, which was only 7 miles long. On the 3rd pass around, the engine started cutting out. We were about out of gas. We just had enough to pull to 1,200 feet, and we rang a bell for the crew to bail out. The bombardier had gone back, and they were going to dump the badly wounded gunner, Dick Neal, out the back with his ripcord tied to a rope that was tied to the plane. But even though his jaw was gone, he was able to say he would get tangled up. He said, "I'll pull it." And so he bailed out and pulled his own ripcord. He landed about 500 yards from a MASH, Mobile Army Surgical Hospital unit, and they saved him. The rest of us, all 10 of us, bailed out and landed on the island, except the commander, Gus, who went into the water. A Navy boat went out to find him in the heavy fog, and they only found him because he was blowing that police whistle that's attached to the Mae West, his inflatable life jacket. I landed in a big foxhole, a bombshell hole. Then this big Marine comes sliding down in that volcanic dust, and he says, "Are you all right?" And I said, "Boy, am I glad to see you Marines." That was one of the reasons Marines had been ordered to take Iwo Jima, to help the bomber boys. After Iwo Jima was secured in late March, about 2,400 B-29s, many of them shot up and fuel-starved, would make unscheduled landings on or near the island. Lives were saved, but the cemetery that Harry George's crippled plane flew over, the largest American burial ground in the Pacific, contained almost 6,800 graves. In the sulfuric ash of barren Iwo Jima, the Marines fought their bloodiest battle ever, suffering more than 26,000 casualties. Chapter 8. Uncommon Valor. The Final Battles. In the early fall of 1944, Captain William Sanders Clark of Cleveland, Ohio, was stationed with the Marines on Saipan. He had fought to take the island from the Japanese, knowing it would become a base for the B-29s, and now he eagerly awaited their arrival. "None of us had ever seen a B-29, he wrote in his war diary, so all hands were on the lookout for the first one. Sanders was there when Jolton Josie touched down, and he was there when Possum Hansel's crews took off on their first bombing raid against Tokyo. In our officers' club, we talked with B-29 crews who had been over Tokyo. We envied these fellows and also greatly admired them. During these early raids, there were a lot of Marines who would have paid money to go along on a bombing mission. However, the losses of bomber personnel rose steadily, and this early enthusiasm waned. The 3,000-mile bombing run from Saipan to Tokyo and back was one of the most dangerous in the world. For several months there was nothing but the enemy on Iwo Jima. The only place that planes could set down in case of trouble was in the sea. Destroyers, search planes, and submarines did a magnificent job of rescue work, but the toll of casualties continued to mount. It was this condition, more than anything else, that made the conquest of Iwo a military necessity. That was not quite true. The decision to invade Iwo Jima had actually been made before the first B-29 took off from Saipan. On October 3, 1944, the Joint Chiefs of Staff approved Chester Nimitz's plan to avoid taking Formosa and go straight for the kill, seizing the islands of Iwo Jima, about 700 miles south of Tokyo, and Okinawa, the largest of the Ryukyu Islands, which is only 350 miles from Kyushu, the southernmost main island of Japan. The Iwo Jima landing was scheduled for February 19, 1945. Okinawa's L-Day, or Love Day, as it was called in military code, to prevent confusing it with Iwo Jima's D-Day, would be only 6 weeks later, on April 1st. Unknowingly, the High Command had chosen the sites for the last great battles of World War II. Okinawa, a large island with excellent harbors and airfields, would be an ideal staging base for an assault on the home islands, and Iwo Jima was seen as much more than a possible refuge station for distressed B-29s. The main reason for taking it was to provide airfields from which P-51 Mustangs could escort LeMay's superforts to Japan. Just after arriving in the Marianas in January 1945, LeMay met with Admiral Raymond Spruance, commander of the Iwo Jima Fleet operation, and told him straight out, "Without Iwo Jima, I couldn't bomb Japan effectively." Spruance had been having some last-minute doubts about the wisdom of taking the strongly defended island, rather than bombing and bypassing it, as he had Truk in the Caroline Islands, but his conversation with LeMay gave him reassurance. Taking Iwo Jima would also allow the Navy to put a much-needed air rescue station on the island, 800 miles further north from the Marianas, for distressed B-29s returning from the long overwater run from Japan, and it would stop enemy air raids on B-29 bases in the Marianas. In October 1944, Japanese fighter bombers flying from fueling stations on Iwo Jima had begun a series of vengeance raids on Saipan. Their first raid came as a real surprise, William Clark recalls. Toward dusk, several Japanese planes suddenly swooped low over Isley Field and proceeded to bomb and strafe the parked superforts. The enemy pilots were audacious and were only 50 feet above the runways. They took us by surprise and left the field littered with burned and blasted B-29s. On later night raids, batteries of crisscrossing searchlights picked up enemy planes as they flew in tent-high over Isley Field. Clark and his fellow Marines, who were camped near the airfield, had ringside seats for these aerial duels. We would cheer wildly and shout, "Get the yellow bastard! Don't let that goddamn son of a bitch get away!" Every man on the ground felt that he could help the gunners aim with a little profanity. In December 1944, the Japanese destroyed more B-29s on the ground in the Marianas than were lost in the air over Japan. This helped to persuade Admiral Nimitz, who was also having second thoughts about invading Iwo Jima, that the operation had to go forward. The battles of Iwo Jima and Okinawa sound like oft-repeated tunes, James Jones wrote in his History of the War. So familiar by now that the reader can just about chant them in unison with me. The sequence of landings, moves inland, fierce resistance, head-on attacks, final splitting of the defenders into isolated pockets. They were like the choreographed movements of some classic military ballet. But each of the two battles had its own diabolical hardship that set it off from each other and from all previous Pacific struggles. At Iwo Jima, it was an end-of-time environment of volcanic rubble and ash, and the way the enemy used it to create a killing field like none other in history. It was the Marines' costliest battle ever. In 1 month, they suffered 1/3 of the total number of deaths they would incur in all theaters in World War II. The 8-square-mile island cost the Americans, Marines, Navy, and Army 28,686 casualties, including 6,821 killed. It was the first time in the Central Pacific Campaign that the enemy inflicted more casualties on an American invasion force than it sustained itself. Okinawa's extra hardships were its size, its large Japanese population, and the unprecedented waves of kamikaze attacks by air and sea that would kill or wound almost 10,000 sailors. For 3 months, Okinawa was the scene of the greatest air-naval land battle in history. The Americans suffered over 49,000 casualties, more than 110,000 Japanese soldiers were killed, and 150,000 to 170,000 non-combatants died. Okinawa was a horrifying foretaste of what an invasion of the Japanese mainland would cost for both sides. The assaults on Iwo Jima and Okinawa took place with the war in Europe nearing its end. As the Allies began closing in on Berlin, the Russians from the east and the Anglo-American armies from the west. And the fighting on Okinawa went on for 7 weeks after Germany surrendered on May 7, 1945. Americans at home watched these two epic struggles closer than they had ever watched events in the Pacific. These battles would determine how much longer this death-dealing war would last. We today, of course, know it ended in August of 1945, but at the time, Americans feared that it could go on for another 2 to 3 years. For combat-battered veterans stationed in Europe, nervously reading about developments in the far-off Pacific, this was almost too cruel to contemplate. Iwo Jima. On a harsh, rainy morning in late January 1945, William Sanders Clark left Saipan's Tanapag Harbor with an invasion convoy headed for Iwo Jima. Like almost every man on board, he knew little about the mission ahead. Back on Saipan, he and other Marines had talked to bomber crews who had been softening up the target. They saw no signs of life on the island. "All you'll need is about 1 regiment to walk ashore and bury the dead," a B-29 pilot assured them. But the commanders who planned the operation were clearly worried. The Navy's photo reconnaissance confirmed their worst fears. The preliminary bombing had merely driven the dug-in defenders deeper underground. What had initially seemed to Nimitz and Spruance a relatively easy operation would be a bloodbath for the assault troops. On February 16th, 3 days before D-Day, Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, commander of what was the largest Navy Marine landing operation up to that time, held an emotional press conference on his flagship USS El Dorado. Granite featured Harry Schmidt, commander of the 3 Marine divisions that would make the assault, predicted the island would be taken in 10 days. It would be a small campaign between 2 large ones, Luzon and Okinawa. "But everyone knew we would lose a lot of men," recalled Robert Sherrod, who was there that day. "We knew the underground defenses of this little island were as nearly impregnable as man could devise, and that 74 straight days of bombing had not knocked them out. Iwo Jima is as well defended as any fixed position that exists in the world today," Admiral Turner informed the reporters assembled in his palpably tense briefing room. Then Colonel Thomas Yancey, the chief intelligence officer, spoke. "Iwo is 625 miles north of Saipan and 660 miles south of the Japanese Empire. It is of the greatest importance to the enemy. It is small, 5 miles long and 2.5 miles wide at its widest point. Mount Suribachi on the southern tip is a volcano, 554 feet high. About 1/3 of the island is airfields and revetments, 1/3 cane fields and scrub growth, 1/3 is barren. The beaches we will land on are volcanic ash. The northern 2/3 of the island is a plateau whose height goes up to about 350 feet. The invasion beaches were between the plateau and the volcano, at the southern end of the island's eastern side. A crusty Marine described the island with greater economy. "Think of a large, bad-smelling pork chop burned black. That was Iwo Jima." When Yancey completed his briefing, a member of General Schmidt's staff outlined the plan of attack. This had already been given to all officers in the amphibious force, and William Clark described it accurately in the memory book he kept during the battle. The 5th Division was to land near the base of Mount Suribachi. Its mission was to secure the volcano, thus denying the Japs perfect positions from which to subject our landing beaches to severe enfilade fire. When this was accomplished, it was to turn north and drive up the west side of the island. The 4th Division, to which Clark was attached as a radio operator, was to land near the center of the island. Our mission was to cut directly across the island, capturing Motoyama Airfield No. 1. This was the primary enemy airstrip. This accomplished, the division was to make a right pivot and drive up the east side of the island. The 3rd Division was to be a floating reserve to be used only in case of emergency. With the Japanese dug in, it would be a frontal assault, the reporters were informed. A slugging match, yard by yard, with no room for maneuver or strategy. At least one of the generals was misty-eyed, and the reporters filed out of the briefing room with what Sherrod describes as the sort of the pit-of-the-stomach emotion one feels when he knows that many men who love life are about to die. At night, in the rank-smelling holds of the rusted troop ships, with all doors and hatches sealed tight, the Marines spoke more flatly, and with less whimsical wood-wrapping of the expectation of death than any assault troops I had ever been with before, reported New Yorker correspondent John Lardner. I did not see a man who expected anything but a bloody and disagreeable time of it. They had been told that it would be tough, that the island was too small to provide room for maneuver. As one Marine major kept telling his men over and over again, "You can't run the ends up there. Every play is between the tackles." Thousands of these men were veterans of other hotly contested island assaults, and these earlier campaigns had taken a toll on them, on their bodies as well as their minds. In the Army, Larder explained, shock troops are a small minority supported by a vast group of artisans, laborers, clerks, and organizers. In the Marines, there are practically nothing but shock troops. For such troops, in time, no matter how well trained and competent, a saturation point is bound to come. Men bound for the battle openly wondered whether Iwo would be it for them, not the place where they bought it. Death was always expected, but where they broke down and could fight no more, letting down themselves and their brother Marines. First to hit the beaches were the frogmen. Navy underwater demolition teams swam into the landing areas 2 days before D-Day, covered by the fire of a dozen gunships, backed up by destroyers and cruisers. In an interview given long after the war, frogman Andy Anderson describes the work of the men who were known as half fish and half nuts. I'll never forget when we first arrived in the waters off Iwo on D-3 and stood on the deck and looked at that island. It was the most God-forsaken place I'd ever seen, with the rising smoke and haze and that frightening-looking volcano. It flashed through my mind that this would be a great place to film a Dracula movie. We all thought, why do we want that miserable piece of real estate? Our job was to swim into the invasion beaches, locate mines and detonate them, identify other beach obstacles, and bring back samples of the sand to see if our landing vehicles could operate on that brown volcanic ash. The operation had to be done in daylight to be sure we got all the mines. At 1,000 yards, the gunboats, converted LCI, landing craft infantry, ships, fired their rockets, and we raced by them in speedboats and were dropped into the water 700 yards off the beach. 5 pairs of swimmers went in at 100 yards apart. Our first shock was the temperature of the water. When you hit that water at 58 degrees, it was a real character builder. We had no rubber suits or scuba tanks. They weren't used until the Korean War. We were the naked warriors. That's what they called us. We went in with swim trunks, a pair of fins, a mask, a knife, a slate and pencil, and blasting caps for detonating mines, which we kept in condoms to keep the powder dry. We strapped the condoms to our belts. In fact, we used so many condoms in training back in Florida that the Navy sent down a morals officer to look into the situation. We painted our bodies with grease that was mixed with silver paint to give us camouflage. When we got close to the beach, an awful lot of enemy fire was coming at us. I rolled over in the water and looked back, and all those gunboats that were supposed to be giving us cover had been either sunk or disabled. When the Japanese mortar shells came down, they actually popped us up, almost out of the water, and we could look down in the water and see the shells that missed us spiraling to the bottom. But bobbing out there, with silver paint on, we were hard targets to hit. When we almost reached the beach, we saw an abandoned boat with a sniper in it. He kept popping up and shooting at us. My swim partner was a young Irish kid with a hot temper, and he stood up, shook his fist, and shouted, "Why don't you come down here and fight like a man?" I screamed at him, "Matt, get your tail down or it's going to get blown off." On the beach, all I remember is looking up and seeing this 16-inch stuff exploding out of these cliffs and the tremendous return fire of our ships. It was terrifying, and the noise was deafening. After we got our sand samples and other information, we swam back to the rendezvous point with a speedboat. Going back, you didn't know whether to zig or zag, as the shells came in on the left and then the right, one after the other, till they pulled us out of the sea. Part of our mission that day was to get the Japanese to fire on us so we could locate their big beach guns, which were hidden in cliffs and hills. We fooled them. They thought we were the first wave of the invasion force. That night, Tokyo Rose went on the radio and congratulated the valiant defenders of Iwo Jima for repulsing the American invasion. But all we did was force them to make a mistake by firing on us. The next day, the Navy pulverized those beach guns, saving lives on D-Day. Our operation was successful in other ways. We didn't find any mines or obstacles, and there were no sandbars. It was well graded for bringing up LSTs. We didn't have to do any demolition, and only 2 swimmers were killed in the whole operation, one after he got back on the boat. 200 sailors, however, were killed or wounded on the disabled gunboats. As soon as we were pulled out of the water, we were debriefed. Then a chart of the beach was made and sent to the Marines. That night, after singing religious hymns on the deck to settle himself, William Clark slept better than I had slept before many a college exam. Morning broke bright and clear, high clouds, calm seas, a perfect invasion day. After watching the third and final day of the greatest naval bombardment of the Pacific War, Clark boarded a boat to guide in the first waves of assault vehicles. After this, he became a kind of water cop, keeping boats moving to and from the thickly congested beach. This gave me an opportunity to view the whole attack. Out at sea, John Lardner transferred to a ship closer to shore to watch Clark and the first wave head in. His first trial was the wet, loose web of rope that hung from the side of the troop carrier. "Even young Marines have been killed on these descents when the sea has been rough," he wrote. "And for those over 35, the endless sequence of nets Jacob's ladders, bouncing gangways, and lurching boats is a hazard and nightmare. After maneuvering down the ropes, Lardner boarded a small boat with Colonel Thomas Warnham, a regimental commander of the 5th Marine Division, and headed through the choppy seas to Warnham's control ship. It was anchored at the line where the first wave of assault troops formed up in their Amtraks and began their long, slow, bobbing run for the beach. The men in the boats were a fierce and stirring sight as they passed us to disappear in the valleys of the water between us and the beach. I stood watching them as well as I could from the rail of the control ship beside a regimental messenger, a Navajo Indian named Galagone, and we spoke of how most of the shock troops we could see, their hands and faces greased dead white for protection against possible flame barriers, sat up very straight and looked intently ahead. The first assault waves came ashore at 9 o'clock, right on schedule. It was a surprisingly easy landing. The toughest part was scaling the steep terraces of soft volcanic ash that rose up in front of the men as they walked out of the surf, each Marine carrying 60 or more pounds of equipment. Reaching the top of the dunes on their bellies and scanning the horizon, the Marines found what looked to be an abandoned island. "Where's the reception committee?" asked Private Louis Adrian. 3 hours later, with the beach jammed with men and equipment, Adrian got his answer. The Japanese used monstrously large mortar shells, flying ash cans, the Marines called them, which blew parts of men and machines as high as 100 feet in the air. Landing that afternoon, Private First Class Thomas H. Begay, a full-blooded Navajo, said the beach was the scariest damn thing he had ever seen. "I got numb, all over my body. No feeling. I was scared as hell. I mean scared. Even though I'm walking, I feel like I'm standing in one place. And that place was like wrecking yard. They had things blown to pieces. It's like traffic jam. There was piles of bodies and wounded ones. I grow up that day. I age about 2 years right on that beach. Got my Ph.D. about war." The enemy zeroed in from Mount Suribachi and from the cliffs and hills north of the beachhead, and nearly everywhere they put a shell, it hit a man or a machine. "No man who survived that beach knew how he did it," said Joe Rosenthal, the Associated Press photographer who would take the most famous picture of the war on Iwo Jima. "It was like walking through rain and not getting wet." That evening, Captain Clark, working close to the beach, watched the Marine tractors, the only vehicles capable of negotiating the soft ash with little trouble, scurrying back and forth like a bunch of ants. Some of our fellows carried badly needed supplies right to where the fighting was in progress. These cumbersome vehicles were choice targets for Jap gunners and mortarmen. It was a job in the pitch black of night, requiring daring and cool courage, the tractor's only guide being a blinking flashlight held by a Marine officer who directed the unloading of ammunition and other supplies. Much of this work was being done by African American Marines, with the ammunition and depot companies, 11 of whom were wounded, 2 fatally. John Lardner had landed later in the day with the 14th wave and experienced some of the worst of the mortar assault. At Iwo, as at Anzio, there quickly developed 2 fronts, the battle front forward and the shelling front on the beaches, where our supply and reinforcement lines were wholly dependent on boats and amphibious vehicles that were being stalled and pounded by surf and wind. And in the case of Iwo, The Marines depended also on motor or human convoys, which were slowed by drifting volcanic sand. The Japanese had high ground over the supply beaches and pounded them mercilessly. The mortar shell travels in a high, lobbing trajectory and throws its fragments over a wide radius when it explodes. It makes for tearing, disfiguring wounds and disfigured dead. Everywhere Lardner looked, he saw slashed and mangled bodies. As he slogged forward through the thick, shifting sand, his breathing sharp and painful, he heard the whine and bang of mortar shells dropping and bursting all around him. At one point, after stopping for 40 minutes, his body pressed against the sand, he realized that there is such a thing as wishful pinned-down thinking, and that it can become a more dangerous state of mind than any other in an area that is being shelled. A man tends to cling to his trench, even if it is in the center of a target, when the sensible thing is to move forward. It took Lardner almost 20 minutes more to adjust his nerves and move ahead, struggling all the while to fight overpowering intimations of mortality. Around 5 o'clock that afternoon, Robert Sherrod was about to board a landing boat to head into the beaches when he ran into his friend Keith Wheeler of the Chicago Times. Wheeler was returning from the island to write his D-Day story. "There's more hell in there than I've seen in the rest of this war put together," he told Sherrod. "I wouldn't go in there if I were you. It's plain foolishness. The Nips are going to open up with everything they've got tonight." Sherrod shook his head and headed in. When his Higgins boat crunched ashore, he found it almost impossible to dig a foxhole in the loose volcanic ash. "It's like digging a hole in a barrel of wheat," a Marine next to him shouted. By this time, the 5th Division had cut across the tail of the pork-chop-shaped island, isolating Suribachi from the rest of Iwo Jima, and General Schmidt had 30,000 Marines ashore, against about 21,000 Japanese defenders. Learning from the failures of Tarawa, the Navy had fired a rolling barrage in front of the advancing Marines, giving the Japanese no time to reoccupy emptied positions. And carrier planes flew in low, strafing and bombing. But aside from the beach and a small portion of Motoyama Airfield No. 1, the Japanese owned the rest of the real estate, and no place on it was beyond the range of their heavy guns. After the remainder of the assault force, over 40,000 men landed over the course of the next week. Iwo Jima would be one of the most heavily populated 8 square miles on Earth. When Sherrod arrived on the beach, the mortar fire had quieted down and he was even able to catch a little sleep. But just after 4 o'clock a.m., the Japanese opened up with everything they had. The first big mortar shell hit only a few yards from my foxhole, and it sounded like the break of doom. All night, the Japs rained heavy mortars and rockets and artillery on the entire area between the beach and the airfield. Twice they hit casualty stations on the beach. The corpsmen were taking it as usual. Squad leader Albert J. Willett landed with 2 doctors and 40 corpsmen. Before the day was out, 1 doctor was killed when he lost both legs, and only 2 corpsmen were left, he recalls. All the rest were dead or wounded. Navy Corpsman Stanley E. Dabrowski landed under heavy fire near Mount Suribachi. "I had a carbine and a .45. Unlike the Army in Europe, we were armed. That was because of our experience on Guadalcanal. At that time, corpsmen still wore Red Cross brassards on their arms and a Red Cross on their helmets. They were the first ones to be knocked off." Even after that, The Japanese, spotting the medical kits that corpsmen carried on both shoulders, focused their fire on them. On landing, Dabrowski and his team of corpsmen picked the deepest shell hole they could find and set up an emergency aid station. Evacuation of wounded was extremely hazardous. The stretcher bearers were under constant fire. When we started experiencing heavy casualties, it was almost impossible to comprehend. Because of the heavy artillery and mortar fire, there were a lot of traumatic injuries, traumatic amputations, no arms or both legs. And then there were abdominal injuries, torn out intestinal tracts. Often I was beside myself trying to decide what to do with these people. Sometimes these young men would be covered by a poncho and lying on a stretcher, and I'd say, "Hey, Mac, how are you doing?" "Pretty good, Doc." "What's the problem?" "Oh, my left arm got hit." So you'd lift the poncho and you'd see a stump. When the firing let up at daylight, Sherrod walked back to the beach. He saw only a dozen or so dead Japanese. The Jap plan of defense was plain, he wrote in his first story from Iwo Jima. Only a few men would defend the beaches. The mortars and machine guns from the hillside caves would stop the landing. By the second morning, there were 2,400 casualties among the landing force, and most of them had died with the greatest possible violence. And nowhere in the Pacific War have I seen such badly mangled bodies, wrote Sherrod. Many were cut squarely in half. Legs and arms lay 50 feet away from any body. The velocity and intensity of the mortar and artillery fire on the compacted battleground was the reason nearly 8% of the Americans wounded on Iwo Jima would die of injuries, as against the overall World War II number of 3%. On that rainy second day, with the wind off the ocean, blowing the volcanic dust in their faces, the Marines got a close look at the piece of bleak Pacific cinder they had been sent to take. The pre-invasion bombardment had annihilated the island's vegetation. Between Suribachi on their left and the sloping wasteland of black crevices and cliffs on their right, there was nothing but a flat field of volcanic ash. Flies and mosquitoes were so thick in places men dared not open their mouths, and orders went out not to drink the sulfur-contaminated water. Big, slit-faced bats soared out of smoking caves on shell-scarred Suribachi, and clouds of black sulfur gas flared up through piles of steaming rocks, giving off the smell of rotten eggs. Iwo Jima means Sulphur Island in Japanese, and it was the sulfur deposits that had originally drawn prospectors. On at least one occasion, Marines could feel the whole island shaking. It was as if the very earth itself was alive, recalls William Clark. At first, we were deathly afraid that the entire beach was mined and it would soon erupt. However, successive tremors made us realize that volcanic action was still taking place. But it was the barren and blasted landscape that provoked the greatest concern. There was no cover and concealment, as we had practiced in our training exercises, says Captain Lawrence Snowden. There wasn't anything to hide you. When men walked in soft ash up to their knees and pulled one leg out, it left no imprint. The only marks in the tundra of sand and ash were huge craters created by the naval shelling. Hundreds of them gave the place a lunar appearance, and like walking on the moon, it was as if no one had been there before. There were Marines who fought on Iwo Jima for the entire 6-week campaign who never saw a living enemy soldier. It was an eerie landscape, says Marine Fred Hayner. While you couldn't see them, You had a feeling that the Japanese had you always in their sights. As at Peleliu, the battle was fought in two dimensions. The Marines were on Iwo Jima. The Japanese were in it. Robert Sherrod had not been to Peleliu, so he had no idea what the Marines were in for. After the third day, he filed a cautiously optimistic report. It seems certain that we will take Iwo Jima at a smaller cost in casualties than Saipan's 16,000. Probably no large percentage of the Jap defenders have yet been killed, but henceforth the Japs will kill fewer Marines and the Marines will kill more Japs. As Sherrod admitted later, I did not then know the real underground strength of Iwo, nor the capabilities of its defenders. Iwo Jima had been turned into the world's greatest underground citadel. When the invasion comes, every man will resist to the end, making his position his tomb, announced the man who masterminded its defenses, General Tadamichi Kuribayashi. Iwo Jima was of more than strategic value to Japan. It was home territory, administered as part of the Tokyo Prefecture. The mayor of Tokyo was the mayor of Iwo Jima. Anticipating an American invasion before one was planned in detail, the Japanese had begun bolstering the island's defenses after the Americans landed on Saipan. The assault on Peleliu gave them an additional 6 months to turn Sulphur Island into a subterranean death trap, defended by veterans of the Kwantung Army. Emperor Hirohito, the Son of Heaven, had taken a personal interest in preparing the island's defenses, sending Kuribayashi, the commander of his palace guards, to defend it. Kuribayashi was iron-spirited and aggressive, the most formidable adversary the Marines would face in the Pacific War. He was from a distinguished samurai family and fought like a true professional warrior. The general brought hard discipline to Iwo Jima, abolishing the consumption of alcohol and evacuating all civilians, including his officers' comfort girls, young women forcibly recruited from Korea and Manchuria. He then brought in Korean slave laborers, military engineers, and demolition experts, and supervised the construction of a phantasmagoric warren of interwoven caves and gun galleries inside Suribachi and under the rock-strewn badlands at the northern end of the island. His cave defenses were stocked with weapons, fuel, and rations, and all had myriad secret entrances and exits. They were mutually supporting, and if one position was threatened, his men could easily sneak through tunnels to the next, above, below, or behind the original position, surprising the Marines with exterminating counterfire. Over the entrances to these tunnels and caves, Kuribayashi built double-layered concrete blockhouses and pillboxes, which were concealed by volcanic ash. Only the gun muzzles were exposed. Suribachi itself had 7 levels of tunnels, connecting almost 1,000 gun galleries. Kuribayashi respected his enemy. Serving in the Japanese embassy in Washington before the war, he had traveled around the United States and was impressed by its industrial prowess. The United States is the last country in the world that Japan should fight, he had written his wife. Preparing for the American assault, he told his men what to expect and how to die. A list of courageous battle vows was posted in every underground position. Each man will make it his duty to kill 10 of the enemy before dying. Until we are destroyed to the last man, we shall harass the enemy with guerrilla tactics. He would fight as Colonel Kunio Nakagawa's forces had at Peleliu. American intelligence had a name for it: the cornered rat defense. The Japanese would hole up and wait for the Americans to come to them, bleeding them in a battle of attrition. A dying officer who was found on the ground at Iwo Jima was heard to say over and over, "Wait for them! Wait for them! Make them come to you!" But while Kuribayashi learned the lesson of Peleliu, American commanders ignored it, paying scant attention to their own intelligence reports. That is why they had been surprised on the beaches, first by no resistance, then by the nature of the resistance, flaming metal rather than fighting men. On D+2, the 28th Marines of the 5th Division began the assault on Mount Suribachi. From this combination fortress and watchtower, the enemy was pouring down fire on the beaches, and artillery spotters were sitting targets for guns all over the island. It had to be taken out and quickly, and the key weapons for taking it were Sherman medium tanks armed with Mark I flamethrowers capable of spewing burning napalm 150 yards. Sergeant Bill Reed, a correspondent for Yank, recounts the opening of the battle for Hot Rocks, as the Marines called Suribachi. For 2 days, the men who landed at the foot of the mountain were pinned to the ground. Murderous machine gun, sniper, and mortar fire came from a line of pillboxes 300 yards away in the scrubby shrubbery at the foot of the volcano. Men lay on their sides to drink from canteens or to urinate. An errand between foxholes became a life-or-death mission. Towering over them was Mount Suribachi, a gray, unlovely hulk with enemy pillboxes in its sides. Marines grew to hate the mountain almost as much as they hated the Japs who were on it. Reaching the summit was almost as much of a challenge as destroying the men who defended it. The supporting air and naval fire did much, but when it came to the specific 4-foot square machine gun emplacements and the still smaller snipers' pillboxes, there was little the offshore and air bombardment could do except silence them for a few minutes. Everyone knew that in the end the troops would have to dig them out. The foot troops made their drive on the 3rd day. They were aided by a naval and air bombardment so terrific that the Tokyo radio announced that the mountain itself was erupting. They were also aided by their own artillery and rocket guns, landed with superhuman effort the previous day, in spite of a choppy ocean and the enemy's guns. But the foot troops were aided most by the tanks that advanced with them, and lobbed shells into the stone and concrete revetments that blocked the way of the foot troops. The Japs were afraid of our tanks, so afraid that they ducked low in their shelters and silenced their guns when they saw them. As soon as the tanks had passed or had been blown up by the mines, the Japs came out of their holes and attacked our men from behind with machine guns and mortars. The enemy had hundreds of pillboxes and emplacements connected by a network of tunnels. When the Japs were driven from one pillbox, they would disappear until the Marines advanced to another, and moments later they would appear at their old emplacements, lobbing grenades at our men who had just passed. By early afternoon of D+2, the Japs at the foot of Suribachi had been silenced. However, everyone knew there were still Japs around in their shelters. There were also many Japs who were dead. They were dead in every conceivable contortion of men who met death violently. Their arms and legs were wrenched about their bodies, and their fists were clenched and frozen. Those who had been killed by flamethrowers were burned to a black darker than the ashes of Suribachi, or scorched to a brilliant yellow. Their clothes had been burned off, and the heat vulcanized their buttocks together with ugly black strips. It was good to see these sights after having been pinned down to the beach for 2 terrible days. There were dead Marines, too, Some platoons had been entirely stripped of their officers and non-coms. Some had lost more than 3/4 of their men since morning. But the worst of the battle for Suribachi was over. Our men had fought their way in under the guns higher up on the mountain. That night, half of the small enemy force of 300 that was still inside the mountain made a breakout, trying to reach their comrades on the northern side of the airfield. Not more than 20 made it. The following morning, February 23rd, a patrol led by Lieutenant Harold G. Schreier began the ascent of the still dangerous mountain. Its job was to secure the summit. Just before we set out, Colonel Chandler Johnson, our battalion commander, handed Harold Schreier a small American flag, says Charles W. Lindbergh, one of the 2 flamethrower men in the platoon, a Marine respected for his almost inhuman composure under fire. He said, "If you get to the top, raise it." I remember he used that word, if. Staff Sergeant Lou Lowry, a photographer for Leatherneck magazine, went with us. That morning, the fleet had been notified of the mission and told to withhold all fire on Suribachi. Sailors stood by their silenced guns, watching the ascent through binoculars. The volcanic ash and broken rock on the steep path made it tough going, and the men slipped and slid. We all expected trouble, but not a shot was fired at us, says Lindbergh. When they reached the crater's rim, 2 of the Marines claimed the mountain for their country in their own way, by urinating on it. Then some of the men found a fragment of old pipe, shot a hole through it, and tied the flag to it. Towards 10:30, we found the highest point we could, and we raised it. As the men gathered around the flag, Lou Lowry recorded the event with his camera. Then things broke loose down below, says Lindbergh. Our troops started to cheer and our ships whistled and blew their horns. I was so proud. It's a feeling I'll never forget. The cheering grew louder when the beachmaster turned up the volume of his public address system and announced that the flag was flying on Suribachi. That entire area of the island erupted with noise, the cheers and whistles of the Marines, accompanied by the sirens and bells of the fleet. Talk about patriotism, says Coast Guardsman Chet Hack. The uproar almost shook the sky. The men on the summit didn't have time to celebrate. Just after we had the flag up, all of a sudden, from our right side, some shots were fired, Lindbergh recalls. Some Japs were running out of caves, one of them swinging a broken saber, and we drove them back into their hiding places. Then we went around the crater and burnt out some other holes and threw some explosives into whatever caves we could. By about 1:30, we had the mountain secured. I found out later that they had changed the flag. I didn't pay any attention to it. After the first flag went up, Colonel Chandler Johnson sent a runner to the beach to get a larger flag. He was worried that Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal, who was with the invasion fleet, would want the flag on Suribachi for himself. It was the first American flag to fly over Japanese home territory in World War II. Johnson wanted to preserve that flag for the battalion, says Lindbergh. Johnson's man got a larger flag, 8 feet by 4 feet 8 inches, from the communications officer of an LST who had picked it up in a salvage depot at Pearl Harbor. Johnson handed the flag to 19-year-old Rene Gagnon and told him to get it to the top of the mountain as fast as he could. When Gagnon reached the summit, Sergeant Mike Strank, who had climbed Suribachi with him, took the flag from him, handed it to Schreier, and announced, "Colonel Johnson wants this big flag run up high, so every son of a bitch on this whole cruddy island can see it. When Tarawa veteran Norman Hatch, the 5th Marine Division photo officer, had learned that a larger flag was going up, he sent 2 of his men, Sergeant Bill Janoost, a movie cameraman, and Private Bob Campbell, a still photographer, to the top of Suribachi to cover it. The diminutive Associated Press photographer Joe Rosenthal joined them. As the 3 photographers ascended Suribachi, they ran into Lou Lowry, who was on his way down and apparently was not aware there was going to be a second flag raising. "You guys are a little late," he said. "The flag is up, but it's a hell of a view up there." When they reached the rim of the crater about noon, a couple of Marines were attaching a flag to a 20-foot iron pipe they had found in a pile of rubble. Schreier ordered the replacement flag raised at precisely the moment the original flag was lowered. 6 men raised the flag: Mike Strank, Renee Gagnon, Ira Hayes, Harlan Block, Franklin Sousley, and Navy Corpsman John Bradley. When the flag started to go up, Rosenthal was talking to Janoost, but then stopped and shouted, "There it goes!" Out of the corner of my eye, as I had turned toward Janoost, I had seen the men start the flag up. I swung my camera and shot the scene, Rosenthal remembered. Campbell got a different still shot, one of the first flag going down while the second one went up. And Janoost caught the replacement flag going up with his color movie camera. Rosenthal feared there might have been too much movement for him to have taken a good picture. A few minutes later, he took a second shot, a posed picture with a group of Marines crowded around the replacement flag, cheering and raising rifles and helmets high. Colonel Johnson got the original flag and secured it in the battalion safe. The replacement flag flew on Suribachi for 3 weeks before it was torn to shreds by the wind, and the country got one of the most famous photographs ever, and one of the finest. It became the most widely reproduced still shot of all time. An engraving of it appeared on a 3-cent postage stamp. A painting of it was used in the most successful bond drive of the war, and after the war, the sculptor Felix de Weldon spent 9 years on a 100-ton bronze statue based on it that commands the entrance to Arlington Cemetery. The story of Joe Rosenthal's photograph has been mired in myth and misrepresentation. To this day, some people still believe, despite several excellent books on the flag raising, that Rosenthal staged his photograph. Rosenthal himself added to the confusion. 9 days after taking the picture, he walked into press headquarters on Guam, and a correspondent walked up to him. "Congratulations, Joe," he said, "on that flag-raising shot on Iwo." "Thanks," I said. "It's a great picture," he said. "Did you pose it?" "Sure," I said. I thought he meant the group shot I had arranged with the Marines waving and cheering. But then someone else came up with the flag-raising picture, and I saw it for the first time. "Gee," I said, "that's good all right, but I didn't pose it. I wish I could take credit for posing it, but I can't." One of the correspondents had overheard only the first part of the conversation, and he wrote that Rosenthal had posed it, that it was a phony. "As I left for home," says Rosenthal, "I had the fear that, through no fault of my own, I was in the doghouse. When I arrived in San Francisco, however, I found that I was now a celebrity." When Rosenthal's packet of pictures had been sent by mailplane to Guam to be developed, the Associated Press photo editor picked up a glossy print of the flag raising, whistled, and said, "Here's one for all time." He radioed the image to AP headquarters in New York, and it made every front page in America. The picture arrived at exactly the right time and with just the right message. The war in Europe was almost over, but news from the Pacific was discouraging. Americans had already died in God-forsaken places that people back home had difficulty finding on a map. Kwajalein, Saipan, Peleliu, Tarawa, and at Iwo Jima they were dying in horrifying numbers. And for what? Were these awful little islands worth it? In 1944, the Navy had come up with a secret plan to shoot shells filled with poison gas onto Iwo Jima, taking it without losing a single American life. But Roosevelt had scotched that plan, insisting that poison gas only be used as a last-ditch retaliatory measure. At the same time, the conservative press was excoriating Nimitz for his costly storm landings, demanding that the president turn over the Pacific War to MacArthur, whose forces were taking big swaths of enemy territory with proportionally fewer casualties than Nimitz's Marines. Americans were impatient. They were exhausted, and they could not see the end to this war with an enemy that seemed to have a collective death wish. The Pacific War is gradually getting condensed and consequently tougher and tougher, wrote Ernie Pyle. The closer we go to Japan itself, the harder it will be. To me, it looks like soul-trying days for us in the years ahead. As Americans read this on February 24, 1944, their spirits must have dropped. Ernie Pyle, the man they trusted to tell the truth, had actually said, "In the years ahead." The next day, Americans at home opened their Sunday morning newspapers, and there, spread out before them on the top of the front page, was Rosenthal's photograph of 6 American warriors putting up that wonderfully big victory flag. Maybe Ernie Pyle was wrong. Suddenly, the end of the war seemed in sight. The message of the photograph also matched the wartime mood. Here were 6 Americans, all for one, working together in victory and valor, and above them, Old Glory, as the writer Hal Buell has observed. Finally, for the first time, a clear, simple statement from the Pacific gripped the United States. No major paper carried Lowry's photograph or mentioned the first flag raising. There was only one flag raising, the one captured for all time by Joe Rosenthal. Second only to the one that flew over Fort McHenry on the night Francis Scott Key wrote the Star-Spangled Banner, this became the most famous American flag that ever flew. To the men on Iwo Jima, it was the flag that didn't count. But to Americans back home, that replacement flag was the only flag they wanted to hear about. They weren't looking for truth, after all. They were praying for encouragement. The morning that the first flag went up, there were still 30 days of combat ahead. The 28th Marines had paid a stiff price for Suribachi, and now the regiment moved north, with almost every assault unit on the island, into the teeth of Kuribayashi's defenses. One of the first Marines to be wounded in the drive north was Charles Lindbergh. After he was evacuated from the island and read the reports in the papers about the flag raising, he found it difficult to suppress his anger. It just didn't make sense to me that something like that could happen. We went up the mountain and we raised the flag. We took the enemy off the top of the mountain. Somebody comes up 4 hours later and puts up another flag, and they're national heroes. By the morning of the 5th day, over 5,000 Marines had fallen, 3 for every 2 minutes of action on Iwo Jima. And now the Americans faced an obstacle greater than Suribachi. The barren stone plateau to the north of the airfields, where Kuribayashi had constructed his most imposing defenses, including his own underground headquarters. On D+6, the Marines moved northward, 3 divisions strong. The emergency 3rd Division had been put ashore right after D-Day. They now had the enemy outnumbered by at least 3-1, but by going underground, the Japanese nullified the Americans' prodigious firepower. For all our technical skill, we had on Iwo no method and no weapon to counteract the enemy's underground defense, wrote Sherrod. The Japs made us fight on their own terms. A team of Marine Corps correspondents described the attempt to smash through these defenses at a place called the Wilderness. When the 24th Regiment's 2nd Battalion reached the Wilderness, they spent 4 days on the line, with no respite from the song of death sung by mortars among those desolate and gouged shell holes. The Wilderness covered about a square mile inland from Blue Beach 2 on the approaches to Airfield No. 2, and there was no cover. Here stood a blasted dwarf tree, there a stubby rock ledge in a maze of volcanic crevices. The 2nd Battalion attacked with flamethrowers, demolition charges, 37mm guns, riflemen. A tank advancing in support was knocked out by a mortar shell. After every Japanese volley, Corsair fighter planes streamed down on the mortar positions, ripping their charges of bombs into the Wilderness. But after every dive was ended, the mortars started their ghastly song again. Cracks in the earth run along the open field to the left of the Wilderness, and hot smoke seeped up through the cracks. Gains were counted in terms of 100 or 200 yards for a day, in terms of 3 or 4 bunkers knocked out. Losses were counted in terms of 3 or 4 men suddenly turned to bloody rags after the howl of mortar shell, in terms of a flamethrower man hit by a grenade as he poured his flame into a bunker. The Japs were hard to kill. Cube-shaped concrete blockhouses had to be blasted again and again before the men inside were silenced. Often the stunned and wounded Japs continued to struggle among the ruins, still trying to fire back. A Marine assaulting a pillbox found a seriously wounded Jap trying to get a heavy machine gun into action. He emptied his clip at him, but the Jap kept reaching. Finally, out of ammunition, the Marine used his knife to kill him. 48 hours after the attack began, one element of the 3rd Division moved into the line under orders to advance at all costs. Behind a rolling artillery barrage and with fixed bayonets, the unit leaped forward in an old-fashioned hell-bent-for-leather charge and advanced to the very mouths of the fixed Jap defenses. Before scores of pillboxes, the men flung themselves at the tiny flaming holes, throwing grenades and jabbing with bayonets. Comrades went past, hurdled the defenses, and rushed across Airfield No. 2. In 3 minutes, one unit lost 4 officers. Men died at every step. That was how we broke their line. Across the field, we attacked a ridge. The enemy rose up out of holes to hurl our assault back. The squads reformed and went up again. At the crest, they plunged on the Japs with bayonets. One of our men, slashing his way from side to side, fell dead from a pistol shot. His comrades drove his bayonet into the Jap who had killed him. The Japs on the ridge were annihilated. And now behind those proud and weary men, our whole previously stalled attack poured through. Tanks, bazookas, and demolition men smashed and burned the bypassed fortifications. In an area 1,000 yards long and 200 deep, more than 800 enemy pillboxes were counted. The survivors of this bold charge covered 800 yards in an hour and a half. Brave men had done what naval shelling, aerial bombardment, artillery, and tanks had not been able to do in 2 days of constant pounding. What was perhaps the most intensively fortified small area ever encountered in battle had been broken. Iwo Jima would have been tougher to take without the help of the Navajo code talkers, who had been serving in the Pacific since Guadalcanal. The Navajo language has no alphabet, and in 1941 was known to no more than 40 non-Navajo in the world, none of them Japanese. The Marine Signal Corps recruited 420 of the 3,600 Navajo who served in all branches of the military. It trained them as radiomen and had them develop a highly secret metaphoric code, which included hundreds of words of their own invention for military terminology like machine gun and bazooka. The code was never written down, it had to be memorized, and it remains one of the few unbroken codes in military history. The Army recruited Comanche Indians for the European theater and used them on the Normandy beaches and in the drive to the Rhine. We named the airplane's dive bombers for Ginitzo, Sparrowhawk, says Cozy Stanley Brown of Chinle, Arizona, because the Sparrowhawk is like the airplane. It charges downward at a very fast pace. We usually used the harmful animals' names that were living in our country for the alphabet. We were well taken care of. The generals would not allow other soldiers to come near us. We were not supposed to take orders except from high officers we were assigned to. The code talkers were generally split up into two-man teams. One on either end of a field telephone or walkie-talkie, so they could transmit coordinates for artillery or airstrikes, relay information on enemy positions, and provide other valuable intelligence without the Japanese being able to decipher the information, explains one of their historians. On Iwo Jima's impossible terrain, where secure communication between ground troops and supporting tanks, artillery, planes, and ships meant life or death, the code talkers relayed almost 1,000 messages without an error, including the one announcing the flag raising on Suribachi. They told us that being a code talker, we can't make mistakes, says Thomas Begay. Has to be perfect, because if we make a mistake, say the wrong word, could kill a lot of our men. The code talkers gave the Marines on Iwo Jima something the enemy did not have: a rapid, reliable, and absolutely secure system of communication. Most of the messages were sent in the fury of combat, and 3 code talkers were killed. Why do you have to go? Navajo mothers asked their sons who volunteered for the Marines. This is the white man's war. Cozy Stanley Brown provided one answer. My main reason for going to war was to protect my land and my people, because the elderly people said that the earth was our mother, and it was being dominated by foreign countries. There are Anglos and different Indian tribes living on the earth who have pride in it. I believe what we did was right, and it was worth it. We protected many American people, also the unborn children, which would be the generation to come. I brought one of the enemy's scalps home, he declares with a warrior's pride. The squaw dance was performed on me for the enemy scalp that I brought home with me. When Motoyama Airfield No. 1 was secured and cleared of mines, transports flew in from Guam to evacuate the badly wounded and to bring in cases of whole blood. 23-year-old Norma Crotty from Cleveland, Ohio, was on one of the first R-4D cargo planes to land on Iwo Jima. 12 of us nurses had been flown from Honolulu to Guam, where we lived in hospital tents. We were there only a few days when our chief nurse said we were going to fly to Iwo Jima to bring back patients to the hospital on Guam. We didn't know much about the place, and we were astonished to hear that we would be flying into a combat area. We left Guam about 4 o'clock in the morning and tried to sleep a little bit on the plane. When we approached Iwo, the pilot woke us up, and we looked out and saw the whole fleet in the water around this tiny island, ships of all kinds firing away, and you could see the smoke coming up from the island. It was impressive. I felt like I was living in a newsreel. When we landed, we ran to the aid station, which was nothing but a big tent, a sandbag tent. Iwo was almost indescribable. There was tremendous noise and dirt, and it was all gray sand, which I found out later was volcanic ash. Nothing green, no vegetation whatsoever. It was cool, and the island smelled, and there were smashed planes and equipment all over the place, and big bulldozers at work. It was so far removed from any experience I ever had. The patients were on the ground. With the help of the doctors, we picked out the worst cases and took them to the plane. The worst things you would see were burns and men who were torn up by shrapnel. We had some men who were flamethrowers and their tanks had blown up, and it was horrible. The pain, the terrible pain. On the 4 to 5 hour trip back, we worked with corpsmen, there were no doctors, to stabilize the men and monitor their condition, checking for bleeding, giving them plasma, and feeding them sliced peaches in little paper cups, which we would sit on their chests. It was like they were swallowing little goldfish. We gave them morphine occasionally, but we didn't have oxygen or water to wash our hands. We worried about that, going from patient to patient without being able to wash our hands. The men, about 30 of them, were on stretchers, and they were stacked up 3 and 4 high on the plane, and it was cold and drafty. Generally, there was only 1 nurse and 1 corpsman on every plane. We were on our own. The fellows were so much younger than us, 17 or 18 years old, and some of them looked younger than that, like little boys, and they wanted their mothers, and we sort of became their mothers and comforted them. They were all very courteous and appreciative of anything we did. As much as we did for them medically, I think it was the comforting that was most important to them, and to us. Mostly, they wanted to talk to us, and they enjoyed watching us comb our hair and put on lipstick. They'd ask us to do that. The feeling of closeness to these boys I didn't have again until I had children. What was touching to me was that so many of them were replacements right out of high school, and now a lot of them were ruined for life. The thing that matters most to me now, 50 years later, are the friendships I made with the 11 other nurses I worked with on those trips between Guam and Iwo. We stayed very close through the years. You must remember that women and girls back in the 1940s hardly left their mothers. It was quite a thing to be away without any family support on your own. That meant a lot, because then you knew through the rest of your life you could do just about anything that you put your mind to, that nothing could stop you. You knew you were in control. That was the good thing we got out of our war experience. Almost 2,500 wounded men were airlifted out of Iwo Jima. Not one patient was lost on the flights to Guam. On March 4th, a Sunday, the Marines around the airfield got an unexpected visitor. The fuel-starved B-29 named Dynamite, on its way back from Japan, skidded to a stop at the end of a runway, less than half the size of the one it had taken off from in the Marianas. As the silver craft came to a stop at the northern end, shell fire began hitting near it. The Japanese wanted that B-29 badly, says Iwo veteran Richard Wheeler. But dynamite swung around and taxied out of range toward Suribachi. Hundreds of Seabees and Marines cheered their throats dry as the 65-ton plane stopped and cut its engines. The hatch opened, and 4 or 5 of the flyers jumped down and fell to their hands and knees and kissed the runway, another Marine recalls. What a contrast! Here were men so glad to be on the island they were kissing it. A mile or two to the north were 3 Marine divisions who thought the ground was not even good enough to spit on. The Silver Bomber had a faulty fuel valve, and 30 minutes later it was airborne again, soaring out to sea. If anything was needed to tell the Marines why they were dying on this unholy island, wrote correspondent Keith Wheeler, the successful landing of dynamite furnished the demonstration. Then there were the dead. At this point in the battle, William Clark was still back at the beach, living in a foxhole, working with the supply companies. The fighting had ended in his sector, but all around him was the smell and physical presence of death. Directly offshore from our bivouac area lay a pontoon barge which held several rows of white-clad figures laid in stretchers. These were the mortal remains of men who had died aboard hospital ships and had been towed into shore awaiting burial. There was no time to tender them this decency. For days the barge rocked back and forth on the waves, and one by one the bodies would slip overboard. Some were washed ashore, others went to sea. On the beach, burial detachments were at work. Anyone who thinks that death on the field of battle is a hero's end should be made to watch a burial party picking up the remains of some poor devil whose luck had run out, says Clark. We kid ourselves into calling this man a hero. Calling him a hero does not bring life into this limp mass of flesh. Such a man as this was sacrificed by the stupidity of mankind which made such an end possible. By D+14, many of the Japanese cross-island defenses had been broken, and Kuribayashi had only about 3,500 battle-ready troops left. On the high ground in the center of the island, Marines of the 3rd Division had driven a wedge into the northern third of Iwo Jima, still held by the Japanese. This wedge was exploited in fighting that took the attackers through a jungle of stone, wild lava ledges, smoking sulfur pits, chasms, cliffs, caves, boulders. 4 days later, the breakthrough to the sea was accomplished, and the Japanese force was split. Turning southward, Marines cleaned out the eastern pocket in cave warfare, and it was on the northernmost tip of the island, at Kitano Point, that Kuribayashi reputedly was killed, leading his men in a final attack, although his body was never found. On March 14th, General Schmidt declared the island officially occupied by the forces of the United States, and the army was brought in to finish the job. But the battle really ended on March 25th, D+34, when the last enemy stronghold was taken in a place called Death Valley. A week before this, Admiral Nimitz had issued a statement that summed up the fight. On Iwo Island, uncommon valor was a common virtue. That was nice to hear, but it was thin consolation for the battered and bleeding Marines, among them the company that had raised the flag on Iwo Jima. Easy Company had landed with about 235 men and received 70 replacements. By the battle's end, it had suffered 240 casualties, more than 100% of its original number. Among the dead were 3 of the Marines who had raised the second flag on Suribachi: Mike Strank, Harlan Block, and Franklin Sousley, and one of the photographers who immortalized the act, Bill Janoust. On March 17th, Prime Minister Kuniaki Koiso, speaking by radio, called the fall of Iwo Jima the most unfortunate thing in the whole war situation. He was quick to add, however, that the nation would fight to the last man to shatter the enemy's ambitions. As if to bear out that threatening prophecy, a remnant of Kuribayashi's men mounted one final attack in the early morning hours of March 26th, the day after the Americans had declared the battle over. About 300 of them took off straight down the center of the island, recalls Fred Hayner. They went right down the airfields, and they caught a group of young pilots who had come in with P-51s to escort the B-29s over Tokyo and Yokohama. These fellas, along with some Seabees and Marine construction units, were sleeping in tents or on the ground, and the Japanese killed about 50 of them. Some of the dozing airmen had their throats cut before they had a chance to hear the alarm. The ensuing battle, which lasted into the daylight hours, was confused and wild, writes Richard Wheeler. With hand grenades exploding, rifles and machine guns crashing, and men on both sides shouting and cursing and lamenting in pain and terror. The Seabees employed their training as infantrymen, the Army brought up flame tanks, and the Marines first formed a defense line and then counterattacked. With the Marines was a shore party unit made up of blacks who had seen no previous action, and they performed splendidly. One of the dead Marines was Lieutenant Harry L. Martin. He earned the Medal of Honor that morning, the last of 27 to be earned by Marine and Navy combatants in the Battle of Iwo Jima. The dangerous cleanup operation went on into the summer, conducted by the 147th Regiment of the U.S. Army, which killed another 1,600 Japanese. On moonlit nights, a Japanese cave survivor wrote after the war, "I was particularly sad. Watching the moon, I counted the age of my son or thought of my wife's face." Only about 1,000 Japanese were captured. The remains of thousands of their comrades still lie in the rocks and caves and shifting ash of desolate Iwo Jima. On April 7th, 119 P-51 Mustangs took off from Iwo Jima to escort a fleet of Curtis LeMay's superforts on a daylight raid on Tokyo. As it turned out, however, the 6 fighter squadrons stationed on the island were neither effective nor needed, as they were in bomber runs over Nazi Germany. The brutal 9-hour trip to Japan and back, in the punishing winds over the home islands, was too great even for the long-distance Mustangs, which suffered a rash of mechanical and navigational breakdowns. And Japan was never able to put up enough defending aircraft to seriously bother the formidable superforts. For the remainder of the war, only 10 escort missions were flown from Iwo Jima. But to argue, as one historian does, that this made the storming of Iwo Jima a horrific mistake is to see history from hindsight, not as it was lived. At the time, the Iwo Jima operation was planned. B-29s were just arriving in the Marianas, and no one expected that they would not need heavy fighter coverage. Both Haywood Hansel and Curtis LeMay had been bomber commanders in Europe, where they saw their crews decimated on long-range, unescorted missions until the Mustang arrived in England in late 1943 and turned the tide of the air war. Before leaving Iwo Jima, William Clark attended the dedication ceremony of the 4th Division Cemetery. The Marines had begun setting up this burial field on the 3rd day of the battle, and the first bodies had arrived 3 days later. From that point on, the number of bodies collected was much more than we could handle in any one day, observes Lieutenant Gage Hodling, a Navy chaplain assigned to the Graves Registration Section. At one time, we had 400 or 500 bodies stacked up, waiting for burial. I am not a smoker, but I found that the only way that I could go around and count bodies was to smoke one cigarette after another. I was addicted to smoking for 26 days. Once we had bodies lined up, I would give a committal to each one, with Marines holding a flag over the body. And I said the same committal words to every Marine because they were not buried as Protestants or Catholics or Jews. They were buried as Marines. The cemetery was dedicated on March 15th. Sergeant Bob Cook, a combat reporter and former Scripps Howard columnist, described the services. The Catholic altar was a pile of water cans, the Protestant, the radiator of a Jeep. The communion rail was a mound of black volcanic gravel. Yet not in any of the world's great cathedrals or churches was there more sincere reverence. Men ignored heavy shells overhead. Clouds of dust from tanks and bulldozers swept the area. But the chaplain's vestments, the altar cloth, and cross gleamed through the pall of the battlefield. As the band played the Marine Corps hymn, William Clark sang along with the other survivors of this epic Pacific battle. Never in my life had I beheld such a sobering experience. Before me stretched row upon row of new white crosses and headboards. I stood there looking at the somber scene, and in my mind formed a question. Why? Why must men be such fools? No war can possibly be won when so much human suffering must be endured. Chapter 9. Okinawa. The Final Battle. In February 1945, Eugene Sledge and the 1st Marine Division were at their rest camp on Pavuvu, preparing for another island blitz, what would be the last and largest of the more than 100 Pacific D.Days. In the evenings, after training exercises, they gathered around radios and listened to news reports of the desperate fighting on Iwo Jima. To many of them, it sounded like a larger version of Peleliu. It was also a foretaste of what they would confront on their next landing, where the Japanese would employ the defense-in-depth tactics of Peleliu and Iwo Jima with appalling effectiveness. Sledge and the other enlisted men had no idea where they were headed next. Their first hint was a map they were shown, without names on it, of a long, narrow island about 300 miles south of the Japanese mainland. A few days later, a friend came excitedly to my tent, Sledge recalls, and showed me a National Geographic map of the Northern Pacific. On it, we saw the same oddly shaped island. It was called Okinawa. The Old Breed sailed from Pavuvu on March 15th, while fighting still raged on Iwo Jima, and on the other side of the world, Eisenhower's columns poured into Germany. They were bound for Ulithi Atoll, about 260 miles northeast of Peleliu, where their convoy would join the assembling invasion fleet. They arrived there 6 days later, anchoring in the spacious, necklace-shaped lagoon with its crystal-clear water. Ulithi was the biggest dividend of the Peleliu campaign. While the old breed were suffering and dying in the smoking coral of the Umer Brogel, the Army's wildcats had captured this long atoll with its 110 square miles of anchorage without firing a shot or losing a man. Ulithi, not worthless Peleliu, was turned into the marshalling yard for the tremendous armadas that would be hurled against Iwo Jima and Okinawa. We lined the rails of our transport and looked out over the vast fleet in amazement, Sledge remembers. It was the biggest invasion fleet ever assembled in the Pacific, and we were awed by the sight of it. This was only part of an amphibious force that was larger than the one that had assaulted the Normandy beaches on June 6, 1944. From San Francisco to the Philippines, from Hawaii to Guadalcanal, from 11 ports in all, nearly 1,500 vessels carrying over 500,000 men, soldiers, marines, sailors, and airmen, and covering 30 square miles of ocean, would converge at Okinawa at approximately the same time in what would be one of the logistical miracles of modern warfare. Spearheading the assault was an amphibious landing force comprised of 183,000 men, backed by another 115,000 support troops and the mightiest assemblage of warships in history. 40 large and small carriers, 18 battleships, 5 heavy cruisers, close to 200 destroyers, and 50 submarines. The Normandy Armada included 110 big-gunned warships, 6 battleships, 23 cruisers, and 81 destroyers. No precise figures are available for the number of Allied fighting men that landed in Normandy on the first day of the invasion. Stephen E. Ambrose sets the figure at 175,000, while a number of other historians put it at somewhere near 153,000, which I think is about right. These figures include the 23,000 troops landed by parachute or glider. While the size of the ground forces available on the opening day of the Normandy and Okinawa operations were roughly equivalent, the buildup in Normandy dwarfed that at Okinawa, where the Americans fought essentially with what they brought with them on April 1st. By contrast, after a week, some 430,000 men had been brought across the English Channel to the French coast. After a month, the number had grown to over 1 million. This makes Overlord indisputably the largest amphibious invasion in history. Their mission was to take the island and turn it into the England of the Northern Pacific, an assembling point, airbase, and anchorage for the even greater invasion fleet that was expected to strike the Japanese homeland, only 350 miles to the north, later that year. While Sledge and his friends were admiring the ships at anchor, they saw what turned out to be an awful omen. Anchored near them was a terribly scorched and battered aircraft carrier. A Navy officer told us she was the Franklin. We could see charred and twisted aircraft on her flight deck, where they had been waiting loaded with bombs and rockets to take off when the ship was hit. It must have been a flaming inferno of bursting bombs and rockets and burning aviation gasoline. We looked silently at the battered listing hulk until one man said, "Ain't she a mess? Boy, them poor swabbies must have caught hell." They had. 798 of Franklin's crew were dead, and 265 more were wounded, many of them horribly burned. No ship in the entire war suffered more damage and managed to stay afloat, although it never returned to combat. It seemed to us beyond human belief that the shattered Franklin could have made port, wrote Robert Sherrod, who had flown to Ulithi from Guam for what everyone thought would be the last and largest battle of the Pacific Island Campaign. Unknown to Sledge and his pals, Franklin and a number of other ships in Mark Mitcher's Task Force 58 had been hit by Japanese kamikazes while conducting raids against airfields on Kyushu. Beginning in mid-March, Mitcher's pilots destroyed almost 500 enemy planes, preventing the decimated Fifth Air Japanese Fleet from tearing into the troopships of the American Invasion Armada on L-Day. The cost was steep. 4 carriers, Enterprise, Intrepid, Yorktown, and Wasp, were damaged, the Wasp seriously, by kamikazes and conventional aircraft. But none suffered as badly as the Franklin. In the early morning of March 19th, just as the carrier's fueled and armed Helldivers, Corsairs, and Avengers were preparing to launch, a lone, low-flying Japanese bomber emerged from the soupy overcast and made a direct hit on Franklin's wooden flight deck with 2 heavy bombs. The action was wildly confusing that morning, with the enemy planes flying so close to the carriers and their escorts that men at the guns had no idea whether they were being attacked by kamikazes or conventional dive bombers. Sailors who survived that terrible fight, recalls Mort Zimmerman, a signalman on an LCI that laid smoke screens to camouflage the fleet, lived in mortal fear of the Jap suicide planes for the rest of the war. So did the American High Command. Any mention of suicide planes was taboo, Sherrod recalls. In our news stories, we simply had to ignore one of the most lurid stories of the war, or of any war. Nimitz would not remove these restrictions on the press until April 13th. He did this less than an hour before President Roosevelt died of a stroke at his retreat in Warm Springs, Georgia, so the kamikaze threat went to the back pages of the American papers, but only for a few days. During the week they were anchored at Ulithi, the Old Breed went ashore on the palm-covered islet of Mogmog for what Sledge called some recreation and physical conditioning. Another Marine more accurately described the day as a raucous beer blast. Mogmog was a 60-acre recreational island capable of accommodating over 15,000 sailors who had been at sea for weeks or months. On Mogmog, they could swim, play baseball and basketball, and drink, beer for enlisted men, and blended whiskey for officers at their segregated lounges, where they had exclusive access to the company of visiting Navy nurses and where they were entertained by African American Navy bands. After calisthenics, the officers of the 1st Marine Division broke out warm beer and cokes, and Sledge and some of the guys played a game of pickup baseball. Everybody was laughing and running like a bunch of little boys, Sledge recalls. William Manchester, who was there with the 6th Marine Division, describes a different scene. Each of the U.S. fighting men heading into the battle was to be allowed all the beer he could drink, while PA systems belted out songs popular at home. It was a thoughtful gesture. Unfortunately, the picnic wasn't left at that. A recreational officer thought red-blooded American boys deserved another outlet. It was his idea to issue us sports equipment so we could burn up all that energy accumulated during the long voyage here. It didn't work quite as expected. He had no notion of what it meant to be psyched up for combat. We quickly got loaded and called for madder music and stronger wine. When none was forthcoming, we destroyed most of the sports gear, and the hard chargers among us began hitting people over the head with Louisville sluggers. The officer was furious, but his threats were as futile as a clock in an empty house. What could he do? Deprive us of the privilege of getting shot at? At island closing time, 6:00 p.m., the men jammed Mogmog's single jetty for the short ride back to their ships. On board, the fights continued, with sailors and Marines throwing each other overboard and having to be fished out by the neutral Coast Guard. Back on the troop ships, company commanders met with their men to give them their final briefings for Operation Iceberg. This time, there was no promise of a short battle. "This is expected to be the costliest amphibious campaign of the war," an officer told Sledge's company. "We can expect 80 to 85% casualties on the beach." Standing on the fantail of the assault transport George C. Clymer, with his men gathered around him in a tight semicircle, Lieutenant William Manchester unrolled a map of Okinawa, a place almost none of the men had heard of until the last week or so. Americans with a sense of history remembered it as the island Commodore Matthew Perry had landed on in 1853, on the journey that ended Japan's 200-year-long isolation from the rest of the world. The Commodore had planted the American flag on a hill adjacent to ancient Shuri Castle, a center of pre-Japanese culture where both Sledge and Manchester would experience some of the severest fighting of the war. Perry signed a treaty with the region of Okinawa. It declared that whenever citizens of the U.S. come to Luchu, Okinawa, they shall be treated with great courtesy and friendship, and shall be at liberty to ramble where they please without hindrance. Okinawa is a big island, 60 miles long and 2 to 18 miles wide. The north is hilly and thickly forested. The south is rolling farmland, broken by a series of steep ridges and cliffs near Shuri. Here the Japanese concentrated their defenses. General Mitsuru Ushijima's forces, working furiously for 100 days under the direction of Colonel Hiromichi Yahara, Ushijima's operation officer, had built fortifications of great scope and strength. The Okinawans buried their dead in elaborate concrete tombs that dotted the landscape, and the 110,000 defenders, about 24,000 of them Okinawan conscripts, also planned to use these as shelters and fire points. This would give the defenders both concealment and the high ground, and with 5 times the number of the troops that defended Iwo Jima, an excellent chance of bleeding the Americans badly, while the kamikazes pounded their fleet. At Okinawa, as combat correspondent John Lardner pointed out, the Japanese would fight 2 suicide battles, the violent, quick suicides of the kamikaze forces and the equally certain suicide of a strong-armed land force dug in to find positions behind big guns with no hope whatever of reinforcement or escape. Tokyo conceded defeat before the battle began. This was to be a delaying action designed to give the barbarians a foretaste of what taking the home islands would entail. But to the men on the other side, victory hardly seemed foreordained. For one thing, the Americans had not yet figured out the enemy's plan for opposing the landings. What most concerned Vice Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, commander of the amphibious force, was the depth and ferocity of the opposition on the beaches. Having no idea what to expect, he had to be ready for a Tarawa-like resistance right at the waterline. He might also have been concerned about the commander of the land forces, Army Lieutenant General Simon Bolivar Buckner, Jr., son of the Confederate general who had surrendered Fort Donelson to Ulysses S. Grant. 58-year-old Buck Buckner was one of the most respected leaders in the American Army, a West Point graduate, and a former commandant at the Point, a charismatic instructor in the service's highest staff colleges, and the commander who had cleared the Japanese out of the Aleutian Islands. An outwardly confident man, he looked every inch the leader, tall, hard-muscled, and robustly handsome, with thick white hair and sharply chiseled features. Turner found him easy to like, but Buckner was all Army in the way he fought, and Admiral Turner was a Marine at heart. He feared that Buckner would move with a deliberateness bordering on caution, using heavy artillery fire and a continuous flow of reinforcements to take ground a yard at a time in an effort to wear down the enemy without suffering intolerable casualties. Turner favored the Marine way of fighting, going in fast and light, taking big risks in order to win in a flash and move on to the next objective. At Okinawa, fewer men would be lost this way, he reasoned, than by the Army method of digging in and pounding the enemy at a distance, tactics that would expose Buckner's own troops, which included Turner's beloved Marines, to the enemy's heavy guns, emplaced in high, concealed positions. Admiral Turner also worried about the fleet, which had to stay and provide air cover and gun support for the ground forces. A ponderous infantry offensive spelled deadly danger for the Blue Jackets battling the kamikazes. And while Buckner might be a big brain and a brave man, this was the first time he would lead a full army into combat, the new and tremendously formidable 10th Army, with a landing force including reserves of 8 divisions, 5 Army, and 3 Marine. The plan for L-Day, April 1st, Easter Sunday, was for Buckner to land 4 divisions, 2 Army, the 96th and the 7th, and 2 Marine, the 1st and the 6th, on beaches just south of the island's midriff. They would be preceded by the greatest naval bombardment in history, almost 45,000 rounds of shells, 33,000 rockets, and 22,500 mortars. The immediate objective was the seizure of Yontan and Cadena airfields, not far from the beachhead. Once the airstrips were in American hands, the GIs would swing south into the most densely populated area of the island, while the Marines wheeled northward into wild, weakly defended Motobu Peninsula. Admiral Nimitz was more concerned about this invasion than any previous one. He expected the fleet to be hit hard by both kamikazes and conventional aircraft from the 100 or so enemy airfields within range of Okinawa. "This is the biggest thing yet attempted in the Pacific," declared the naval intelligence officer at the briefing Robert Sherrod attended on the command ship Panamint. "All the forces available in the Western Pacific are involved, except those in the Philippines and the Aleutians." This included the B-29 units in the Marianas. Curtis LeMay had been pressured by Nimitz to suspend his fire raids against Japanese cities in order to bomb the enemy's fighter fields. The American command expected the fiercest land resistance in the southern part of the island, where "we know there are caves by the thousands and pillboxes, bunkers, and trenches," the intelligence officer on the Panamint pointed out. "Okinawa will be the first heavily inhabited enemy island we have invaded. The population is about 450,000, and we have no reason to believe they are any different people from the mainland Japanese. We expect resistance to be most fanatical. The Japanese garrison would fight with suicidal defiance, but most of the civilian population would try to stay out of harm's way. Japan had not officially claimed the island until 1879, and the Okinawans, who were not ethnically Japanese, were treated as second-class citizens of the empire. It was difficult for them to see this war as theirs. Still, fed by Japanese propaganda, they lived in mortal terror of the American devils, who, they feared, would torture, rape, and kill them in great numbers. "We spent the last week of March like criminals on death row," recalled an Okinawan conscripted into the defense force. "The instrument of execution was there, all ready for us. It was the American fleet instead of an axe or noose." As Sherrod and 40 or so other correspondents boarded landing ships the next day, Coast Guard Commander Jack Dempsey, the former heavyweight champion of the world, was there to see them off. "Keep your head down," someone shouted at Ernie Pyle, who would land with the old breed. "Listen, you bastards," Pyle shot back at the reporters standing near him. "I'll take a drink over every one of your graves." Then he swung around, put up his fists, and asked the champ if he wanted to go a few rounds. The landing was one of the most pleasant surprises of the war. John Lardner was assigned to the 4th Marine Regiment Marine Raiders, with a record of reckless bravery going back to Guadalcanal. "These boys of mine are very good, and they love to kill Japs," Colonel Alan Shapley, their leader, told Lardner. "This will be a very tough show, but the boys are full of shooting." On L-Day, these boys full of shooting rode into the beaches in the Amtraks, erect and fierce as always, in their white war paint, and steeled against the withering fire they had been promised for weeks. Hitting the sand, they met an empty landscape with not a Japanese in sight. Hardly pausing, they tore ahead for their L+3, 4th day objective, Yontan Airfield. "We were in a Higgins boat," Eugene Sledge recalls L-Day. "And when an Amtrak came to pick us up and take us into the beach, the driver told us that he had just taken some troops ashore, and there was no opposition. Nobody was fired at. We couldn't believe it. It was the first good news we had heard during the war, and everybody started singing 'Little Brown Jug,' and we sang it all the way into the beach. When the tailgate went down, we just walked out, formed up, and moved inland to cut the island in half." Another surprise was Okinawa itself. "We had been warned about terrible terrain, jungle rot, and an infestation of the world's deadliest snakes," says Sledge. "But the island was pastoral and handsomely terraced, like a postcard picture of an oriental landscape, and hardly anyone ran into the habu snakes, whose bites were supposed to be fatal. The island looked like a patchwork quilt, with little farms and fields and rice paddies, all surrounded by low stone walls. The weather was cool, about 65 degrees, and there was the wonderful smell of pines, which reminded me of home. It was such a beautiful island. You really could not believe that there was going to be a battle there." As they moved inland over the next few days, Sledge found the Okinawans friendly and easy to like, but Pyle, a notorious cultural chauvinist, described them as filthy, rather stupid, and pitiful in their poverty. From a mountaintop, a Japanese officer watched 60,000 American troops splash ashore and seize 2 important airfields, Where were the clouds of suicide flyers his leader had told him would be sent to flame the barbarians' invasion fleet? Japanese air commanders had spotted the approach of the American Armada, but were unable to mount serious opposition that day from bases on Formosa and Kyushu that had been badly damaged by Spruance's carrier planes and LeMay's B-29s, and bases on nearby islands for hundreds of enemy suicide boats, light motorcraft with 300-kilogram charges in their bows, had been reduced to dust by Navy Hellcats and Army assault units. As I observed the landing operations, I was convinced this was a complete defeat, the Japanese officer recalled. The soldiers felt the same way, but we thought it was our destiny to share the fate of the island, and so held on to our pride. By 10 o'clock a.m., Shipley's Rangers had a crap game in progress at undefended Yontan Airfield. Hearing a loud noise, the men looked up and saw an unsuspecting Japanese fighter plane about to make a landing. Seconds after he taxied to a stop, his plane was riddled with holes. He jumped out of the cockpit with his revolver drawn and was instantly cut down. "I'm sorry the boys were so damn impulsive," Shipley told Lardner. "He would have been a good prisoner." Where is the enemy? Every American wondered those first days on Okinawa. Had the Japanese played an elaborate April Fool's joke on them? "I may be crazy, but it looks like the Japanese have quit the war, at least in this sector." Richmond Kelly Turner radioed to Admiral Nimitz. Nimitz replied, "Delete all after crazy." While the old breed cleaned out pockets of resistance at the center of the island, and 2 Army divisions moved south against the first line of Japanese defenses, Manchester and the 6th Marine Division drove north into the steep, densely wooded hills and ravines of Matobu Peninsula. There was no role here for mechanized tactics. Tanks were useful only for warming your hands in their exhaust fumes. Manchester described the 6-day-long battle for Matobu Peninsula. This was more like French and Indian warfare. In hand-to-hand fighting, with bayonets and knives, the Marines captured Matobu Peninsula and then subdued the rest of the thinly populated northern part of Okinawa. While fighting in the north, the Marines learned of the death of Franklin Roosevelt. He was the only president the younger men had ever known, but most of the talk was about his successor. "Who the hell is Harry Truman?" One soldier spoke for thousands like him, who felt their fates were suddenly in his hands. 6 days later, on April 18th, Ernie Pyle was killed on the small island of Ieshima, 4 miles off Matobu Peninsula. He was accompanying the 77th Army Division on an amphibious operation to take the island's airfield when a jeep he was riding in was hit by a burst of machine gun fire. Pyle fell unhurt into a roadside ditch. There was another burst, and a bullet pierced his helmet and entered his left temple. He died instantly. When his body was recovered, his hands still clutched the ragged knit cap he carried at all times. When Pyle had been assigned to the 6th Marine Division, many of the men did not recognize the small, frail, balding man with the stubby white whiskers and the frayed woolen cap. But when they learned who he was, they invariably asked him what he thought of the Pacific War. Pyle would smile wearily and say, "Oh, it's the same old stuff all over again. I am awful tired of it." The last time Sherrod saw him was April 9th, when they were in a room aboard the Panamint, writing dispatches on typewriters provided by the Navy. Sherrod told him he was heading home in a few days, and Pyle said he was going back too in a month or so. "I'm getting too old to stay in combat with these kids. I think I'll stay back around the airfields with the Seabees and the engineers in the meantime, and write some stories about them." He had made his last landing, he said. 9 days later, Sherrod was in Hawaii when he heard that Pyle had been killed. "I never learned which doughboy of the 77th Division persuaded Ernie to change his mind and go on the Ieshima invasion, but Ernie rarely refused a request from a doughboy." After northern Okinawa was secured on April 20th, the victorious 6th Marine Division expected a respite, hot chow, and a few days in the sack. "We didn't get any of them," says Manchester. They had been hearing ominous rumors of stiffening resistance in the South. GIs were encountering unprecedented concentrations of Japanese artillery fire. Progress was being measured in yards, then feet. It was Peleliu and Iwo all over again, but to the nth degree. The Japanese strategy was now revealed. "Looking back, I can't imagine how we could have been so ignorant," says Lieutenant General Victor Brute Krulak, operations officer for the 6th Marine Division. General Ushijima had played a cruel April Fool's joke on the Americans. Abandoning the beaches and most of the north, he concentrated his forces along 3 menacing defensive lines in the south. The strongest of them, the Shuri Line, which Manchester called the war's Great Gethsemane. He used every hill and ravine as his ally, hiding his troops and artillery. The most powerful artillery the Japanese had available in the Pacific War, in a 60-mile network of caves and tunnels, subterranean defenses far deeper and more extensive than those on Iwo Jima. He had already lured army units into his trap and was butchering them. Now the Marines were rushed south to reinforce them. Wedged together on a terrain-constricted battlefield, Marines and Army infantry and a determined enemy would wage one of the most terrible struggles in the history of organized warfare. With American ground forces bogged down in a close-quarter slaughter, the Japanese unleashed a new weapon on the enemy fleet, not individual kamikaze attacks, but massed suicide raids of up to 300 planes. These were called kikusui, or floating chrysanthemums. Ultimately, they failed, Manchester writes. But anyone who saw a bluejacket, who had been burned by them, writhing in agony under his bandages, never again slandered the sailors who stayed on ships while the infantrymen hit the beach. Treasures of the Nation. By the late spring of 1945, Japan's situation was so grave, with Iwo lost and the Americans on Okinawa, that its military rulers turned to a desperate scheme, code-named Tengo, to protect the most vulnerable points of its rapidly deteriorating defense perimeter. Almost 5,000 aircraft based on Formosa and the home islands were assigned to one-way missions against the American fleet. As Japan-based reporter Robert Guillen noted, the military leaders committed the nation's total air power to an all-out battle. It was not even a question of winning or dying, but of dying in any case, and winning if possible. It was state-sanctioned and encouraged suicide. Most of the planes were reliable but outmoded Zeros, However, the Japanese did use the Baka bomb that the B-29 crews confronted in the skies over Japanese cities. At Okinawa, it was employed against ships. Piloted by one man and launched like a glider from the underside of a two-engine bomber, it contained in its nose a ton of TNT. It was powered by 3 rockets and could dive on a vessel at a speed of up to 550 miles per hour, making it almost impossible to hit once it was launched. The small size and tremendous speed of Baka made it the worst threat to our ships that had yet appeared, almost equivalent to the guided missiles that the Germans were shooting at London, wrote Admiral Samuel Eliot Morrison. But before it was launched, the Baka bomb's weight slowed down the mothership and impeded its maneuverability, making it an easy target for American interceptors. Most of the kamikaze raids at Okinawa were made in daylight by waves of planes that attacked continuously, inflicting more casualties in ships and personnel than in any previous battle fought by the American Navy. "It is absolutely out of the question for you to return alive," the suicide pilots were told. "Your mission involves certain death. Choose a death which brings about the maximum result." The suicide pilots, called treasures of the nation, were abysmally trained, but they were a cross-section of the country's educated elite. Most of them were college students in the humanities who had recently been called into service. These hero gods of the air were not the mindless fanatics hopped up on sake that many American sailors believed them to be. With few exceptions, they flew to certain death for what they considered unselfish causes: patriotism, family honor, and unflagging loyalty to the emperor. They were willing to die to protect loved ones back home from an unimaginably destructive American invasion. If Iwo Jima gave Americans concern about the costs of an invasion of Japan, Curtis LeMay's fire raids on the cities of the empire revealed to the Japanese people the terrible power of an avenging enemy that could only be stopped, they believed, by the most desperate measures. Here are parts of 2 typical letters written by young suicide pilots. "My dear parents, the Japanese way of life is indeed beautiful, and I am proud of it, as I am of Japanese history and mythology, which reflect the purity of our ancestors and their belief in the past. And the living embodiment of all wonderful things from our past is the imperial family, which is also the crystallization of the splendor and beauty of Japan and its people. It is an honor to be able to give my life in defense of these beautiful and lofty things. Please do not grieve for me, Mother. It will be glorious to die in action. I am grateful to be able to die in a battle to determine the destiny of our country." On April 6th and 7th, 355 kamikazes, along with 345 conventional dive bombers and torpedo planes, flew from hastily repaired airfields and hit the Great Fleet assembled in the waters off Okinawa, in what was the first and largest of 10 massive attacks. On that same day, American submarines spotted an enemy naval force coming out of the protection of the inland sea and heading for Okinawa. The flagship was Yamato, the biggest battleship afloat, escorted by a light cruiser and 8 of Japan's latest and largest destroyers. The sleekly proportioned dreadnought, bearing the ancient name of Japan, was on a suicide mission, carrying only enough fuel, by some accounts, to get to Okinawa. After inflicting maximum damage on the enemy's amphibious force, she was to beach herself and use her enormous guns as artillery support for the armies on Okinawa. the men on board expected to die. When Yamato slipped out of the inland sea and headed for Okinawa, the crew had gathered on deck and sang a battle anthem. Across the sea, corpses in the water. Across the mountain, corpses in the field. I shall die for the emperor. I shall never look back. Yamato was also an expensive decoy. Sailing without air cover, she could be expected to draw great numbers of Hellcats, Avengers, Corsairs, and Dauntlesses that might otherwise be used against the suicide bombers. Admiral Mitcher summoned nearly 300 planes for the slaughter, and wave after wave of them tore into Yamato until she exploded tremendously and capsized, taking down with her most of the crew, about 3,600 men. The Navy interceptors also sank the escorting cruiser Yahagi and 4 destroyers, while losing only 12 flyers. It was the Imperial Navy's last great sortie of the war, but it helped half of the kamikazes to get through to the American fleet, which had been joined by the Royal Navy's Pacific Fleet. In one of the fiercest air duels in naval history, the Japanese lost almost 400 planes to American fighters and withering anti-aircraft fire, but they inflicted grievous damage, sinking 11 ships, including 3 destroyers. Altogether, Japan would mount 900 attacks on the fleet, mass raids as well as individual sacrificial sorties, from early April until the middle of June, when it began to run out of both pilots and planes, the remainder being husbanded for the final battle in the home islands. A ring of early warning radar picket stations was the fleet's first line of defense. Small destroyers and other light vessels, including mine layers, gunboats, and landing craft, were placed on the outer perimeter. They picked up incoming enemy planes with their radar and vectored circling carrier aircraft to them. It was these smaller ships, heavily armed but thinly plated, that took the brunt of the Japanese air attacks. Rarely was a destroyer on picket duty for more than 5 hours without being hit by enemy bombers. Admiral Matome Ugaki, commander of Japan's 5th Air Fleet, ordered his flyers to get the destroyers. Without their radar warning of our approach, we will enjoy great success. Inside the radar picket were the larger destroyers of the gunfire support screen. They had rapid-firing anti-aircraft guns with nasty 5-inch shells. Kamikazes flew directly into as formidable an assembly of gunpowder as could be found perhaps anywhere in the war, in the opinion of Rear Admiral M.L. Deo, commander of the naval force protecting the beachhead. Still, they made a high percentage of hits, says Deo. 2 hits out of 7 attempts. The blows they delivered, while serious, were rarely mortal. Not a single aircraft carrier or battleship was sunk in the waters off Okinawa, but a number of destroyers took a fatal beating. In the first and largest Kikusui attack, the destroyer Nukem, part of the gunfire support screen, was assaulted in lightning succession by 3 kamikazes, 2 of them scoring direct hits. Then a 4th one smashed into the forward stack, spraying the entire amidships section, which was a raging conflagration with a fresh supply of gasoline, wrote her skipper, Commander I.E. McMillan. Lieutenant Leon Grabowski of the destroyer Leutze risked his ship to try to save Nukem. Correspondent Evan Wiley describes the heroic efforts of both crews, beginning his story just before a 5th kamikaze missed Nukem and slammed into Leutze. At almost collision speed, Leutze swept up alongside the Newcomb. There was a grinding crash. As the two ships came together, the men jumped across and made the ships fast. Fire hoses were snaked across the rails. Powerful streams of water leaped from their nozzles and drove the flames back from the prostrate men. Rescue parties rushed in and dragged them to safety. The suicide boys were not through. Another plane was roaring in, headed straight for the Newcomb's bridge. Looking up, Joseph Piolata of Youngstown, Ohio, saw the other destroyer firing right across the Newcomb's deck. The gunners did their best, but the Newcomb's superstructure hid the plane from their sights. On both ships, the men watched helplessly. This was the kill. The Newcomb could never survive another hit. But the battered, burning can still had fight in her. Incredulously, the men of the Newcomb, crouched on her stern, struggling in the water, lying wounded on the deck, heard their ship's forward batteries firing. There was no power, but the gunners were firing anyway, by hand. The gunnery officer stood at his station, shouting the range data to the men in the forward 5-inch turrets. In the number 2 turret, Arthur McGuire of St. Louis, Missouri, rammed shells with broken, bleeding fingers. The Jap had the Newcomb's bridge in his sights, but the burst from McGuire's gun caught him and blew him sideways. The hurtling plane missed the bridge by a scant 8 feet, skidded across the Newcomb's deck, and plowed into the other destroyer. With a gaping hole in the afterdeck, and the port side a tangled web of broken lines and wildly sprouting fire hoses, the Leutze drifted slowly away. Without water to fight the fire still raging amidships, the Newcomb was doomed. But the destroyer's crew contained some obstinate people. Donald Keeler of Danbury, Connecticut, was one of them. When it became evident that all the power was gone, he joined the crowd on the stern just in time to hear that the after-ammo handling rooms were burning and the magazines were expected to go any minute. Keeler elected to fight the fire. His only hope lay in a handy-billy, a small portable pump powered by a gasoline engine. Groping around in the blistering heat, Keeler found the handy-billy. Carefully, he wound the rope around the flywheel, held his breath, and yanked. The engine kicked over and kept going. Now Keeler had water. He and 3 other sailors got the fire under control. Then they dragged the pump forward. The number 3 handling room was a roaring furnace. Steel dripped like solder from overhead. Flames shot from the ammo hoists like the blast of a huge blowtorch. It looked hopeless. But Keeler shoved the hose in the doorway. No sooner had he done so than a wave came over the side and doused the pump. The chattering handy-billy spluttered and died. Keeler rushed back to the pump. Again he wound the rope around the flywheel, gritted his teeth, and yanked. "I think I even prayed that second time," he said. "But the damn thing popped right off, something it wouldn't do again in a million years." The men went back into the handling room. They kept the hose in there, taking turns. The magazines didn't blow up. Up forward, sailors were trying to fight the fire with hand extinguishers. A withering blast of heat drove them back. Their life jackets were smoking. Their clothing was afire. The Newcomb's doctor, Lieutenant John McNeil of Boston, Massachusetts, found one of the crew battling the flames with hair ablaze, half blind from the blood dripping from the shrapnel wounds in his face and forehead. With difficulty, he and another man dragged him off to the emergency dressing station in the wardroom. Many of the pharmacist's mates were out of action. Men with only first aid training helped McNeil mix blood plasma for the burn cases. Early Sayre of Roseville, Ohio, was trapped on the stern, unable to get his casualties forward. He was working on a fracture when someone tugged on his sleeve. "Blue Eyes has been hit bad. Looks like he's bleeding to death." Blue Eyes was the youngest member of the crew. He had come aboard claiming 18 years, but the men had taken one look at him and decided he must have lied to get in. Now he lay on the deck, blood spurting from a vein in his neck. Sayre had no instruments. He knelt down beside Blue Eyes and stopped the flow of blood with his fingers. He stayed there while the second plane came in and hit the other destroyer 20 feet away. He stayed there for almost an hour longer until they could come and take Blue Eyes away and operate on him and save his life. But early Sayre had saved it already. The rest of the Japs had been driven off. It was beginning to get dark when a ray of hope came to the exhausted men of the Newcomb. Keeler's volunteer fire department seemed to be holding the fires. Perhaps now they could save their ship. But the wave that had stopped the Handy-Billy was followed by another and another. The Newcomb was sinking. The weight of the water that the hoses had poured into her after compartments were dragging her down. The rising water moved steadily forward. It reached the after bulkhead of the forward engine room. If it broke through, the Newcomb was done for, and the bulkhead already was leaking. In the forward engine room, the damage control party shored up the bulging bulkhead, and the Newcomb stopped sinking. Now the blinkers flashed in the darkness. Other destroyers were coming alongside. Over their rails came men with fire hoses and pump lines, doctors and pharmacists' mates with plasma and bandages. Tugs were on their way. The fight was over. The Newcomb's men had answered the question, just how much punishment can a destroyer take? Both destroyers had to be scrapped. 47 men were killed or missing, and many of the wounded were grotesquely burned. After receiving treatment, some of them looked like mummies under their bandages, breathing through a tube and being fed intravenously while their bodies healed. An American aircraft carrier was the dream target of every suicide pilot. On May 11th, Admiral Mitcher's flagship Bunker Hill, her deck crowded with planes waiting to take off, their tanks filled with highly volatile aviation gas, their guns loaded with ammunition, was hit almost simultaneously by 2 kamikazes. The horribly crippled ship lost 396 men and was put out of commission after 59 consecutive days at sea. Reporter Phelps Adams was nearby on the bridge of the carrier Enterprise when enemy planes came tearing out of the low-hanging clouds. Before general quarters could be sounded on this ship, and before half a dozen shots could be fired by the Bunker Hill, the first kamikaze had dropped his 550-pound bomb and plunged squarely into the midst of the 34 waiting planes in a shower of burning gasoline. The bomb, fitted with a delayed action fuse, pierced the flight deck at a sharp angle, passed out through the side of the hull, and exploded in mid-air before striking the water. The plane, a single-engine Jap fighter, knocked the parked aircraft about like 10-pins, sent a huge column of flame and smoke belching upwards, and then skidded crazily over the side. Some of the pilots were blown overboard, and many managed to scramble to safety. But before a move could be made to fight the flames, another kamikaze came whining out of the clouds, straight into the deadly anti-aircraft guns of the ship. This plane was a Jap dive bomber, A 5-inch shell that should have blown him out of the sky sent him afire and riddled his plane with metal, but still he came. Passing over the stern of the ship, he dropped his bomb with excellent aim right in the middle of the blazing planes. Then he flipped over and torched through the flight deck at the base of the island, the ship's central command tower. The entire rear end of the ship was burning with uncontrollable fury. It looked very much like the newsreel shots of a blazing oil well, only worse, for this fire was feeding on highly refined gasoline and live ammunition. The carrier itself had begun to develop a pronounced list, and as each new stream of water was poured into her, the angle increased more dangerously. Crippled as she was, however, she plowed ahead at top speed, and the wind that swept her decks blew the flame and smoke astern over the fantail and prevented the blaze from spreading forward on the flight deck and through the island structure. Trapped on the fantail, men faced the flames and fought grimly on, only with the ocean behind them, and with no way of knowing how much of the ship remained on the other side of that fiery wall. Then, somehow, other men managed to break out the huge openings in the side of the hangar dock, and I got my first glimpse of the interior of the ship. That, I think, was the most horrible sight of all. The entire hangar deck was a raging blast furnace, white-hot throughout its length. Up on the bridge, Captain George A. Seitz, the skipper, was growing increasingly concerned about the dangerous list his ship had developed and resolved to take a gambling chance. Throwing the Bunker Hill into a 70-degree turn, he heeled her cautiously over onto the opposite beam so that tons of water which had accumulated on one side were suddenly swept across the decks and overboard on the other. By great good fortune, this wall of water carried the heart of the hangar deck fire with it. That was the turning point. After nearly 3 hours of almost hopeless fighting, the battle was won and the ship was saved. Late today, Admiral Mitcher and 60 or more members of his staff came aboard us to make this carrier his new flagship. He was unhurt, not even singed by the flames. As he was hauled aboard in a breeches buoy across the churning water that separated us from the speedy destroyer that had brought him alongside, he looked tired and old and just plain mad. His deeply lined face was more than weather-beaten. It looked like an example of erosion in the Dust Bowl country, but his eyes flashed fire and vengeance. After the fire was put out, the flight deck of Bunker Hill looked like the crater of a volcano. That night, corpsmen prepared 396 bodies for burial at sea. 3 days after Mitcher transferred his flag to Enterprise, a kamikaze smashed into it, and it was lost for the remainder of the war. The admiral had to transfer his flag to the Randolph. Having had 2 flagships shot from under him in 4 days, Mitcher said, "Any more of this, and there will be hair growing on this old bald head." The hospital ship Comfort, its lights ablaze and its deck marked with a huge red cross, was severely crippled. 3 British carriers were also hit, but suffered little damage because they had steel decks. The American carriers were fitted out with light wooden decks to give them added speed and maneuverability. When a kamikaze hits a U.S. carrier, it's 6 months repair in Pearl, said an American officer. In a limey carrier, it's sweepers man your brooms. Admiral Mitcher told reporters that the kamikazes don't worry us very much, but Robert Sherrod knew the sailors were worried, and so was I. The Japanese flew 1,900 kamikaze sorties against the Okinawa fleet, in addition to the 5,000 to 6,000 sorties by conventional aircraft. In these raids, both massive and intermittent, and in attacks on their bases, they lost an astounding 7,830 planes by official American estimates. These high figures are probably the result of the double counting of kills by pilots and gunners. The true figure is probably closer to 3,000 combat losses. But they sank 36 American ships and damaged 368 others, including 13 carriers, 10 battleships, and 5 cruisers. The 9,731 officers and men killed or wounded at Okinawa, over 4,900 of them killed, represented 1/7 of the Navy's total casualties in World War II. The Navy suppressed these horrifying casualty figures for a month after the conclusion of the battle. When the kamikazes started to come in, the rule was never fire until one of them came directly at you. Don't provoke the guy, recalled Mort Zimmerman. They would come in at you in such numbers and so low that you could see the expressions on the faces of the pilots from the deck of the ship. Some destroyer crews would lower their guns into the water and throw up these huge walls of water, and when some of the older planes hit them, they would just disintegrate. It was awful to see the guys who got burnt in the fires these planes set off. They looked like charcoal logs. I saw a destroyer escort that was on picket duty come into harbor, and it was so beat up that the highest-rated man on the ship was a chief. Water was pouring out of the hull. Everything above deck was charred and shattered, and from bow to stern, I counted 90 bunk bottoms, dead guys wrapped in bunk bottoms. And I wondered how many other guys had gone over the sides. You could not believe what this ship looked like. Later they beached it and put up a sign that said essentially, "Look at this thing. This is what you are fighting against." Close to shore, we also encountered Japanese suicide swimmers. They would swim out in the morning, under the fog, dive beneath a ship, and blow it and themselves up. So every morning, beginning at daybreak, we would put out watches and fire on anything that moved in the water. I was a bad shot, so I used a Thompson submachine gun. Anything I saw, I sprayed. Waiting for a kamikaze raid was sometimes worse on your nerves than the actual raid, because once those sons of bitches started coming in, there was no time to worry or think. Then it was a game of survival, and almost all your instincts were on high alert. Radar and radio communications allowed the Navy time to prepare for the larger kamikaze attacks and to alert the crews. But this practice had to be stopped, said reporter Hanson Baldwin. The strain of waiting, the anticipated terror, made vivid from past experience, sends some men into hysteria, insanity, breakdown. Admiral Halsey would later write that the kamikaze was the only weapon I feared in the war. Yet even on the biggest kamikaze raid of the war, on April 6th to 7th, the Americans had more ships in the water than the Japanese had planes in the air. A picture released by the Navy after the Battle of Okinawa tells the larger story. It is called The Fleet That Came to Stay. Slaughter of the Shuri Line. As the kamikazes continued to terrorize the American fleet, Army infantry units, reinforced by the 1st and 6th Marine Divisions, made excruciatingly slow progress against the Shuri Line, which extended across the island, with Naha, Okinawa's capital on the west, the commanding heights of Shuri Castle in the center, and the hills around Yonabaru on the east coast. As the battle of brute attrition wore on into May, Admiral Nimitz grew increasingly irritated with General Buckner. Nimitz complained to the general that his methodical method of fighting was causing the Navy to lose a ship and a half a day. But even when assault-trained Marines were brought in, the enemy line held, and Buckner, backed unexpectedly by Nimitz, jettisoned a proposal for a risky amphibious landing behind the Shuri line. "We poured a tremendous amount of metal in on those positions," recalls a Marine commander. "Not only from artillery, but from ships at sea. It seemed nothing could possibly be living in that churning mass where the shells were falling and roaring, but when we next advanced, Japs would still be there, even madder than they had been before." As the battle raged, troops and conscript laborers continued work on Colonel Yahara's interlocking network of deep, heavily fortified caves. From these hidden positions on the faces of hills, cliffs, and sharply pitched ravines, the Japanese resorted to sleeping tactics, putting heavy artillery and mortar fire on the enemy trapped below them, on flat fields and farms, and coming out only at night in small infiltration parties as they had at Peleliu and Iwo Jima. Counting both sides, the Shuri line represented an extraordinary concentration of 300,000 fighting men and countless terrified civilians on a battleground that was about as wide as the distance between Capitol Hill in Washington and Arlington National Cemetery, writes William Manchester. In the densest combat of World War I, battalion frontage, the width of the front line covered by a battalion, had been approximately 800 yards. Here it was less than 600 yards. The sewage, of course, was appalling. You could smell the front long before you saw it. It was one vast cesspool. When Manchester caught his first glimpse of the front, from a high hill overlooking it, his thoughts flowed back to the photographs his father, a World War I veteran, had shown him as a boy. "This," I thought, "is what Verdun and Passchendaele must have looked like. The two great armies, squatting opposite one another in mud and smoke, were locked together in unimaginable agony, and there was nothing green left. Artillery had denuded and scarred every inch of ground." Throughout the month of May, the Marines launched attack after bludgeoning attack against the western end of the 10-mile-long Shuri line, while the Army did the same against the eastern side. Much of the battle was fought in driving rain and knee-deep mud. Our division, the 6th, entered the southern battle lines on May 1st, wrote Raymond Sawyer, who had left home in 1941 at the age of 15 to join the Marines, lying about his age to an overeager enlistment sergeant. "We joined our 1st Marine Division near the bluffs above the Asakawa River, on the right flank of the Shuri line above Naha. The next 40 days would witness the most intense fighting encountered in the South Pacific. The toughest obstacle was Sugarloaf Hill, a mound of coral and volcanic rock less than 100 feet high, that was the anchor of the Shuri line. It stood about 1 mile from General Ushijima's command center in a tunnel under Shuri Castle, and at that time it was the bloodiest battlefield in the world. The battle for the hill took place from May 13th to May 17th. During those 4 days, Sawyer's Marines reached the top of Sugarloaf 12 times, but was unable to hold the summit in hand-to-hand combat despite heavy artillery support. The Japanese had more and better artillery on Okinawa than in any previous island campaign, but so did the Americans. The shock and carnage was almost unendurable for the men on both sides. The ground swayed and shook from concussion as shells erupted all around and steel fragments tore through the air and through men's bodies, Eugene Sledge recalled. When the shells finally stopped, we were all shaking. You could not hold your rifle steady. The never-ending artillery fire produced a higher number of neuropsychiatric casualties than in any other Pacific battle. Hundreds of men simply went crazy. It was no better for the GIs on the other end of the Shuri line. Life photographer W. Eugene Smith, veteran of 13 Pacific actions and 23 bombing missions, was nearly killed by mortar fire while putting together a photo essay on the working day of Terry Moore, a foot-slogging private first class of the 7th Division. They were on a muddy ridge together when the artillery and mortar fire started coming in on them. They had us zeroed in, and we just lay and took it, wrote Smith. Terry lay a few yards away. I adjusted my camera, judged the footage, and waited. I wanted to show Terry under close mortar hits. It was part of his day. The trouble with taking photographs when the air is full of lead is that you have to stand up when anyone with any sense is lying down and trying to disappear right into the earth. I got to my feet. The next thing I remember was a spiral ringing in my ears, and I knew I was regaining consciousness. I knew I had been hit, but I did not hurt. I felt warm and cozy. I heard the cry, "Medic! Medic! Over here! The photographer!" I had a surge of happiness. I could hear. I rolled over on my left elbow, and warm blood came gushing from my mouth and face, but I could see. Another surge of happiness. But then I saw that the index finger of my left hand was hanging by a cord. I could not swallow, and I choked as I breathed. The blood gurgled in my throat at each breath. I had a moment of fright, overwhelming fright. I could not breathe. Then consciousness again. The face was Terry's and the voice was Terry's. "Take it easy, Smitty." He was holding my smashed hand. Then I realized I couldn't talk. I just gurgled. But Terry understood. With Terry's help, Smith made it to the road, where he was placed into a supply jeep. He was losing a lot of blood. "Move fast through the villages," I heard someone say. "Artillery." I prayed, "Oh, please God, no more artillery." Smith was evacuated to a hospital on Guam and underwent several surgeries before he was able to use a camera again. He wrote the text for his story of Terry Moore from a hospital bed, and it appeared with his photographs in life. Not shown in the picture story was the badly blurred photograph of the explosion that nearly killed him. Smith took it less than a second before he was hit. He left it out because it had nothing to do with Terry. While Raymond Sawyer and the 6th Marine Division were still assaulting Sugarloaf Hill, Eugene Sledge's Company K moved onto a barren, muddy ridge called Half Moon Hill, a key supporting position for Sugarloaf Hill, just to the right, west of them. They had relieved a company of 6th Marine Division that had taken morale-depleting casualties. They could not remove their dead because of the thousands of Jap shells unleashed on the area, Sledge writes. The day we moved on to Half Moon, torrential rains began and did not slacken for 10 days. Tanks bogged down, and all our attacks had to stop, so we occupied the hill amid death and heavy shell fire. Almost every shell hole in the area had a dead Marine in it, and they were all infested with maggots. The rain washed the maggots off the dead and into our foxholes. The Japs were attacking every night, and we were killing them in our lines every night. In the Pacific, decay is rapid. We threw mud on the dead bodies with our entrenching tools to hold down the swarms of big flies and maggots. The next day, a few shells came in and blew the corpses apart. There were body parts lying all over the place. We called it Maggot Ridge. If we went down the ridge and slipped and fell, we slid all the way to the bottom. When we came to our feet, the maggots were falling out of our dungaree pockets, our cartridge belts, and everything else. And many of us who fell, Sledge says, were covered with our own vomit. With rain pouring down on them, with mud caked in their throats, with decaying bodies all around them, with flies swarming in their food, with the landscape butchered beyond belief, and with amoebic dysentery breaking out among the company, we believed we had been flung into hell's own cesspool. Beginning on Okinawa and continuing for the next 20 years, Sledge was afflicted by terrifying nightmares. On Okinawa, the dream was always the same. The dead got up slowly out of their waterlogged craters, and with stooped shoulders and dragging feet, wandered around aimlessly, their lips moving as though trying to tell me something. I struggled to hear what they were saying. They seemed agonized by pain and despair. I felt they were asking me for help. The most horrible thing was that I felt unable to aid them. Adding to the men's torment was their complete ignorance of how the battle was going elsewhere, not just in this gully or on that ridge, and their feeling, as more and more of their friends died, that death had become a kind of epidemic. As the divisions were bled down, veteran Marines like William Manchester started to see, to their despair, dozens of 17-year-old boys fresh out of boot camp. If he were to die, Manchester wanted to die among raggedy-ass Marines like himself, not these anxious-looking kids who had barely begun to shave. What kept you going, Sledge says, was the fact that you felt like you had to live up to the demands of your unit and the buddies that were depending on you. Manchester believes it was all that and more. To fight World War II, you had to have been tempered and strengthened in the 1930s depression by a struggle for survival. In 1940, 2 out of every 5 draftees had been rejected, most of them victims of malnutrition, and you had to know that your whole generation, unlike the Vietnam generation, was in this together, that no strings were being pulled for anybody. The 4 Roosevelt brothers were in uniform, and the sons of both Harry Hopkins, FDR's closest advisor, and Senator Leverett Saltonstall, served in the Marine Corps as enlisted men and were killed in action. You also needed nationalism, the absolute conviction that the United States was the envy of all other nations. And you needed to believe in certain core values. Debt was ignoble. Courage was a virtue. Mothers were beloved. Fathers obeyed. Marriage was a sacrament. Divorce was disgraceful. And you assumed that if you came through this ordeal, you would age with dignity, respected as well as adored by your children. All this led you into battle, and sustained you as you fought, and comforted you if you fell, and, if it came to that, justified your death to all who loved you as you had loved them. Later the rules would change, but we didn't know that then. We didn't know. As the 6th Marines continued to hurl themselves against Sugarloaf Hill, a reporter from Time described one of their assaults. There were 50 Marines on top of Sugarloaf Hill. They had been ordered to hold the position all night at any cost. By dawn, 46 of them had been killed or wounded. Then, into the foxhole where the remaining 4 huddled, the Japs dropped a white phosphorus shell, burning 3 men to death. The last survivor crawled to an aid station. The Marines tried every tactic, every weapon they had, but the courageous enemy seemed to get even stronger. The Americans could tell by their morning examinations of the Japanese dead that the enemy wasn't ready to give up. The corpses looked healthy and well-fed, the uniforms almost brand new. On May 8th, the troops on the Shuri line learned that Hitler had committed suicide in his Berlin bunker and that Germany had surrendered. No one cared much, admits Sledge. We were resigned only to the fact that the Japanese would fight to total extinction on Okinawa. Nazi Germany might as well have been on the moon. By sundown on May 17th, the 6th Marine Division had almost given up hope of taking Sugarloaf Hill. They were worn down and nearly out of ammunition, but they stayed and prevailed. Elements of the 10th Army, including Sledge's unit, had taken the hills that flanked Sugarloaf, threatening to envelop Ushijima, and the next morning, Manchester's 29th Marines, with new tanks, captured the summit and held it. After smashing through the Shuri line, the Americans pursued the Japanese army as it retreated to a strong line of ridges on the southern end of the island. In 15 days of fighting on the Shuri line, the Japanese had lost nearly 50,000 soldiers. The Marines lost almost 3,000 men, killed or seriously wounded, roughly the same as at Tarawa. The Army took even greater casualties during the same period. As historian George Pfeiffer writes in Tenozan, his searing account of the Battle of Okinawa, gaining control of the pimple of a hill was by some measures the hardest single battle in the Pacific War and hardest for Americans anywhere in World War II. While Sledge's 1st Marine Division fought the rear guard that had been left on Shuri Heights, Raymond Sawyer's regiment marched south on May 22nd to join other units of the 6th Marine Division in the capture of Naha. On the morning of June 5th, while engaged in a firefight near the city, Sawyer was knocked unconscious by the blast of a 60-millimeter mortar shell. He woke up in a cave that had been set up for emergency surgery and learned he had shrapnel wounds all over his body. A surgeon from his hometown of Woburn, Massachusetts, sewed up his abdomen and sent him to a hospital plane to be flown to Guam for additional surgery. On June 25, 1945, in a brief ceremony at the Fleet Hospital on Guam, Admiral Nimitz presented him with the Navy Cross for heroism on Sugarloaf Hill. Back on Okinawa, on June 2nd, William Manchester suffered a superficial gunshot wound, the $1 million wound that was the dream of almost every fighting man. He was out of the war, temporarily, in a well-run field hospital, eating hot food on clean plates and listening to Jack Benny on the radio. but when he learned that his 6th Marine Division was going to bypass Naha and make an amphibious landing behind Japanese lines, he went AWOL and made the successful landing with them. Early the next morning, he was standing around with some friends when he heard a familiar shriek. Seconds later, an 8-inch shell landed yards away from them. One of his buddies disintegrated, flesh, bones, and blood flying everywhere. When Manchester woke up on the ground, he was blind temporarily and deaf, with both eardrums ruptured, and his body was punctured by shards of shrapnel and pieces of his dead friend's bones. He was left for dead, but a corpsman found him, gave him 2 shots of morphine, and arranged for his evacuation to Saipan. Pursuing the enemy south of the Shuri line, the 10th Army was forced to do a lot of cave flushing. Working in small teams, sometimes with tanks equipped with long-range flamethrowers, infantrymen would call into a cave, often with bullhorns, demanding that the occupants come out with their hands high. If the occupants refused, the cave blowers dropped 55-gallon drums of napalm into the mouth of the cave, ignited them with phosphorus grenades, and mowed down every enemy soldier who tried to escape. To avoid death by fire and suffocation, some Japanese soldiers crawled into the deepest reaches of caves and pressed live grenades to their bellies. Civilians hid with soldiers in these caves, and uncounted thousands of them were buried alive. If the Japanese soldiers agreed to come out with their hands up, they were sometimes shot anyway. Americans did not trust their intentions. A surviving Japanese officer recalls that when Americans urged Japanese soldiers to come out of their caves, they would put hand grenades under their armpits. Outside, they'd get as close as possible to the Americans, throw the grenades, and try to fly back into the caves. Some enemy soldiers put on Okinawan kimonos and hid grenades or small demolition charges under them. This caused innocent citizens to be killed by nervous American soldiers who shot anyone who moved suspiciously. One devoutly religious Marine found it pretty hard at first to accept that our people were shooting human beings who weren't necessarily military. But after I saw what their people, including civilians, did with their hands up, I worried about us, not them. I wanted to leave Okinawa alive. To the Japanese and Okinawans, the flamethrower was the most terrifying weapon in the American arsenal. But the men carrying them were as frightened of the enemy as the enemy was of them. A flamethrower man had 95 pounds of lethal firepower strapped to his back. One bullet in the tank meant instant incineration, and because of the weight of the tank, he could not crawl or lie flat if fired upon, nor did he carry a rifle. You couldn't see them in their hiding places, but they could see you, a perfect bullseye without a rifle, recalls Evan Regal, a farm boy from upstate New York. Every time I had to walk up to a hole, I was scared out of my mind because I was a sitting duck. Casualties among flamethrowers were far higher than for riflemen. I stepped over hit flamethrowers like logs, said one infantryman. Regal describes a typical cave flushing operation. You pulled the triggers. There were 2. Just as soon as you thought your flame could reach them. In it went, and all hell'd break loose. You heard the shuffling amid the screaming, and almost always someone would come running, their hair and clothes on fire, for the riflemen to pick them off. Napalm stuck to their skin like jelly glue, even when they ran out, and we used napalm most of the time on Okinawa. You have utterly no compassion for their screams because you've seen so many of your own cut down, and you know it can be you the next second. If you give them the slightest chance, they'll put a bullet between your eyes. All you care about the Japs is that they fry fast. For civilians, the battle south of the Shuri line was a wholesale slaughter. Up to 100,000 non-combatants died in the month of June. As the Japanese troops retreated, the terrified civilian population went with them, filling the roads and villages with an almost indistinguishable mixture of combatants and non-combatants. So they were killed in nearly equal numbers. Grandfathers, grandmothers, mothers with children on their backs, scurrying along, covered in mud, in the words of one refugee. Those not killed by random American fire died of disease, starvation, and a score of other war-related causes, including suicide. As at Marpy Point, many jumped from high cliffs into the shallow surf. The Navy tried to stop them and tried to rescue those who were pinned to the bottom of the cliffs, terror-stricken at the sight of the American naval guns glaring at them. "Those who can swim, swim out!" Navy translators in a rescue boat shouted to a group of Okinawans standing in the breakers. "Those who can't swim, walk toward Minatogawa. Walk by day, don't travel by night. We have food. We will rescue you." They actually did, recalls Miyagi Kikuko, a 16-year-old member of an Okinawan student defense group who was trapped with her friends in the churning surf. "They took care of Okinawans really well, according to international law, but we only learned that later. We thought we were hearing the voices of demons. From the time we'd been children, we'd only been educated to hate them. They would strip the girls naked and do with them whatever they wanted, then run over them with tanks. We really believed that. So what we had been taught by the Japanese robbed us of life. Had we known the truth, all of us would have survived. Anyway, we didn't answer that voice." The next day, 3 of Miyagi Kikuko's friends were killed by random American fire, and 10 classmates gathered in a cliffside cave and pulled the pin of a hand grenade they had been carrying. "When the firing stopped, I stepped out over the corpses," she recalls. "The automatic rifles of 4 or 5 American soldiers were aimed right at me. My grenade was taken away. I had held it to the last minute." Miyagi Kikuko was fed and taken to a camp in the north, where she was reunited with her mother and father. "Mother, barefoot, ran out of a tent in the camp and hugged me to her. 'You lived! You lived!' In the Battle of Okinawa, at least a third of the island's population of almost 490,000 died, and nearly every town and burial tomb was turned into smoking rubble. Few people suffered as greatly in modern warfare as the Okinawans. Their losses in property and lives show how horrible an invasion of the Japanese home islands would have been for civilians, whether they resisted or not. In early June, Eugene Sledge's 1st Marine Division was sent south to assault the western anchor of the enemy's final defensive line at Kunishi Ridge, a sheer coral cliff laced with caves and gun emplacements. As Sledge approached Kunishi, its crest looked so like Bloody Nose Ridge that my knees nearly buckled. I felt as though I were on Peleliu and had it all to go through again. The week-long battle for Kunishi finished off the Japanese on Okinawa, and on June 20th, Sledge's battalion was one of the first American units to reach the southern tip of the island. They stood on a hill overlooking the sea and felt a surge of accomplishment. This was different from P.2. We could see its meaning. The next morning, Sledge went with his company's corpsman to assist some Marines who had been attacked by 2 Japanese officers wielding samurai sabers. One of the officers lay dead on the ground when Sledge arrived at the scene. Nothing remained of his head from the nose up, just a mass of crushed skull, brains, and bloody pulp. A grimy Marine with a dazed expression stood over the Japanese. With a foot planted firmly on the ground on each side of the enemy officer's body, the Marine held his rifle by the forestock with both hands and slowly and mechanically moved it up and down like a plunger. Sledge winced each time it struck the gory mass that had been the man's face. Then he and a friend took the sick, war-shattered Marine by the arms and led him away. He went unresisting, almost like a sleepwalker. Sledge helped the corpsman drag the broken body of the enemy officer to a gun position and roll it down a hill. On June 21, 1945, the 10th Army declared the island secured after 82 days of fighting. What followed for Sledge and Company K was worse, they thought, than the battle. They were ordered to clean out die-hard Japanese defenders and to bury the enemy dead in their area. It was, Sledge says, the ultimate indignity, digging graves for the men who had been trying to kill them for the last 7 weeks. When they were finally sent back up north, Sledge began to look for old friends. He didn't find many. Only 26 P.2 veterans who had landed with the company survived the fight. It was the bloodiest campaign of the Pacific War. Total American combat casualties were 12,510 killed or missing in action, 4,675 Army, 2,928 Marines, and 4,907 Navy, almost twice that of Iwo Jima, 36,613 wounded, and a slightly lower number of non-battle casualties, including psychiatric cases, accidents, and illnesses. In all, American losses were nearly 73,000, only slightly less than the number of trained defenders they fought. The American Army counted 107,539 enemy dead, but thousands of others were sealed in caves, never to become statistics. On Okinawa, the Japanese lost more men than the American armed forces, Marines, Army, Navy, and Coast Guard lost in the entire Pacific War. And more people, combatants and non-combatants, died than were killed in the atomic attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. The butcher's bill would have been higher, and the battle longer and more difficult, had it not been for the logistics miracle pulled off by the U.S. Navy. Seriously wounded men, over 150 of them a day, were evacuated by air and sea to Guam. This translated into a mortality rate among the wounded that was half that of other Pacific battles, roughly 2.8%, the rate of the European theater. Medical personnel on the island had available to them whole blood that was donated in the United States, flown to the West Coast under refrigeration, shipped to Guam in 36 hours, and transshipped from there to Okinawa. In all, the 10th Army used more than 15,000 gallons of whole blood. Unless a man was very badly hit, his chances of survival were excellent. The Japanese, by contrast, had to treat their wounded on the firing line or in dark, stinking hospital caves where drugs were perilously scarce, medical supplies medieval, and infection from dirt and vermin rampant. And those that died were denied a proper burial because of unrelenting American artillery fire. The enemy dead were either left on the battlefield, stacked in caves, or placed in shallow holes. Excellent logistics also allowed American soldiers and sailors to prevail in a battle far from their main bases, 6,200 miles from San Francisco and 4,000 miles from Pearl Harbor. Fuel, bombs, and ammunition were shuttled into the area from Ulithi and the Marianas, two great fleet tankers sailing from Guam every day, and supply ships brought in the myriad items required for the invasion force to absorb and deliver tremendous punishment without a serious drop-off in morale. 2.7 million packs of cigarettes, 1.2 million candy bars, over 24 million pieces of mail, and more critically, 854 replacement planes and 207 replacement pilots, an effort alone that required 4 escort carriers shuttling weekly from Ulithi and Guam, and 17 more steaming to and from the American West Coast and the Marianas. Okinawa was the only major battle in the Pacific in which the commanding officers of both sides died. Ushijima committed suicide, and Buckner was killed by enemy artillery fire near the end of the fight. A sizable number of prisoners were captured, 7,401. Although about half of them were conscripted Okinawans, this was evidence, perhaps, of growing disillusionment among recent conscripts in the Japanese army. Even so, far greater numbers committed suicide or fought on when death was a certainty. Their disregard for death rested not in hope, but in the despairing conviction that, with defeat inevitable, their lives must be sacrificed to protect family, homeland, and emperor. In an astute study of MacArthur's psychological warfare campaign in the Southwest Pacific, You Can't Fight Tanks with Bayonets, Psychological Warfare Against the Japanese Army in the Southwest Pacific, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1998, Allison B. Gilmore argues that the morale of Japanese soldiers fighting MacArthur began to drop once they perceived Japan's military situation deteriorating fatally. But as historian Richard B. Frank argues, translating depressed morale into a greater rate of battlefield surrenders, much less a national surrender, is another matter. Gilmore reports that 7,297 Japanese were captured on Luzon, but the Japanese had 287,000 troops there. This makes the rate of battlefield surrenders just 2.5%, Frank writes, which is virtually indistinguishable from the 1 to 3% rates in the ferocious battles elsewhere. Frank, Downfall, 71 to 72. Few American soldiers who participated in the death struggle on Okinawa believed that the Japanese army could be beaten, short of utter annihilation. Reporters who covered the action agreed. People out here attach more importance to the kamikaze method of attack as an illustration of the Japanese state of mind than as a weapon of destruction, wrote New York Times correspondent W. H. Lawrence. Considered carefully, the fact that literally thousands of men, many of them young and in their prime, will go out alone on missions of certain death to achieve results that even at best would not be commensurate with the sacrifice, is certainly not one calculated to breed optimism. The brutal 82-day campaign had convinced the soldiers and Marines that Lawrence interviewed that the war with Japan may well last for years instead of months, as some optimists hope, and that it could be won only by ground action. Large-scale bombing and fleet action unquestionably will reduce the enemy's power of resistance, they believe, but when his soldiers and sailors hole up in caves, as they did on this island, they can be flushed out and killed only by foot soldiers, supported by tanks and flamethrowers. Nor did the American fighting men who won our greatest victory in the Pacific see any strong evidence of the Japanese soldier losing his will to resist. The record number of prisoners taken in the final days of this campaign can be considered only a minor gain for our psychological warfare efforts when it is measured against the unabated fanaticism with which the enemy fought, wrote Lawrence. Considering this, hope for quick victory dims. There are too many crosses in the 7 division cemeteries on Okinawa for anyone to say that disposing of the Japanese is a one-handed job, requiring only a 50% home front effort now that Germany is out of the war. In early July, rumors started to run through the ranks that the troops on Okinawa would hit Japan next. As Sledge said, "No one wanted to talk about that." Chapter 10. The Setting Sun. Burma. When American troops invaded Okinawa in April 1944, the Japanese army in China was bogged down in the greatest guerrilla war of the century, carrying out well-organized annihilation campaigns against guerrillas and their village supporters, extermination operations that killed over 2.5 million non-combatants. Only if killing was winning did they hold the upper hand. In every other Asian theater, the Imperial Army had either been defeated or backed up on its heels. "The Japs in this area are on the run," Marvin Kastenbaum, an American GI, wrote his family from Nampaka, Burma. "And where I was sitting yesterday, I could see the famous Burma Road." The turning point in Burma had come in August 1943. At the Quebec Conference, Roosevelt and Churchill decided that the time was propitious for a counteroffensive against Chinese-held Burma. Lord Louis Mountbatten was named Supreme Commander in Southeast Asia, and Vinegar Joe Stilwell, who had led a heroic retreat from Burma in the spring of 1942, was given command of Chinese and American ground forces. With the Japanese controlling the Burma Road, Stilwell's most urgent task was to reopen a supply line to China. He had already established an air transport system over the hump to supply Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese Nationalist Army from India. By the end of 1943, the American humpsters, flying underpowered cargo planes through some of the most wretched weather in the world, were delivering more supplies to China than had ever gone over the Burma Road. This allowed the Chinese to tie down over 1 million Japanese troops that could have been deployed in the Pacific against MacArthur and Nimitz. Strong winds, with speeds sometimes exceeding 100 miles per hour, created mountain waves and vertical shears that could overturn an aircraft, send it rocketing upward for thousands of feet, or plunge it downward into the mountains. According to the season, thunderstorms, torrential rains, hail, sleet, snow, and severe icing held sway, recalls an American flyer. "Bring me men to match my weather," was the Humpster's motto. If pilots survived hits by Japanese Zeros, they parachuted into unfathomable jungle, a 15-minute fall from 17,000 feet. Those not picked up by rescue teams, among them the American reporter Eric Sevareid, walked out of Tiger Country with the help of upcountry headhunters. Late in 1943, American engineers and 15,000 American troops, 60% of them African Americans, began building a new road to connect Lido, Assam, in eastern India, with that part of the Burma Road still in enemy hands. But first, the Japanese had to be cleared from northern Burma. British Major General Ord Wingate and his raiders, called Chindits after the statues of dragons that guard Burmese temples, had already begun this operation, crossing from India through Japanese lines and wrecking airfields, blowing up bridges, and dynamiting railways. Wingate's Chindits were second-line troops, nearly all of them married men from the north of England, aged 28 to 35. Wingate told them they had to imitate Tarzan. For 6 sweltering months in the Indian jungles, he trained them in river crossing, infiltration tactics, and long forced marches with heavy packs until they were the toughest of shock troops, wrote Charles Rollo, a war correspondent for the Atlantic Monthly. On returning from the raid, one private remarked, "The whole job was a piece of cake compared to the training." The Chindits lived on rice, vultures, jungle roots, and grass soup, and kept in touch with one another by carrier pigeons, bird calls, and messenger dogs. Elephants carried their mortars and folding boats. Carts drawn by oxen were stacked high with machine guns and boxes of grenades. Supplies were dropped in by air. Looking like some desert prophet with his long beard and a blanket draped over his shoulders, Wingate drove his raiders mercilessly, reminding them that their security lay in speed. Wingate's raiders and their American prototype, Merrill's Marauders, organized by Brigadier General Frank D. Merrill, harried the enemy in northern Burma, while Stilwell fought down from China to protect the construction of the Lido, later named the Stilwell Road. Meanwhile, the Japanese went on the offensive in March 1944, attacking across the Indian border at Impol, the main base of Lieutenant General William Slim's 14th Imperial Army. They ran into unexpectedly strong resistance, and the British were soon counterattacking, aided by vengeful Burmese hillmen. The miserably supplied Japanese invasion army was destroyed, and a starving remnant limped back into Burma. 50,000 of the 80,000 elite troops that had begun the confident push into India died. British losses were equally appalling. But in 1944, the Japanese were in full retreat down the road they had come up in 1942, the road to Mandalay, to Rangoon, and to Tokyo. In the closing months of 1944, Stilwell's army, now commanded by Major General Albert C. Wedemeyer, who replaced Stilwell as Chiang Kai-shek's chief of staff, cleared the way for the opening of the Stilwell Road. This epical engineering achievement rose as high as 4,500 feet through the Patkai Mountains and passed through untouched wilderness. The work was done principally by black combat engineers, recalls one of the African-American truck drivers on the Lido Road. "I take my hat off to those guys. Talk about cliffhangers, and in bulldozers no less. They took the turns out of the road and made curves." On January 28, 1945, The first convoy, consisting of 50 African American and 50 Chinese drivers, drove over the hump and crossed into China. Over the next 4 months, the Allies launched a coordinated offensive. 3 armies converged on the Japanese in Burma. The American trained Chinese from the north, General Slim's 14th Imperial Army from the center, and 3 divisions of Indian and African troops from the south. Before these overwhelming forces, Mandalay fell on March 20th and Rangoon on May 3rd. After liberating Burma and inflicting over 300,000 casualties on the Japanese army, General Slim began planning the liberation of Malaya and Singapore, an enormous operation that the end of the war would thankfully make unnecessary. Hell ships and dog cages. As Japanese power crumbled in Southeast Asia and the Central Pacific, and as military conscription drained Japan's industrial workforce, the government began shipping great numbers of prisoners of war to the home islands. There they worked as laborers in shipyards, steel mills, coal mines, and other vital sectors of the economy. These industrial slaves were transported by sea in the steaming, overcrowded holds of merchant vessels, where thousands died of starvation, disease, and suffocation. The death toll rose alarmingly in late 1944 when Allied warships and planes gained domination of Japan's shipping lanes in preparation for the invasion of the Philippines. The Japanese refused to mark the ships that carried its prisoners of war, and these slow-moving, lightly armed vessels were easy prey for Allied submarines and fighter planes. Over the course of the war, approximately 21,000 Allied POWs died at sea, about 19,000 of them killed by friendly fire. By comparison, about 20,000 Marines died in the entire Pacific War. The Arisan Maru, torpedoed by an American submarine, took down with it over twice as many American POWs as died on the Bataan Death March, almost 1,800. No combatants in the war suffered and died more horribly than did the prisoners on these hell ships. And driven insane by their conditions, prisoners sometimes killed one another. Sergeant Forrest Knox was one of the 99 men from the small town of Janesville, Wisconsin, to be captured by the Japanese after the surrender of Bataan. In September 1944, as MacArthur's armies prepared to land in the Philippines, Knox was working with an 800-man crew on airfield construction at a camp near Manila. He worked barefoot in a G-string and straw hat, digging ditches and draining mosquito-infested rice paddies with shovels made out of thin sheet iron. He was losing his eyesight and all feeling in his legs. He had malaria and hookworm, and he weighed barely 90 pounds. He had managed to keep only 2 things from the Bataan Death March, a toothbrush and a filthy neck towel, which had kept him from dying from heat stroke. As Admiral Halsey's planes pounded the airfield around Manila, he was moved with prisoners from other camps to Bilibid, a compound in Manila, where he ran into some old buddies from his Janesville National Guard tank unit. They and approximately 1,000 other prisoners were to be shipped to Japan in the stinking hold of a rusty freighter called the Haro Maru. It was a place that soon became, in Forrest Knox's words, a madhouse. They put 500 of us in one hold and 500 in the other. After the ship was loaded, tugs pulled us away from the dock and moored us to a buoy in the harbor. Tropical sun on a steel deck, body heat from 500 men packed together. All around, men began passing out. They just slid down out of sight where men stepped or stood on them. As a guy goes crazy, he starts to scream. Not like a woman, more like the howl of a dog. It must have been 120 or 125 degrees in that hold. The Japs' favorite trick was to cut off our water. It was bad enough in other places when they did this, but there, in this oven, when they cut it off, guys started going crazy. People running, people screaming. An American colonel was on deck. There was always some Americans topside who were used to raise and lower the honey buckets and food tubs. The Japs told the colonel to tell us to be quiet. He shouted down, "Be quiet, or the Japs will completely cover over the hatch with canvas." With the temperatures we were in, if they'd closed off that little air we got, I don't know how many of us would have been alive by morning. I had picked up the habit of wearing a small sweat towel around my forehead. The next guy that went by screaming, they caught and killed. He was strangled with my little towel. A guy that had worked in a mental institution in Pennsylvania knew how to do it. Several others were also killed, strangled, or beaten to death with canteens. The crazy ones howled because they were afraid to die. But now the ground rules changed. If they howled, they died. The screaming stopped. The Japs didn't cover the hatch. No one was ever punished for these deaths, says Private William R. Evans, who was in the hold with Knox. And the Japs didn't give a shit. The last of the death ships to leave the Philippines was the passenger cargo vessel Orioku Maru. It pulled away from the Manila docks on December 13th, carrying 1,619 POWs in her holds, along with over 2,000 Japanese merchant seamen and civilians who were quartered above deck. All but 30 of the prisoners were Americans. "We were jammed in the holds," recalls Lieutenant Melvin Rosen, a young American artillery officer. There was no place to lie down. Some people couldn't even sit down, and everybody had diarrhea. The floorboards were full of human waste and vomit, and the stench was unbearable. The temperature was over 100 degrees, and people started going mad that first night, screaming for water and air. Some guys drank their own urine, and it drove them crazy. Others scraped the sweat off the steel sides of the ship and tried to drink it. One person near me, says Private First Class Lee Davis, cut another person's throat and was holding the canteen so he could catch the blood. About 50 men died that first night, an unknown number of them strangled or beaten by other prisoners. Others were killed trying to stop them, in their frenzy, from murdering fellow Americans. The next morning, the ship was bombed and strafed by Navy planes as it headed north, hugging the shore. The killing was above deck. More than 300 Japanese died, and hundreds more were injured seriously. Waiting for the cover of night, the ship's crew offloaded the passengers to the site of a former U.S. naval base, leaving only the guards, the gun crews, and the prisoners on the battered Orioku Maru. That night, thirst-crazed men turned into human vampires, says Major John M. Wright, biting men and sucking blood in their mad lust for liquid in any form. Toward morning it got quiet, as most of the exhausted prisoners passed out, sleeping fitfully in their own vomit and urine. Then the dive bombers returned. "They put a 500-pound bomb in the hold with us," recalls Colonel Maynard Booth. "And there was a terrible bloody mess. Arms and legs and blood and guts were flying all over the place, and one guy who got blasted to pieces landed right on top of me. About 200 guys were killed, and the whole ship was on fire. Then it got real quiet, and as you heard people groaning, the Japs ordered us to swim to shore, which was only a couple of 100 yards away. I stayed on the ship and went up into the cabins and got life preservers and put them on our wounded and heaved these men over the side of the ship. Then I bailed out with my life preserver and started swimming. Japanese onshore were machine gunning us, but most of us managed to make it. When we got to shore, says Melvin Rosen, they herded us into an old tennis court surrounded by a chicken wire fence and gave each of us a tablespoon and a half of raw rice and a little water. That was our diet for the next 5 days. After that, we were taken on trucks to a town we had passed through on the Bataan Death March, San Fernando, Pampanga. They said they were going to take our wounded to the hospital, recalls Booth. They were beat up real bad, and the Japs didn't have any medicine. They loaded 15 of them on the back of a truck, like they were sides of beef, and went down the road 2 or 3 miles, kicked them out into a ditch, and beheaded them, as we found out later. The 1,333 prisoners that survived were jammed into boxcars and taken to a small port on northern Luzon. We were lined up and packed into 2 Jap freighters, says Captain Marion Manny Lawton. The Ainaura Maru housed almost 1,000 of us. The rest were loaded on the Brazil Maru. The Ainaura Maru was a freighter that had just unloaded horses for the Japanese horse artillery, says Booth. There was horse manure on the floors, and we were so hungry we picked the bugs out of it and ate them, and crawled on the floor looking for barley that the horses hadn't eaten. As the 2 hell ships headed for Formosa, rice was lowered to the men in tubs. The flies were like hornets coming out of their hive. When the tub got to the bottom, you couldn't see the rice for the flies, says Lawton. We were so hungry it didn't make any difference. 21 POWs died along the way, and their bodies were tossed overboard to the sharks. The ships arrived in Formosa on New Year's Eve. Just after the prisoners on the Brazil Maru were transferred by barge to the Ainaura Maru, an American dive bomber hit that ship and it sank at anchor in shallow water. Almost 300 men were killed instantly in the forward hold, and at least another 250 were wounded. The Japanese kept us down in the hold with our dead and wounded for 3 days, and then sent down a cargo net to load the dead, says Rosen. After a few days, sitting in the smashed hull, we were put on the Brazil Maru and headed in a convoy for Japan. They left without 4 doctors who had died of exhaustion while assisting the wounded, using old razor blades and rusty scissors for surgical instruments. Only about 900 POWs remained, and as many as 30 of them a day died on the 2-week passage to Japan. Officers and men traded their wedding bands and service academy rings to their Japanese guards for cupfuls of water and dry rice, and the fighting continued. Let me tell you what it felt like to be hungry all the time, says Major William Adair. It was a stomach pain, not a great pain, but an annoying one, and it never went away while I was a prisoner. Never. As they headed further north, they ran into snow and ice storms, and men started coming down with pneumonia. A tarpaulin had been put over the hatch, but the freezing wind whipped through the hold. When it rained, the dirty water from the deck would pour down on us. Men drank it, filthy, dirty water. The diarrhea and pneumonia just started wiping us out. We buried an average of 25 a day, says Lawton. At least half of the prisoners had malaria, and the genitalia of men with beriberi swelled, causing excruciating pain. Men with dry beriberi experienced stabbing pains like electric shocks in their legs and feet, and almost everyone had dysentery. When they landed in northern Kyushu after a 48-hour day journey, only 450 of the original 1,619 were still alive, and about 150 more died from maltreatment during the first week in Japan. "The Japanese weighed some of us when we came ashore," says Rosen, "and I weighed exactly 88 pounds. The prisoners were divided into groups and sent to 3 different camps. When Manny Lawton arrived at Camp Number 3, there was snow on the ground, and the men were moved into unheated barracks. Lawton learned from a corpsman that his closest friend, Captain Henry Leitner, had pneumonia. The next morning, I looked up and there was Henry in his undershorts, nothing else on, strolling toward the door. I called to him and asked him where he thought he was going. He said, 'I'm going to get some of that snow. I'm thirsty.' I said, 'Henry, please come back. There's plenty of hot tea here.' 'No,' he said, 'I'm hot. I've got to have something cool.' His fever was burning. He strolled on out. That night he died. Unlike a lot of the guys, I don't have nightmares today," says Melvin Rosen. "But every morning when I come down and pick up the kettle on the stove and empty the old water in it, I think of how many lives that little bit of water might have saved when we were in those hell ships." Before being transferred to Korea, Rosen was taken to a slave labor camp on Kyushu, where one of the prisoners was Lester Tenney, a fellow survivor of the Bataan Death March. This was Fukuoka Camp Number 17 in Omuda, just east of Nagasaki. It was a compound built by the Mitsui Coal Mining Company and run by the Army, and it had a reputation. "This camp was as tough as they came," says Staff Sergeant Harold Feiner. "It was mean. If there was nothing else that had gone wrong, the work itself would have made it bad. We mined coal 12 hours a day, had a 30-minute lunch break, and were given 1 day off every 10 days. Lester Tenney had been with the original group of prisoners who opened the camp. When he was first taken underground, he was ordered to build ceiling supports. When I asked why this was needed, one of the civilian workers told me that the mine had been shut down years before because all the coal that was safe to extract had already been removed. We paid a price for doing this. Even with the ceiling sagging and only 3 feet high, we went in and got the coal on our hands and knees, and men got hurt doing it, from cave-ins especially. A lot of guys died in that mine. Men mutilated themselves to get out of work. Tenney describes how it was done. I took a big steel locking pin from one of the coal cars, put my hand over a piece of timber, and took that bar and smashed it into my hand as hard as I could. The pain was excruciating, but my hand started to swell up, and it looked like it was broken. I had to make it look like an accident, so I got a pickaxe and tore some coal down on myself and let out a yell. I showed my bleeding and swollen hand to the Japanese supervisor, but the hand wasn't broken, and I had to go to work the next day. The next time, I said to myself, I'll go to an experienced bone breaker and have it done right. We had bone crushers, guys who would break a bone with a shovel or a jackhammer for a price, usually cigarettes or rations of rice. A hand cost 1 ration of rice, a foot 5 to 8 rations. You didn't get out of work for long, even with a broken leg,
but it was worth it to some guys who reached the point where they felt that if they went in that mine the next day, they'd die there. Another way to get out of work was to manufacture ulcers on your feet, so you couldn't put on a shoe. Making an ulcer was simple. I took a pin and pricked 20 or so holes in my foot in a pattern about the size of a dime. Then I got some lye from the bathroom and mixed it with lye soap to make a paste. I put that paste on the bleeding area and put a bandage over it. The next morning I took off the bandage and I had a nice burn scab. I picked away at the crust with a knife and saw that I had a beautiful, fresh-looking ulcer. Every day I made it bigger until it was the size of a $50. The medics, who were Americans, let me off work for a week. There were other ways to make ulcers. Some men put battery acid from their miner's lamps on their festering sores. The diet of the prisoner of war was based solely on rice, reported Thomas Hewlett, an American Army doctor at Omuda, and all the men lived in a state of chronic starvation. This led desperate men to steal food from the prison galley. Those caught were denied rice and water for days and were beaten with bamboo poles, baseball bats, and pick handles. When the guards were finished with them, they would urinate in their faces. At Omuda, several prisoners were executed for stealing canned food and Red Cross parcels that were supposed to be given to them. 38% of the 36,260 American military personnel captured and interned by the Japanese died in captivity, a total of 13,851. By contrast, 99% of the 93,941 Americans captured by the Germans survived the war. For some prisoners, tobacco was as essential as food. They would desperately trade off some of their rice for a little bit of tobacco, either cigarettes or shaved tobacco, which they made into cigarettes with the thin rice paper of the little Bibles that GIs were issued, said one prisoner. Traders would go around the camp calling out, "Nicotine for protein," and there were always takers. Some men smoked themselves to the point of death. Conditions grew worse in the winter and spring of 1945, when Curtis LeMay's B-29s began their fire raids against Japanese cities. Instead of merely hitting us with their hands or fists, the Japanese used shovels, picks, and sections of steel chain, says Tenney. They swung the chains around overhead until they reached a high speed. Then, using the chain's momentum, they inflicted brutal blows upon our bodies. In one attack, my cheekbones were gashed, the skin above my eyebrow was broken, my nose was smashed, and my entire chin was gushing with blood. Dr. Hewlett told him his left scapula was broken, but he was sent back into the mine because he could still shovel coal with one hand. The beatings were bad, says Tenney, but the more of them we got, the better we felt about the war effort. The Japanese saved their cruelest treatment for downed American flyboys. On the desolate island of Chichijima in the Bonins, where the Japanese had an important communications post, 8 captured Navy and Marine flyers were brutally executed, and the officers of the garrison ate the flesh and livers of several of them at ceremonial dinners. A 9th flyer shot down over the island, Navy carrier pilot George H.W. Bush, a future President of the United States, was rescued at sea by the submarine Finback. In Japan, captured B-29ers were segregated from other POWs, usually in small torture camps run by the Kempeitai, the Gestapo-like secret military police. They were interrogated and tortured. Some were put on public trial as war criminals and executed. Others were beheaded or bayoneted on the spot.
One group of flyers was shot with bows and arrows and then decapitated. At another camp, 3 airmen were tortured and burned alive. In one of the most ghastly atrocities, 8 B-29 crewmen shot down near the end of the war were offered by the Army to the medical professors at the prestigious Kyushu Imperial University, who used them as specimens for vivisection experiments. Under the direction of Dr. Fukujiro Ishiyama, one of Japan's most respected surgeons, the professors, writes historian Gavin Dawes, cut them up alive in a dirty room with a tin table where students dissected corpses. They drained blood and replaced it with seawater. They cut out the lungs, livers, and stomachs. They stopped blood flow in an artery near the heart to see how long death took. They dug holes in a skull and stuck a knife into the living brain to see what would happen. No anesthetics were administered. Records are incomplete, but it is likely that over 200 American flyers were killed after being captured by the Japanese military. Flying out of Saipan, a B-29 named Rover Boys Express was shot down by Japanese fighters over Tokyo on January 27, 1945. 5 crew members survived a terrifying explosion and, with their ordinary escape hatch damaged, parachuted out of the bomb bay. One of them was Ray Hap Halloran, a 22-year-old navigator from Cincinnati, Ohio. Japanese civilians followed the flight of his chute, captured him, and beat him into a state of unconsciousness with wooden and metal poles. Then they stoned him with large rocks. As Halloran slipped in and out of consciousness, he looked up and saw 6 military police standing over him. They cut his parachute, stuffed part of it into his mouth, tied his hands and feet, beat him with the butts of their rifles, and tossed him into the bed of a truck. After a brutal interrogation at a nearby airbase, he was again beaten in the chest and back with rifle butts. They took me to a shopping area and made me stand and bow to jeering crowds of people. I think the purpose was to build morale among the civilians who had taken quite a beating from the B-29s. After people finished throwing stones at me, I was blindfolded again and taken to the Kempeitai torture prison in downtown Tokyo. That's where I spent the next 67 days in a cage. The cage was elevated about 4 feet off the floor. I was covered with blood. I was cold, and I was crying with pain. The other prisoners, Japanese conscientious objectors, complained to the guards that they couldn't sleep with all the noise I was making. So they pulled me out of my cage and took me to a doctor. He had a big tube in his hand with a needle at the end of it. There was green liquid in the tube. The doctor said this would make me sleep. Somehow I convinced him not to inject me. Later I learned the greenish liquid was poison. 6 other prisoners were injected and died. After a few days, they carried me, I couldn't walk, across a courtyard to what we called the stables, and I was locked in another cage. It was small, and you entered through a door on the floor. They pushed you in like you were a dog, and it really was a dog cage. I was ordered to lie in my cell with my head to the door, and the guards played a game of punching my head with their rifle butts. It was cold, and I had only one blanket, and there was a hole in the floor for a toilet. The biggest thing in my life was a rice ball the size of a golf ball that they'd roll in through a small feeding slot at the base of the door. I was a big guy, and I lost over 100 pounds in prison. Firm rule. No speaking. No noise. There was one young guy in another cage, an 18-year-old gunner, who kept saying, "Okay, Mom, I'll be right down for breakfast." He violated the rule. He was taken out, and he never made it home. Each day you try to hang in there. At first I tried to cope by thinking of my family, but that was no good. It broke me down internally. I prayed a lot. I said, "Please, God, I'm really in trouble. I need your help." No one came to help me. I was always in darkness. The only light I ever saw was a low-wattage bulb on the ceiling of my cage. The darkness makes you go nuts. The only time I saw the light of day was from under a blindfold when they carried me out to interrogate me and beat me. But crazily, I looked forward to the interrogations. They broke the everlasting boredom and were a chance to get out of the cave-like darkness. I missed them when they stopped. The next thing I remember is the big Tokyo fire raid of March 10th. I heard multi-engine planes at low altitude, and I thought that was strange. We always flew at 30,000 feet. Then the bombs started to fall, and my cage jumped, and for the next 2 or 3 hours, fire was all around us. At the back of my cage was a small window. There was a black cloth covering it, but on that night I could see the red sky and the flames through the covered window. And though it had been a calm night before the bombers came, I heard the wind blowing like a tornado. I was frightened out of my mind, 'cause fire really scares me. I was convinced I was going to burn to death. I could hear mothers and children screaming and running. The prison was right across from the emperor's palace, and they were jumping into the moat to escape the flames and heat. But I didn't know that at the time. The next morning, an interpreter came in, a polite guy, and told me what had happened the night before, like he was trying to be informative. He spoke of bodies stacked 3 and 4 feet high in the streets, and of thousands of bodies floating down the river to Tokyo Bay. Then he looked at me and said, "Hap, I regret to advise you that at our meeting this morning, the decision was made to execute you B-29ers. A few days later, I was taken out and told to take off my shoes. I thought, death sentence. They blindfolded me, tied my hands and feet, and loaded me on a truck. They dropped me off at the Tokyo Zoo, just tossed me off the truck. Then they pulled off my blindfold, put me in a tiger cage, stripped off my clothes, and tied my hands to the bars. The purpose was to let civilians see me. Do not fear these B-29 flyers. They are not super beings. Look at this one." I was a pathetic sight, standing there, skinny as a rail, with a long, filthy beard, shivering from the cold, with my body covered with running sores from lice and fleas. I was trying desperately to act like an Air Corps guy, with dignity. It was pretty tough, but you've got to do it. Maintain your dignity as best you can. They left me at the Ueno Zoo overnight, and the next day they took me to a place with some other B-29ers and a bunch of other prisoners, the Omori Prisoner of War Camp, about 12 miles from downtown Tokyo. It was on a little island in Tokyo Bay, only a couple of 100 yards out in the bay. Thank God for that little separation, because the subsequent fire raids burned down everything right across from us. At Camp Omori, Hap Halloran met Air Commander Robert Goldsworthy, who had also been tortured in a Kempeitai prison. Sometimes I'd get so low that I wanted to quit, Goldsworthy recalls, and Hap would buck me up, and days when Hap would get like that, I'd take him off to the side and buck him up. We used to say, "Home alive in 45. We knew it couldn't go on much longer because our guys were devastating Japan from the air. Decisions. On June 15th, when General Curtis LeMay ended his incendiary campaign against Japan's 6 largest cities, having turned them into charred wastelands, he began his attacks on smaller cities. His crews also targeted shipping and harbors, oil facilities, and railroads. By now, the enemy's air defenses had been destroyed. At this time, LeMay recalled, it was actually safer to fly a combat mission over Japan in a B-29 than it was to fly a B-29 training mission back in the United States. While LeMay's burn jobs, as he called them, obliterated Japan's urban culture, Admiral Halsey's Task Force 38 cruised at will up and down the coast of Japan, shelling port cities and military installations, including Tokyo Harbor. Navy planes ripped up airfields and burned planes on the ground, and they attacked railroad trains and passenger ferries filled with women and children, attacks the Japanese considered more reprehensible than Devil LeMay's napalm raids. Every Japanese citizen became a military target. I did want every Japanese dead, John Chardy admitted. Part of it was our propaganda machine, but part of it was what we heard accurately. This was the enemy. We were there to eliminate them. That's the soldier's short-term bloody view. LeMay dropped leaflets as well as bombs, his own foray into psychological warfare. In bold red and black script, the leaflets warned the citizens of cities targeted for incineration to evacuate at once. On the other side of the leaflet were these words: "These leaflets are being dropped to notify you that your city has been listed for destruction by our powerful Air Force. The bombing will begin within 72 hours. This advance notice will give your military authorities ample time to take necessary defensive measures to protect you from our inevitable attack. Watch and see how powerless they are to protect you." LeMay writes, "At first they thought we were bluffing. There wasn't any mass exodus until we knocked the hell out of the first 3 towns on the list. Then the rest were practically depopulated in nothing flat." The leaflets had a crushing impact on civilian morale, producing defeatism and terror. Their government, the Japanese people realized, was powerless to protect them. With thousands of American and British heavy bombers on the way from Europe, and with 5,000 more B-29s on order, LeMay was convinced he could bomb and burn them until they quit, avoiding a humanly costly invasion of the home islands. He informed General Arnold, however, that by October he would run out of cities to burn. On June 18, 1945, President Truman was scheduled to meet with his top military advisors. "I have to decide Japanese strategy. Shall we invade Japan proper, or shall we bomb and blockade?" The president wrote in his diary the day before the meeting, "That is my hardest decision to date." Truman was concerned about casualties, hoping to prevent an Okinawa from one end of Japan to the other. At the meeting, General George Marshall presented an invasion plan, codenamed Downfall. It was supported, although not enthusiastically, by the Navy and the Air Forces. Both services privately continued to believe that they could force a surrender short of an invasion, one by blockade, the other by conventional bombing. Downfall was a 2-phase operation. The Americans would land on the Japanese island Kyushu on November 1st with over 250,000 assault troops, seize the southernmost part of the island, and build naval bases and airfields for the larger invasion of Honshu and the Tokyo Plain in March 1946, should it be necessary. The first landing was codenamed Olympic, the second, Coronet. MacArthur would be in charge of the ground troops. Nimitz would command the naval forces. Olympic alone would be a combined operation larger than the Normandy invasion, requiring the entire American and British Pacific fleets and 5,000 combat aircraft. Marshall told Truman that there would probably be 350,000 defenders on Kyushu. A precise estimate of American casualties might not have been mentioned at this meeting, but Truman had been led to believe that the number of dead Americans would probably be higher than 25,000 in the first 30 days. Air power alone could not bring down Japan, Marshall was convinced, even combined with a tightened naval blockade. The ground troops would have to finish the job. Truman commented that the effect of Olympic would be to create another Okinawa closer to Japan, and approved the Kyushu operation, adding that they could decide later whether to proceed with Coronet. There was no mention of the atomic bomb, which had not yet been tested. But as the meeting was breaking up, Truman asked Assistant Secretary of War John J. McCloy, who had sat silently through the proceedings, for his views. Speaking with some reluctance, McCloy suggested that the threat of the bomb might provide a political solution, making an invasion unnecessary. I said I would tell them, the Japanese government, we have the bomb, and I would tell them that what kind of weapon it is, and then I would tell them the surrender terms. The Japanese, he said, should also be told that they could keep the emperor. Truman said he would take this under consideration and hurried off. Momentum for using the bomb, when it was ready, was already building. Reports about Japanese atrocities against American POWs were being headlined in newspapers and magazines, fueling demands for retribution. The American public, and many of Truman's advisers, were also convinced that the Japanese would slaughter all prisoners of war in the event of an invasion. They were apparently not wrong. In August 1944, the Japanese government had sent a directive to commandants of POW camps. What later became known as the Kill-All Order called for extreme measures to be taken against prisoners when the military situation became urgent. Whether they are destroyed individually or in groups, or however it is done, with mass bombing, poisonous smoke, poisons, drowning, decapitation, or what, dispose of the prisoners as the situation dictates. It is the aim not to allow the escape of a single one, to annihilate them all, and not to leave any traces. The American public was also weary of war and deeply alarmed by the rising numbers of American casualties. Over 64% of American battle fatalities in World War II took place in the one-year period between June 1944, the month of the Normandy and Saipan invasions, and May 1945. An invasion of the home islands would mean a large-scale redeployment of troops from Europe to the Pacific, and yet one more battle, the bloodiest of them all, for Pacific assault troops like Eugene Sledge. After Okinawa, we all knew that General MacArthur was already planning our role in the next damned landing, the biggest one in history, right down the gut to Tokyo. None of us veterans, said Sledge, expected to survive that epic carnage. The families of these men were as concerned as they were. That June, Marvin Kastenbaum's father had 4 of his sons serving in the military, and another son had just been killed in April. One son was likely to be discharged early, But Jimmy Kastenbaum was with the infantry in the Philippines. Jack Kastenbaum was in Europe, awaiting transfer to the Pacific, and Marvin had been moved from Burma to China. The prospect that Jack and Jimmy and I would converge on Japan from 3 different directions had to be a cause of some concern to my father, Marvin wrote later. The invasion that never happened was a real and awful thing to American fighting men. The assault troops had been chosen and were already in training. Over 766,000 Army, Marine, Navy, and Coast Guard personnel were assigned to Olympic alone. Over twice as many men as participated in the initial landings at Okinawa and Normandy combined. To support such a massive amphibious force, MacArthur and Nimitz planned to assemble the largest fleet of warships ever assigned to a single campaign. Nearly 1,000 warships would have participated in operations off the coast of Kyushu, and almost 500,000 Purple Hearts were being made and stockpiled for the operation. That July and August, Army intelligence intercepts reported an enemy buildup on Kyushu greatly in excess of what the Joint Chiefs had originally anticipated. Decoded messages indicated that the Japanese would have 900,000 troops on Kyushu by November, and that they would be prepared to meet the Americans on the first high ground behind the beaches. Suicide squads were being trained to throw themselves on American tanks with handheld bombs capable of penetrating heavy armor, and Japanese military planners expected the 5,000 kamikazes they had held back for the invasion to destroy over 40% of the American fleet. The Emperor took a personal interest in developing plans for repulsing the American invasion. He attended ceremonies at court for the regiments being raised for the defense of the divine homeland and encouraged the formation of citizen suicide units. Intelligence sources predicted a titanic confrontation with possibly unbearable American losses sufficient, perhaps, to force the Americans to back off from their demand for unconditional surrender. That, not victory, had become the only realizable aim of even the most die-hard Japanese militarists. This is why the defeat at Okinawa was actually encouraging to the Japanese military. On Okinawa, a badly outnumbered force, cut off from the supplies and without vigorous civilian support, had held off the invaders for almost 100 days, inflicting frightful casualties. In a statement made after the war, Major General Masakazu Amano, an architect of defensive preparations on Kyushu, declared, "We were absolutely sure of victory. It was the first and only battle in which the main strength of the air, land, and sea forces were to be joined. The geographical advantages of the homeland were to be utilized to the highest degree. The enemy was to be crushed, and we were confident that the battle would prove to be the turning point in political maneuvering." When American political leaders said that the Japanese were likely to fight to the death rather than surrender unconditionally, they were not exaggerating what the Japanese government itself was saying, writes historian Herbert Bix. The paradoxical effect of the decisive American victory at Okinawa was to discourage the Americans while inspiring the Japanese. Japan had already been defeated militarily. Now, the American objective was to force a defiant government to surrender, a government that still had the support of its people. Residents of Tokyo hurled ridicule on their conquered Axis ally for surrendering unconditionally, verbally accosting Germans on the streets and in the trains. The Tokyo Papers. Robert Guillen reports, blamed Germany's defeat on its lack of Bushido. With Bushido, one never dies, never surrenders unconditionally. While the president and his advisors planned the final stroke against Japan, a team of nuclear scientists at a secret facility at Los Alamos, New Mexico, was hurrying world-altering work to conclusion. At the same time, a new Air Force unit was conducting highly secret training operations in the Marianas, flying stripped-down B-29s designed to achieve maximum speed and altitude. Pilots and crews of the 509th Composite Group were dropping enormous pumpkin-shaped bombs, one to a plane, on a desolate island near Tinian. Their commander was 30-year-old Colonel Paul Tibbets, who had been chosen to head this operation because he knew the B-29 better than anyone else in the Air Service. A year before arriving in Tinian, he had suggested to Curtis LeMay, while the general was in the States en route to the Marianas, that he finish off Japan with the low-level fire raids. When LeMay decided, on his own, to go in low, he may have remembered Tibbets' advice. Now, Tibbets was awaiting the arrival in the Marianas of a new kind of fire that he was sure would end the war. Commander, later Vice Admiral, Frederick L. Ashworth, who would fly on the Nagasaki mission, had the paradoxical effect of the decisive American victory at Okinawa was to discourage the Americans while inspiring the Japanese. Japan had already been defeated militarily. Now, the American objective was to force a defiant government to surrender, a government that still had the support of its people. Residents of Tokyo hurled ridicule on their conquered Axis ally for surrendering unconditionally, verbally accosting Germans on the streets and in the trains. The Tokyo papers, Robert Guillen reports, blamed Germany's defeat on its lack of Bushido. With Bushido, one never dies, never surrenders unconditionally. While the president and his advisors planned the final stroke against Japan, a team of nuclear scientists at a secret facility at Los Alamos, New Mexico, was hurrying world-altering work to conclusion. At the same time, a new Air Force unit was conducting highly secret training operations in the Marianas, flying stripped-down B-29s designed to achieve maximum speed and altitude. Pilots and crews of the 509th Composite Group were dropping enormous pumpkin-shaped bombs, one to a plane, on a desolate island near Tinian. Their commander was 30-year-old Colonel Paul Tibbets, who had been chosen to head this operation because he knew the B-29 better than anyone else in the Air Service. A year before arriving in Tinian, he had suggested to Curtis LeMay, while the general was in the States en route to the Marianas, that he finish off Japan with the low-level fire raids. When LeMay decided, on his own, to go in low, he may have remembered Tibbets' advice. Now, Tibbets was awaiting the arrival in the Marianas of a new kind of fire that he was sure would end the war. Commander, later Vice Admiral, Frederick L. Ashworth, who would fly on the Nagasaki mission, had picked Tinian as the base for Tibbets' operation. At the time, Ashworth was a 35-year-old Navy commander working at Los Alamos for Major General Leslie Groves, administrator of the Manhattan Project, the vast scientific and industrial enterprise, unprecedented in size, created in 1942 to build the world's first atomic bombs. "I was what was known as a weaponeer," Ashworth said in a recent interview. "There were two of us, both Navy men. The other was Captain William Deke Parsons, the Manhattan Project's chief of weapons development, who flew on the Hiroshima mission. We were in charge of the bombs since the crews knew nothing about them. In February 1945, General Groves sent me to Guam to deliver a letter from Admiral King to Admiral Nimitz saying that a highly secret new weapon will be ready in August of this year for use against Japan by the 20th Air Force. The letter asked Nimitz to provide the necessary support for this operation, and it also said that the bearer would search for a proper base for this operation in the Marianas. I went back to Washington to pick up the letter. I had a money belt with a zipper on it, and I put it in there, under my khaki uniform shirt. When I got to Guam, the Admiral's aide escorted me to Nimitz's office, and I told Nimitz that I had to deliver the letter to him with no one else in the room. After his aide left, I pulled up my shirt, unzipped this sweaty old money belt, and handed him the letter. He read it and said grimly, "Don't they know we've got a war going out here? This is February now. You're talking about August. Why can't we have it out here sooner?" Nimitz wanted it to be available for Iwo Jima and Okinawa. I told him that this was the schedule, and it was a very tight schedule. He wasn't happy with this. He thanked me, and I left his office. I went from there to Tinian, after scratching Guam and Saipan as sites for the operation. Tinian was a natural because it had the longest runway in the world. The island commander took me to a spot on the north end of the island, and I thought, this is the place to put it. It was isolated from the other bomber groups on Tinian and would be ideal for top-secret operations. After training at desolate Wendover, Utah, the 509th began arriving in Tinian in late May. Tibbets was confident his group of 1,800 men would do the work of 2 million soldiers. The 509th was totally isolated within its own compound, connected by taxiways to North Field, recalled Major Charles Sweeney, the B-29 test pilot from North Quincy, Massachusetts, who was in charge of training exercises. The compound was enclosed by a high fence with a main gate that was guarded around the clock by armed sentries. This area contained the only windowless air-conditioned buildings in the Pacific. Here the various components of the bombs would be assembled. Anyone trying to gain access without proper clearance could be shot. Tibbets and Sweeney were the only members of the 509th who had been officially informed that the unit was preparing to drop an atomic bomb. The men were only told what they needed to know to do their jobs, Tibbets says, although it is likely that the bombardiers, at least, soon figured out what they would be asked to do. Tibbets had little contact with the Los Alamos scientists and no interest whatsoever in the deep physics behind the bomb. They told me it would explode with the equivalent of 20,000 tons of TNT. Alls I could say was that's going to be a damn big explosion. J. Robert Oppenheimer, director of the Los Alamos Laboratory, explained to Tibbets that once the atomic bomb was released, the delivery plane would have to make a dizzying 155-degree diving turn to get as far away from the point of explosion as possible. Otherwise, the delivery plane was likely to be blown out of the sky. This was difficult to do, Tibbets found out, without snapping the tail off the airplane. In dry runs over the island of Rota, and later over Japan itself, Tibbets had his pilots practice these radical turns after releasing a single 10,000-pound bomb. These bombs were the shape and color of a pumpkin, and the same size as the plutonium bomb that would be used against Nagasaki. The Manhattan Project produced two types of atomic weapons, one using uranium, U-235, the other plutonium, which was created from uranium. The explosive power of the bombs resulted from the instantaneous release of energy upon the splitting, or fission, of the atomic nuclei in uranium-235 or plutonium. These weapons had different detonation systems. The uranium bomb was set off by using a gun-like device that fired a subcritical slug of uranium, one not compact or dense enough to explode, into a subcritical core of uranium. The slug, or bullet, was placed at one end of a long hollow tube, similar to a gun barrel, with an explosive packed behind the bullet, and the core was placed at the other end of the sealed tube. When the bullet was fired and hit the core, it produced a critical mass, setting in motion a self-sustaining chain reaction and a nuclear explosion. The plutonium bomb was detonated by an implosion process. Plutonium was arranged inside the bomb in the form of a hollow sphere and surrounded by a sphere of conventional chemical explosives. When the fuse was ignited, the explosion of the outer sphere compressed the inner sphere of plutonium into a ball-like critical mass the size of a baseball. A chain reaction and an explosion followed instantaneously.
"I wanted them to get shot at," says Tibbets. "I wanted them to experience every possible emergency before they had an atom bomb and were really playing for keeps. I wanted the Japanese to see planes, flying alone, and to think they were on reconnaissance operations." Tibbets planned to fly these pumpkin runs himself, but LeMay insisted the Army could not risk having him fall into enemy hands with knowledge of the bomb. Other airmen on Tinian resented Tibbets's glory boys. They had the best living quarters on the island and flew the safest missions, and some of them bragged to friends in the other bomber groups that they were personally going to win the war. The other guys had lost a lot of crews, and they had to come in low, while we went in high where they couldn't get any anti-aircraft or fighters up to us, so we were relatively safe, says Airman Raymond Beale. And we had brand new planes, and were getting the best of treatment from the government. To the other men, it didn't seem we were doing anything to end the war. On July 29th, General Carl Toohey Spaatz arrived from Europe via Washington, D.C., to take command of the Strategic Air Forces, which was created expressly for the atomic bomb missions. LeMay was made his chief of staff. Spaatz carried with him top-secret orders drafted by Groves and approved by Truman. The 509th Composite Group, 20th Air Force, will deliver its first special bomb as soon as weather will permit visual bombing after about 3 August 1945 on one of the targets, Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. To carry military and civilian scientific personnel from the War Department to observe and record the effects of the explosion of the bomb, additional aircraft will accompany the airplane carrying the bomb. Additional bombs will be delivered on the above targets as soon as made ready by the project staff. Stricken from the atomic target list, as it had been from LeMay's list of cities to burn, was Kyoto. Nagasaki replaced it. It was a major military port in western Kyushu that was the home of the enormous Mitsubishi Steel and Armament Works, and of a plant that made the torpedoes that were used against the American fleet at Pearl Harbor. Hiroshima, the primary target, was the southern headquarters and supply depot for the Homeland Army that would mount the defense of Kyushu. Located on the main island just across the inland sea from Kyushu, it had a population of about 350,000 and also contained a number of war industries. The United States was about to commit the most destructive single act in the history of civilization. How had it come to this decision?
The world's first nuclear explosion occurred in the New Mexico desert at a remote area of Alamogordo Air Force Base in the early morning hours of July 16, 1945. Truman was notified immediately and received a detailed description of the plutonium explosion 5 days later at Potsdam, an undamaged suburb of Berlin, where he was meeting with Stalin and Churchill. Groves' report was euphoric. The awesome roar of the bomb had been heard at a distance of 100 miles, and the searing light from the explosion had been seen 180 miles away. All seemed to feel, wrote Groves' deputy, Brigadier General Thomas F. Farrell, that they had been present at the birth of a new age. But Groves concluded soberly, "We are all fully conscious that our real goal is still before us. The battle test is what counts." At Potsdam, Truman also secured a pledge from Stalin that Russia would soon enter the war against Japan. "I've gotten what I came for. Stalin goes to war August 15th with no strings on it," Truman wrote jubilantly to his wife on July 18th. "I'll say we'll end the war a year sooner now, and think of the kids who won't get killed. That is the important thing." With Russia on the move in East Asia, it would be impossible for Japan to bring in reinforcements from Manchuria, northern China, and Korea to help stop an American invasion. On July 26th, the Allied leaders at Potsdam issued an ultimatum calling for the unconditional surrender of all the Japanese armed forces. The alternative for Japan is prompt and utter destruction. None of the president's advisers opposed using the atomic bomb, but Secretary of War Stimson, Assistant Secretary of State Joseph Grew, and a number of others had tried to persuade Truman to eliminate the unconditional surrender clause of the Potsdam Declaration, or at least modify it to allow the Japanese to keep their emperor. They did so not to avoid dropping the A-bomb. Grew didn't know about the bomb, but to make an invasion unnecessary. These proposals appealed to Truman's interest in saving lives, but to Secretary of State Jimmy Burns, this was rank appeasement. Burns, the longtime Democratic leader of the Senate, had enormous influence on the president, a former senator from Missouri. The Germans had to accept unconditional surrender, he argued. Why not the Japanese? Burns was also concerned about Truman's standing with the American people. A Gallup poll taken on May 29th showed the American public overwhelmingly opposed to retaining the emperor, whom they saw as a Hitler-like figure who had encouraged Japanese aggression. A third of those polled wanted him executed as a war criminal. Only 7% favored retaining him as a figurehead. That spring, Americans learned of the Palawan massacre. To prevent 150 American POWs from falling into enemy hands, Japanese soldiers on the Philippine island of Palawan put them into an air raid shelter, doused them with gasoline, and set them on fire with long torches. Some of the men, their bodies in flames, managed to escape the shelter, but most were cut down by gunfire and finished off with bayonets. Miraculously, a few escaped to tell their grisly story, which further inflamed anti-Japanese sentiment in the United States. Giving in to Stimson, Burns warned, would mean the crucifixion of the president. Some scholars criticize the uncompromising nature of the Potsdam Declaration, but Truman was determined to overthrow the imperial system, or Kokutai, that was behind Japan's racist war of conquest in Asia. In the same way that Roosevelt and Churchill had vowed to eradicate Nazism root and branch, Japan must not be treated more leniently than Germany. Truman intuited correctly that the emperor was not a mere ceremonial figure, but an active advocate, until the dying days of the war, of a fight to the finish with the Americans. And historian Herbert Bix points out what Truman could not have known, that even the peace faction in the Japanese cabinet wanted to retain this authoritarian system. The entire cabinet and the imperial court were fighting not for a constitutional monarchy, Bix argues, but for a monarchy based on the principle of oracular sovereignty, a system that could allow them to continue to control the Japanese people. It is unlikely, moreover, that an American guarantee of the maintenance of the imperial system would have caused Japan to surrender before the Normandy invasion on terms acceptable to the Americans. On July 24th, after agreeing to the wording of the Potsdam Declaration, Truman had learned from Stimson that one bomb would probably be ready by August 1st. The president was highly delighted, Stimson wrote in his diary. Did he make his final decision to drop the bomb that day? We will never know. Probably there was no one moment when he made up his mind. The only real decision he had to make was whether or not to stop the almost unstoppable momentum of events. Leslie Groves would later observe that Truman's decision was one of non-interference, basically a decision not to upset the existing plans. Truman knew the bomb would kill tens of thousands of innocent people, and that did not sit well with him. But he weighed this against the horrendous cost in American lives if the invasion were to go forward. He has been accused of crossing a moral threshold, but America had already crossed that ethical boundary with the firebombing of Tokyo and the saturation bombing of German cities in late 1944 and early 1945. Raids aimed at transportation targets in tightly settled urban cores. Every step in the bomber's progress since 1937, the editors of Life observed just after the atomic bombs were dropped, has been more cruel than the last. From the concept of strategic bombing, all the developments, night, pattern, saturation, area, indiscriminate, have led straight to Hiroshima. By this point in the war, the mass killing of innocents had come to be seen as a narrowly military decision, independent of ethical considerations. There was no debate in Truman's circle over the ethics of the bomb. Philip Morrison, a scientist who helped build the plutonium bomb and was at Tinian to assemble it, argues that the bomb was not a discontinuity. We were carrying on more of the same, only it was much cheaper. One bomb, one city. For that war, it was just one more city destroyed. The scientists who made the bomb, he argues, bear as much responsibility for its use as President Truman. The Army did not approach the physicists. We went to the Army. I mean the scientific profession. Einstein, the pacifist at its head. We beat on the doors and said, "We must be allowed to make this weaponry or we're going to lose the war." Once we did that, we didn't stop. I didn't stop. I didn't work a 40-hour week. I worked a 70-hour week making weapons. I was wildly enthusiastic because I was a long-time anti-Nazi, and this was the war I expected and feared. I was caught up spontaneously and naively in this terrible war. It was a great crusade. The scientists he worked with realized, Morrison adds, that the idea of dropping it was implicit in making it. On July 26th, the day Truman released the Potsdam Declaration, the cruiser Indianapolis arrived at Tinian with the firing mechanism and uranium bullet U-235 for the first bomb, nicknamed Little Boy. The uranium core arrived by air shortly thereafter, along with the plutonium core for the second bomb, Fat Man, named for its shape after Winston Churchill. This bomb was bigger and more powerful than Little Boy. A third bomb was scheduled to be sent from Los Alamos in late August, according to Grove's original timetable. After delivering her top-secret cargo, the Indianapolis headed for the Philippines. On July 30th, she was torpedoed and sunk by a Japanese submarine. Only 317 of the sailors survived. Most of the others died a horrible death in shark-infested waters because of a botched Navy rescue mission. The Indianapolis, Leslie Groves wrote later, was a very poor choice to carry the bomb. She had no underwater sound equipment and was so designed that a single torpedo was able to sink her quickly. She was hit by 2 torpedoes. Although the Japanese had already attempted feeble peace overtures through Russia, Prime Minister Kantaro Suzuki, a 77-year-old admiral, publicly announced that they would ignore the Potsdam Declaration, kill it with silence, and continue to fight. The cabinet was almost evenly split between diehards who wanted to continue the war and those who wanted peace, albeit on terms favorable to Japan. No one in the cabinet was willing to accept the Allied demand for unconditional surrender. Truman gave the order to the Air Command at Tinian. Release when ready, but not sooner than August 2nd. Bad weather canceled the first flight, scheduled for August 3rd, but on August 5th, meteorologists called for several consecutive days of clear visibility. Now we were ready, Tibbets recalls. 2 planes would fly to the target with the Enola Gay, the lead plane that Tibbets named after his mother. The great artiste, piloted by Chuck Sweeney, would drop instruments to record heat, blast, and radiation, and an unnamed plane with George Marquardt at the controls would photograph the blast. At a tense pre-flight briefing, Captain Parsons told the crews they would be delivering the most powerful weapon in the history of the world, but the words atomic and nuclear were apparently not used. Nor, of course, were the crews told that the uranium bomb had not and could not be tested because of the slow production of U-235. The uranium bomb was used because Los Alamos had exhausted its entire immediate supply of plutonium in the test bomb. Afterward, the men went to the mess hall for a pre-flight meal. It was 12:30 a.m., August 6, 1945. When Tibbets got up to leave, Flight Surgeon Don Young handed him a pillbox containing 12 cyanide capsules, one for each member of his crew. They were to be passed out if an emergency occurred. The crewmen could use them or not. There were no suicide orders. As Chuck Sweeney's crew stowed their gear and prepared their airplane, Sweeney jumped into a jeep and drove over to Tibbets' plane. The scene I encountered was surrealistic. There had to be 200 people standing in an island of intense light. Mobile generators were powering all forms of illumination. Stands of high-intensity shop lights, floods, popping. The paradoxical effect of the decisive American victory at Okinawa was to discourage the Americans while inspiring the Japanese. Japan had already been defeated militarily. Now, the American objective was to force a defiant government to surrender, a government that still had the support of its people. Residents of Tokyo hurled ridicule on their conquered Axis ally for surrendering unconditionally, verbally accosting Germans on the streets and in the trains. The Tokyo papers, Robert Guillen reports, blamed Germany's defeat on its lack of Bushido. With Bushido, one never dies, never surrenders unconditionally. While the president and his advisors planned the final stroke against Japan, a team of nuclear scientists at a secret facility at Los Alamos, New Mexico, was hurrying world-altering work to conclusion. At the same time, a new Air Force unit was conducting highly secret training operations in the Marianas, flying stripped-down B-29s designed to achieve maximum speed and altitude. Pilots and crews of the 509th Composite Group were dropping enormous pumpkin-shaped bombs, one to a plane, on a desolate island near Tinian. Their commander was 30-year-old Colonel Paul Tibbets, who had been chosen to head this operation because he knew the B-29 better than anyone else in the air service. A year before arriving in Tinian, he had suggested to Curtis LeMay, while the general was in the States en route to the Marianas, that he finish off Japan with the low-level fire raids. When LeMay decided, on his own, to go in low, he may have remembered Tibbets' advice. Now, Tibbets was awaiting the arrival in the Marianas of a new kind of fire that he was sure would end the war. Commander, later Vice Admiral, Frederick L. Ashworth, who would fly on the Nagasaki mission, had picked Tinian as the base for Tibbets' operation. At the time, Ashworth was a 35-year-old Navy commander working at Los Alamos for Major General Leslie Groves, administrator of the Manhattan Project, the vast scientific and industrial enterprise, unprecedented in size, created in 1942 to build the world's first atomic bombs. "I was what was known as a weaponeer," Ashworth said in a recent interview. "There were two of us, both Navy men. The other was Captain William Deke Parsons, the Manhattan Project's chief of weapons development, who flew on the Hiroshima mission. We were in charge of the bombs, since the crews knew nothing about them. In February 1945, General Groves sent me to Guam to deliver a letter from Admiral King to Admiral Nimitz saying that a highly secret new weapon will be ready in August of this year for use against Japan by the 20th Air Force. The letter asked Nimitz to provide the necessary support for this operation, and it also said that the bearer would search for a proper base for this operation in the Marianas. I went back to Washington to pick up the letter. I had a money belt with a zipper on it, and I put it in there, under my khaki uniform shirt. When I got to Guam, the Admiral's aide escorted me to Nimitz's office, and I told Nimitz that I had to deliver the letter to him with no one else in the room. After his aide left, I pulled up my shirt, unzipped this sweaty old money belt, and handed him the letter. He read it and said grimly, "Don't they know we've got a war going out here? This is February now. You're talking about August. Why can't we have it out here sooner?" Nimitz wanted it to be available for Iwo Jima and Okinawa. I told him that this was the schedule, and it was a very tight schedule. He wasn't happy with this. He thanked me, and I left his office. I went from there to Tinian, after scratching Guam and Saipan as sites for the operation. Tinian was a natural because it had the longest runway in the world. The island commander took me to a spot on the north end of the island, and I thought, this is the place to put it. It was isolated from the other bomber groups on Tinian and would be ideal for top-secret operations. After training at desolate Wendover, Utah, The 509th began arriving in Tinian in late May. Tibbets was confident his group of 1,800 men would do the work of 2 million soldiers. The 509th was totally isolated within its own compound, connected by taxiways to North Field, recalled Major Charles Sweeney, the B-29 test pilot from North Quincy, Massachusetts, who was in charge of training exercises. The compound was enclosed by a high fence with a main gate that was guarded around the clock by armed sentries. This area contained the only windowless air-conditioned buildings in the Pacific. Here the various components of the bombs would be assembled. Anyone trying to gain access without proper clearance could be shot. Tibbets and Sweeney were the only members of the 509th who had been officially informed that the unit was preparing to drop an atomic bomb. The men were only told what they needed to know to do their jobs, Tibbets says, although it is likely that the bombardiers, at least, soon figured out what they would be asked to do. Tibbets had little contact with the Los Alamos scientists and no interest whatsoever in the deep physics behind the bomb. They told me it would explode with the equivalent of 20,000 tons of TNT. Alls I could say was that's going to be a damn big explosion. J. Robert Oppenheimer, director of the Los Alamos Laboratory, explained to Tibbets that once the atomic bomb was released, the delivery plane would have to make a dizzying 155-degree diving turn to get as far away from the point of explosion as possible. Otherwise, the delivery plane was likely to be blown out of the sky. This was difficult to do, Tibbets found out, without snapping the tail off the airplane. In dry runs over the island of Rota, and later over Japan itself, Tibbets had his pilots practice these radical turns after releasing a single 10,000-pound bomb. These bombs were the shape and color of a pumpkin, and the same size as the plutonium bomb that would be used against Nagasaki. The Manhattan Project produced two types of atomic weapons, one using uranium, U-235, the other plutonium, which was created from uranium. The explosive power of the bombs resulted from the instantaneous release of energy upon the splitting, or fission, of the atomic nuclei in uranium-235 or plutonium. These weapons had different detonation systems. The uranium bomb was set off by using a gun-like device that fired a subcritical slug of uranium, one not compact or dense enough to explode, into a subcritical core of uranium. The slug, or bullet, was placed at one end of a long hollow tube, similar to a gun barrel, with an explosive packed behind the bullet, and the core was placed at the other end of the sealed tube. When the bullet was fired and hit the core, it produced a critical mass, setting in motion a self-sustaining chain reaction and a nuclear explosion. The plutonium bomb was detonated by an implosion process. Plutonium was arranged inside the bomb in the form of a hollow sphere and surrounded by a sphere of conventional chemical explosives. When the fuse was ignited, the explosion of the outer sphere compressed the inner sphere of plutonium into a ball-like critical mass the size of a baseball. A chain reaction and an explosion followed instantaneously. "I wanted them to get shot at," says Tibbets. "I wanted them to experience every possible emergency before they had an atom bomb and were really playing for keeps. I wanted the Japanese to see planes, flying alone, and to think they were on reconnaissance operations." Tibbets planned to fly these pumpkin runs himself, but LeMay insisted the Army could not risk having him fall into enemy hands with knowledge of the bomb. Other airmen on Tinian resented Tibbets's glory boys. They had the best living quarters on the island and flew the safest missions, and some of them bragged to friends in the other bomber groups that they were personally going to win the war. The other guys had lost a lot of crews, and they had to come in low, while we went in high where they couldn't get any anti-aircraft or fighters up to us, so we were relatively safe, says Airman Raymond Beale. And we had brand new planes, and were getting the best of treatment from the government. To the other men, it didn't seem we were doing anything to end the war. On July 29th, General Karl Tooey Spatz arrived from Europe via Washington, D.C., to take command of the Strategic Air Forces, which was created expressly for the atomic bomb missions. LeMay was made his chief of staff. Spatz carried with him top-secret orders drafted by Groves and approved by Truman. The 509th Composite Group, 20th Air Force, will deliver its first special bomb as soon as weather will permit visual bombing after about 3 August 1945 on one of the targets, Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. To carry military and civilian scientific personnel from the War Department to observe and record the effects of the explosion of the bomb, additional aircraft will accompany the airplane carrying the bomb. Additional bombs will be delivered on the above targets as soon as made ready by the project staff. Stricken from the atomic target list, as it had been from LeMay's list of cities to burn, was Kyoto. Nagasaki replaced it. It was a major military port in western Kyushu that was the home of the enormous Mitsubishi Steel and Armament Works, and of a plant that made the torpedoes that were used against the American fleet at Pearl Harbor. Hiroshima, the primary target, was the southern headquarters and supply depot for the Homeland Army that would mount the defense of Kyushu. Located on the main island just across the inland sea from Kyushu, it had a population of about 350,000 and also contained a number of war industries. The United States was about to commit the most destructive single act in the history of civilization. How had it come to this decision? The world's first nuclear explosion occurred in the New Mexico desert at a remote area of Alamogordo Air Force Base in the early morning hours of July 16, 1945. Truman was notified immediately and received a detailed description of the plutonium explosion 5 days later at Potsdam, an undamaged suburb of Berlin, where he was meeting with Stalin and Churchill. Groves' report was euphoric. The awesome roar of the bomb had been heard at a distance of 100 miles, and the searing light from the explosion had been seen 180 miles away. All seemed to feel, wrote Groves' deputy, Brigadier General Thomas F. Farrell, that they had been present at the birth of a new age. But Groves concluded soberly, "We are all fully conscious that our real goal is still before us. The battle test is what counts." At Potsdam, Truman also secured a pledge from Stalin that Russia would soon enter the war against Japan. "I've gotten what I came for. Stalin goes to war August 15th with no strings on it," Truman wrote jubilantly to his wife on July 18th. "I'll say we'll end the war a year sooner now, and think of the kids who won't get killed. That is the important thing." With Russia on the move in East Asia, it would be impossible for Japan to bring in reinforcements from Manchuria, northern China, and Korea to help stop an American invasion. On July 26th, the Allied leaders at Potsdam issued an ultimatum calling for the unconditional surrender of all the Japanese armed forces, The alternative for Japan is prompt and utter destruction. None of the president's advisors opposed using the atomic bomb, but Secretary of War Stimson, Assistant Secretary of State Joseph Grew, and a number of others had tried to persuade Truman to eliminate the unconditional surrender clause of the Potsdam Declaration, or at least modify it to allow the Japanese to keep their emperor. They did so not to avoid dropping the A-bomb. Grew didn't know about the bomb, but to make an invasion unnecessary. These proposals appealed to Truman's interest in saving lives, but to Secretary of State Jimmy Burns, this was rank appeasement. Burns, the longtime Democratic leader of the Senate, had enormous influence on the president, a former senator from Missouri. The Germans had to accept unconditional surrender, he argued. Why not the Japanese? Burns was also concerned about Truman's standing with the American people. A Gallup poll taken on May 29th showed the American public overwhelmingly opposed to retaining the emperor, whom they saw as a Hitler-like figure who had encouraged Japanese aggression. A third of those polled wanted him executed as a war criminal. Only 7% favored retaining him as a figurehead. That spring, Americans learned of the Palawan massacre. To prevent 150 American POWs from falling into enemy hands, Japanese soldiers on the Philippine island of Palawan put them into an air raid shelter, doused them with gasoline, and set them on fire with long torches. Some of the men, their bodies in flames, managed to escape the shelter, but most were cut down by gunfire and finished off with bayonets. Miraculously, a few escaped to tell their grisly story, which further inflamed anti-Japanese sentiment in the United States. Giving in to Stimson, Burns warned, would mean the crucifixion of the president. Some scholars criticize the uncompromising nature of the Potsdam Declaration, but Truman was determined to overthrow the imperial system, or kokutai, that was behind Japan's racist war of conquest in Asia, in the same way that Roosevelt and Churchill had vowed to eradicate Nazism root and branch. Japan must not be treated more leniently than Germany. Truman intuited correctly that the emperor was not a mere ceremonial figure, but an active advocate, until the dying days of the war, of a fight to the finish with the Americans. And historian Herbert Bix points out what Truman could not have known, that even the peace faction in the Japanese cabinet wanted to retain this authoritarian system. The entire cabinet and the imperial court were fighting not for a constitutional monarchy, Bix argues, but for a monarchy based on the principle of oracular sovereignty, a system that could allow them to continue to control the Japanese people. It is unlikely, moreover, that an American guarantee of the maintenance of the imperial system would have caused Japan to surrender before the Normandy invasion on terms acceptable to the Americans. On July 24th, after agreeing to the wording of the Potsdam Declaration, Truman had learned from Stimson that one bomb would probably be ready by August 1st. The president was highly delighted, Stimson wrote in his diary. Did he make his final decision to drop the bomb that day? We will never know. Probably there was no one moment when he made up his mind. The only real decision he had to make was whether or not to stop the almost unstoppable momentum of events. Leslie Groves would later observe that Truman's decision was one of non-interference, basically a decision not to upset the existing plans. Truman knew the bomb would kill tens of thousands of innocent people, And that did not sit well with him. But he weighed this against the horrendous cost in American lives if the invasion were to go forward. He has been accused of crossing a moral threshold, but America had already crossed that ethical boundary with the firebombing of Tokyo and the saturation bombing of German cities in late 1940. Chapter 11. Victory. The Forgotten Bomb. This was the forgotten bomb, says Navy Commander Frederick Ashworth, the weaponeer in charge of Fat Man, the plutonium bomb dropped on Nagasaki. The Nagasaki strike was a kind of sideshow to the first one. There was no fanfare when we left, and no fanfare when we got back. Yet few people realized that our mission was almost a national disaster. Chuck Sweeney wanted to fly a flawless mission, as Tibbets had done. But from start to finish, the second most important bombing strike of the war was a succession of near-disastrous accidents, bad command decisions, and broken orders. The bomb was dropped 1.5 miles from the designated target. Boxcar came perilously close to running out of fuel and ditching at sea. And the bomber nearly crashed on an airfield it was not scheduled to land on. One man saved the mission and the careers of the pilot and the weaponeer, who, together, broke strict orders about how the bomb was to be dropped, orders that had come down from the highest authority. It all began with a typhoon off Iwo Jima. The night we were getting ready to go to Hiroshima, there were thunderstorms in the area, lightning all over the place, and you get a little skittish about lightning, recalls Ashworth, a coolly composed aviator who had commanded a torpedo squadron in the South Pacific earlier in the war. That's bad news in the airplane business. Then we got word about a storm at Iwo Jima. The 3 planes flying to the target, Boxcar, the Great Artiste, and an observation plane piloted by Colonel James Hopkins, were to take off from Tinian and rendezvous over Iwo Jima. But the weather forced them to take a different route and reassemble at Yakushima, a small island off the coast of Kyushu. Because of the bad weather at low altitudes and our proximity to the Japanese mainland, the rendezvous would be at 30,000 feet instead of at 8,000, as on the Hiroshima mission, Sweeney wrote in his memoir, War's End. This meant we would be flying through some turbulent weather for about 5 hours in complete radio silence. Then all 3 of us had to arrive at a tiny spot in the ocean within 1 minute of each other. At the pre-flight briefing, Sweeney's crew was told that they were to drop the bomb visually. These were the only stringent orders that we had, Ashworth recalls. General Groves wanted to be sure that we knew exactly where we were putting it, and radar bombing equipment at that time was notoriously inaccurate. There was a provision that if it couldn't be dropped by visual bombing with a Norden bomb site, then we should bring it home. Out on the flight deck, Philip Morrison and his team of scientists had just finished loading the man-made meteor into Boxcar. The bomb bay doors were open, so Sweeney bent down to look. There it was, 10 feet 8 inches long, 5 feet across, painted with high-gloss yellow enamel and black tail fins. It weighed 10,300 pounds, at least 1,000 pounds heavier than Little Boy. It resembled a grossly oversized decorative squash. I could see that many people had signed the bomb or left poems and messages with varying degrees of vitriol. The takeoff would be dangerous because there was no way of rendering the bomb safe, Morrison notes. Unlike the uranium bomb used at Hiroshima, the complicated implosion system was sealed inside the bomb. Ashworth would not be able to wait until after takeoff to arm Fat Man, as Parsons had late-armed Little Boy with its gun-like firing mechanism. If the plane were to crash and burn on takeoff, as so many B-29s did on Tinian, the bomb might detonate. "You probably would not have had a full-scale detonation," says Ashworth, "but you'd have had a smaller one. With all that fuel aboard, you would have had a raging fire, and the heat would have set off the explosives in the bomb, causing a cook-off, a low-level detonation that would have torn the bomb apart, spreading chunks of radioactive plutonium all over that part of the island. This was a very serious consideration. The only thing that could be done was to reinforce all the firefighting and ambulance equipment on the field, and hope that if it happened, we could put the fire out before anything went radically wrong." Chief Scientist Norman Ramsey was so concerned about a nuclear accident that he stood at the end of the runway with the emergency equipment so that in the event of an explosion, he would be blown up and would not have to do any explaining. The only people to see the plane off were a few Army photographers and the boss, Paul Tibbets. Just as Sweeney was ready to take off, his flight engineer, Sergeant John Kuharek, leaned into the front of the cockpit and said, "Major, we have a problem. The fuel in our reserve tank in the rear bomb bay bladder isn't pumping. We've got 600 gallons of fuel trapped back there." Kuharek thought the problem was a solenoid and that it would take several hours to fix. Sweeney pulled off his harness and climbed out of the plane to consult with Tibbets. "Sweeney and Kuharek walk up to the Jeep I'm sitting in," Tibbets recalls, "and Sweeney says, 'We can't transfer fuel from our bomb bay.' I said, 'What do you give a damn about it? The fuel is only carried as ballast to balance the bomb in the forward bomb bay. With my airplane, I had 1,000 gallons of fuel more than I needed." Sweeney still looked concerned. "Chuck," I told him, "you've lost a lot of time now. If you're waiting for me to tell you to cancel the mission, I'm not going to. You're the airplane commander. You can say cancel or don't cancel." He said, "Well, we're going to go." When Sweeney got ready to walk away, I said, "Chuck, you've already lost about 45 minutes. Get back in that airplane, go to your rendezvous point, and tell the other planes the same thing I told you at Iwo Jima," where Tibbets and Sweeney rendezvoused on the Hiroshima mission. "Make one 360-degree turn, be on my wing, or I'm going to the target anyway." Tibbets also advised Sweeney that if he ran into any problems on the bomb run, he should consult with Kermit Behan, the bombardier, who had plenty of combat experience in Europe. As they prepared for takeoff, with lightning streaking across the black sky, everyone was on edge. "Young man, do you know how much that bomb cost?" Admiral W.R.E. Purnell, a high official in the Manhattan Project, asked Sweeney. "About $25 million, said Sweeney. "See that we get our money's worth," Purnell cautioned. As the plane raced down the runway at 150 miles per hour, a horrible thought went through Sweeney's mind. Had the Japanese figured out the point of origin of the first flight? Were they out there over the ocean waiting for him? But the takeoff went smoothly, and they cruised to the assembly point off the coast of Japan at 17,000 feet to try to get above the rough weather. At 5:30 a.m., sunlight started to fill the flight deck, and the storm was behind them. "All seemed right," Sweeney recalls, "in our pressurized, air-conditioned, encapsulated universe." Sitting in the cabin of the great artiste, reporter William Lawrence took out his notebook and began to write. "Somewhere beyond these vast mountains of white clouds ahead of me, there lies Japan, the land of the enemy. In about 4 hours from now, one of its cities, making weapons of war for use against us, will be wiped off the map by the greatest weapon ever made by man. In 1/10 of a millionth of a second, a fraction of time immeasurable by any clock, a whirlwind from the skies will pulverize thousands of its buildings and tens of thousands of its inhabitants. Does one feel any pity or compassion for the poor devils about to die? Not when one thinks of Pearl Harbor and of the death march on Bataan. When the great artiste reached Yakushima, Boxcar was waiting for it. The two planes began circling, waiting for the third ship, piloted by Colonel Hopkins. Sweeney's orders were to wait 15 minutes and then head for the target. But he considered the observation plane vital to the mission, perhaps because the photographic equipment had malfunctioned on the Hiroshima flight. The minutes ticked away. They were flying under radio silence. There was no way to contact Hopkins. Sweeney circled for 40 minutes, wasting precious fuel. "I couldn't see what was going on," says Ashworth. "I was down below in the navigator's compartment, just behind the flight deck. We started to circle and circle. I remember Sweeney coming on the intercom and saying, 'Look, gang, we got to do this right for Paul.' He wanted a perfect operation, like Tibbets had flown. That meant that 3 planes proceeded to the target. That's probably why he overrode his instructions to spend no longer than 15 minutes at the rendezvous. In wasting gasoline, he very nearly lost the mission right there. Finally, after 45 minutes, I went up to Sweeney and said, 'Look, we've got to get going. I don't care about the observers in Hopkins' plane. I want to be sure that the airplane carrying the instruments is the one that's with us. Is it?' That's when he told me it was the instrument plane. The other plane never showed up. We found out later that he was up at 39,000 feet while we were at 30,000 feet, where we were all supposed to be." One error led to another. In frustration, unable to find the 2 other planes, Hopkins broke radio silence and asked Tinian, "Has Sweeney aborted?" The message caused consternation at Tinian. "Here was this plane," says Ashworth, "that was supposed to be with Boxcar, and it had no idea where Boxcar was, with a 10,000-pound nuclear weapon on board. When General Thomas Farrell, Grove's deputy on Tinian, got word of this, he was having breakfast. He immediately became sick and raced outside the officers' mess and vomited." Sweeney blames Hopkins for the delay at the rendezvous point, but Tibbets blames both Ashworth and Sweeney. Tibbets is convinced that Ashworth told Sweeney to wait for the observation plane. Sweeney didn't have sense enough to know that Navy commander couldn't tell him a damn thing. Sweeney was browbeaten by Ashworth. Later, I told Sweeney to his face, "Sweeney, you forget who was in command of that airplane. You wasted your envelope." But Sweeney insists that he, not Ashworth, made the decision to give Hopkins a little more time. Tibbets was correct about one thing, however. This was the critical mistake of the mission. From here on, nothing went right. At 9:45, Boxcar and the great artiste arrived over the Kokura arsenal. It was hazy, and there were broken clouds, but Sweeney thought he had a chance to spot the target. He began the bomb run, turning the plane over to Bombardier Kermit Behan, the most qualified member of the crew. By acclamation, his fellow crew members had named their plane, the plane Captain Fred Bach was flying that day, the great artiste, after this brawny, handsome 26-year-old Texan, an artist with the bomb sight as well as with the ladies. A graduate of Rice University, Behan had flown in North Africa and Europe. and been shot down 4 times. Although he developed a slight stutter after surviving a crash that killed his pilot and co-pilot, he was rock steady under pressure. He may have been unlucky in combat, but he was good. Bean hit those bomb bay doors and they opened up, and the ship started to wobble a little because of the drag of the doors, recalls Assistant Flight Engineer Ray Gallagher. So now you're waiting. You've got your welder's goggles on to protect your eyes from the blast. You're waiting, bracing yourself for the ship to go up, because you're dropping 10,000 pounds of weight. Only seconds into the bomb run, Bean said he couldn't see the aiming point. Smoke and clouds obscured it. 2 nights earlier, Curtis LeMay's B-29s had firebombed a steel mill in Yawata, just to the north, and shifting winds had begun to carry the heavy black smoke of the still-burning factory over Kokura. Sweeney yelled, "No drop!" and, at that, says Gallagher, we were told no talking on the ship. We didn't want the Japanese to be able to pick up anything. Complete silence. Flak was exploding all around the plane, making it buck and shiver. The enemy gunners had the right altitude and were zeroing in. Kokura, the Pittsburgh of Japan, was one of the most heavily defended cities in the empire. Then Sweeney did something almost no combat pilot ever did. He made a second bomb run, giving the flak gunners another chance. "Oh boy," said Ray Gallagher to himself. Ashworth admits he pressured Sweeney to make the second run. "I suggested to Sweeney, why don't we go around 120 degrees and come in from a different direction, and maybe the wind will be such that Bean can see what he's looking for." But we still couldn't see the target. I did this even though we had a potential fuel problem, because I knew General Groves wanted the second bomb dropped as soon as possible after the first one, to try to convince the Japanese we had more of these things and would use them. There was great pressure to get that second bomb dropped quickly. "We're not playing here too long," Sergeant John Kuharek's voice came over the intercom, breaking the silence, "because we've got a problem with gas." But Sweeney made a third run. The flak got closer, and Gallagher looked out and saw fighters climbing to intercept them. Bean said, "I can't drop," and Sweeney closed the bomb doors. As he did, Gallagher muttered into his mic, "Let's get the hell out of here." In hindsight, I recognize that this was a stupid way of doing it, Ashworth admits. Sweeney was told at this briefing to make only one pass at the target. If he couldn't drop it, he was supposed to take it to the secondary target or bring it home. So here again, Sweeney was violating his instructions. We spent 50 minutes over the target, and I finally said to Sweeney, "We got to get to Nagasaki, our secondary target." That was a suggestion. It was Sweeney's decision. He was the commander of the aircraft, and he agreed. Sweeney was determined not to fly back to Tinian, humiliated, with the bomb. Tibbets is convinced that neither Ashworth nor Sweeney wanted to return to Tinian because they wanted to beat me. Well, the elements wouldn't let them do it. They didn't have enough sense to see that. I said to Sweeney later, "You should have turned around and come back home. Nobody had the gun to your head." I don't know why even Ashworth didn't make that decision to turn around and bring it back. In going to Nagasaki dangerously low on fuel, Sweeney jeopardized his own life and the lives of his crew. We haven't talked about it in great length, but I told Chuck, "You're the only bad mistake the 509th ever made." Ashworth agrees. We had the wrong guy flying the plane, yet he blames Tibbets for picking Sweeney. He had a bunch of experienced, combat-tested guys like Fred Bach. Yet for some reason, God only knows why, he chose Sweeney, who was green. It was a disastrous mistake and a shoddy operation. We were lucky we didn't get into more trouble than we did. Yet it was Ashworth, under pressure from Groves, to drop a second bomb soon after Hiroshima, who had suggested they go on to Nagasaki, knowing the plane had a fuel problem. In this way, atomic diplomacy figured strongly in what was nearly a catastrophic atomic mission. On the way to Nagasaki, Kuharik informed Sweeney that he had only enough fuel for one bomb run if they were to make it to Okinawa, their emergency landing field. As they approached the target, the heart of the port city's downtown, there was dense cloud cover. A visual drop seemed impossible. What would they do with the bomb? Drop it in the ocean? "We couldn't take the bomb back with us," says Gallagher. "We were running out of gas and there was too much weight." Back at Tinian, the generals and scientists worried that Sweeney, hours behind schedule, had crashed or been shot down. "I was responsible to see that the bomb got off and got on the target," says Ashworth. "So I said to Sweeney, we'll make this approach by radar and hopefully the visual bombardier may be able to see the target when we get closer to it." Sweeney claims that he made that decision. That is unlikely, for Ashworth was in complete charge of the bomb. According to Gallagher, Ashworth made the decision and told Sweeney, "I'll back you." Sweeney didn't balk. This is what he wanted to do. Having come this far, having gotten this deeply into trouble, neither man felt he had any other choice. They didn't want to jettison the bomb in the ocean or disconnect the firing circuit and crash land at sea with the bomb in the bomb bay, losing it in the ocean. "We were violating orders," says Ashworth. "But in tight situations like this, the man in charge has to make a decision on the spot. You simply have to step up and do it. I thought making a radar drop was the right thing to do. You can't just wring your hands. Our mission was drop the bomb on one of two targets, and the second target was right below us. I wouldn't have jettisoned the bomb under any circumstances. We needed to get two off, back to back, to force a capitulation." Now it was up to Kermit Bean. On his shoulders, Ashworth said later, rested one half of the Manhattan Project's finances, namely $1 billion that had been put into making this plutonium bomb that had to be dropped someplace. The crew was told to prepare for a radar run. It was still overcast. No one could see the city. 30 seconds before the bomb's release, the bomb bay doors snapped open. 20 seconds later, Bean spotted a thin break in the clouds and hollered, "I can see it! I can see it! I've got it!" Sweeney answered, "You own it!" Immediately, the radar run was stopped, and Bean took over, set up the bomb site, and dropped the bomb, says assistant co-pilot Fred O'Leary. So actually, we did in the end follow orders, but they had come within seconds of violating them. Bean said later that he had studied the target thoroughly before the mission and knew he was somewhere over the industrial area of Nagasaki. It was not, says Ashworth, a blind drop, as O'Leary claimed later. "There she goes," someone said on the Great Artiste, which was about 1.5 miles in back of Boxcar. Captain Bach, piloting the Great Artiste, swung around to get out of range, but even though we were turning in the opposite direction, and despite the fact that it was broad daylight in our cabin, all of us became aware of a giant flash that broke through the dark barrier of our arc welder's lenses and flooded our cabin with intense light. William Lawrence wrote. We removed our glasses after the first flash, but the light still lingered on, a bluish-green light that illuminated the entire sky all around. A tremendous blast wave struck our ship and made it tremble from nose to tail. This was followed by 4 more blasts in rapid succession, each resounding like the boom of cannon fire hitting our plane from all directions. Observers in the tail of our ship saw a giant ball of fire rise as though from the bowels of the earth, belching forth enormous white smoke rings. Next they saw a giant pillar of purple fire, 10,000 feet high, shooting skyward with enormous speed. Less than a minute later, the purple fire reached the altitude of the planes. It was no longer smoke or dust or even a cloud of fire. It was a living thing, a new species of being, born right before our incredulous eyes. Back in Boxcar, Ray Gallagher shouted to Sweeney over the intercom. "The mushroom is coming toward us. It's right under us." That got everyone's attention, because the scientists had emphatically told the crews to steer clear of the radioactive cloud. When Sweeney became aware of it, says Fred O'Leary, he drove the aircraft down and to the right with full throttles to pull away from the oncoming mushroom cloud. For a while, I couldn't tell whether we were gaining on it or it was gaining on us. But then we began to see that we were pulling away and we escaped the radiation. The cloud kept rising, in an elemental fury, to a height of almost 60,000 feet. The mood in Boxcar was relief, not elation. Bean had gotten rid of the bomb. "If Bean doesn't accomplish the release," Ashworth said later, "we're in a disaster situation. There would have been a board of investigation if we had bombed by radar, and we might even have missed Nagasaki, because radar bombing was notoriously inaccurate. That would have caused a national embarrassment and might even have prolonged the war. If Bean hadn't done his job, Sweeney would never have become a general, and Ashworth would never have become an admiral." But now the pilot and the weaponeer had another problem. They had no idea of where, exactly, the bomb had landed. Bean had gotten one quick look at Nagasaki before releasing his cargo. But Fat Man turned the city into a boiling inferno of fire and smoke, reducing ground visibility to 0. To be able to tell headquarters back in Tinian precisely where it had gone was impossible, Ashworth admits. "I sent Tinian a coded strike report saying just that we had hit Nagasaki, but added, 'Conference recommended before any news release.' This shook them up at Tinian, I learned later, but this was the first time they had heard from us. We were running over 2 hours late, and before this, they had no idea where we were or what we were doing." When they left Nagasaki, Sweeney asked Kuharek, "What are your readings for gas?" "You've got 2 hours." "What's your time from here to Okinawa?" Sweeney asked navigator Jim Van Pelt. "You've got 2 hours." Sweeney instructed radio operator Abe Spitzer to start putting out calls to the air-sea rescue teams. Spitzer got no response. With the mission running hours behind schedule, Navy rescue teams had probably left their prearranged positions, assuming that Boxcar was on its way safely back to Tinian. No one would be waiting for them if they had to ditch at sea. By the time they sighted Okinawa, they were flying on fortune and fumes. Sweeney repeatedly called the tower at Yontan Airfield, but couldn't get a response. Losing patience, the volatile Irishman ordered the crew to fire the emergency warning flares. Red and green flares were fired out in an arc, bursting away from the airplane. There was no answer from the field. "Mayday! Mayday!" Sweeney shouted into the mic. I yelled back toward Levy and Van Pelt. "Fire every goddamn flare we have on board!" The color-coded flares went out, nearly every color in the rainbow, each color signifying a different type of problem. Aircraft out of fuel. Prepare for crash. Heavy damage. Dead and wounded on board. That got their attention on the ground, and the crew could see planes peeling away from runways and emergency equipment racing toward the edge of the airstrip. Sweeney told the crew to brace themselves for a rough one. He was going in without clearance, into the busiest airfield in the world, and it was hard to see because the plane was filled with gray smoke from the flare guns. A B-24 was taking off just where Boxcar was heading, and the two planes almost collided in midair. "We were hot," says Levy. "We were going in about 160 miles an hour, and when we hit the ground, it must have been at least 150. When Boxcar touched down halfway down the runway, it bounced into the air almost 25 feet and veered violently to the left toward a line of B-24s parked wingtip to wingtip along the edge of the runway. But Sweeney muscled the plane under control with the help of its specially installed reversible propellers. Just barely missing the row of B-24s, the big bomber came to a screaming stop at the end of the island. As it rolled onto a taxi strip, one of the engines quit. Sweeney killed the other engines and slumped back in his seat. Total silence fell over the compartment. No one made a sound. Emergency vehicles came racing toward them, sirens blaring. Sweeney opened the nose-wheel door. A rescue worker stuck his head in. "Where's the dead and wounded?" "Back there," said Sweeney, pointing to the north, toward Nagasaki. Kuharek later measured the fuel. They had 7 gallons left, about 1 minute of flight time. As soon as they landed at Okinawa, Ashworth had to quickly figure out where the bomb had hit so he could make a report to Tinian. "The instrument-carrying airplane landed on Okinawa shortly after we did," he recalls. "And strangely, who should arrive shortly thereafter but the third plane that had never joined us? It had gone on to Nagasaki and done some observing after the bomb was dropped. So I got the 3 pilots together, and Bian and I spread out a target map on the hood of a Jeep, right on the runway. After we talked it over, it became obvious that the point of detonation was the industrial Urakami River Valley, which was 1.5 miles from the center of the city, our aiming point, and directly over the huge Mitsubishi Steel and Armament Works. That was good enough for me." This long industrial valley was separated from the downtown by a ridge of hills which contained the blasts and saved tens of thousands of lives. By missing the intended target by almost 2 miles, Bian had turned to cinder and ash one of Japan's stupendous industrial complexes, employing some 40,000 workers. Ashworth and Sweeney commandeered a Jeep and had the driver take them to a communications center. But the guy manning it said, "I'm too busy. Get out of here," Ashworth recalls. So they went over to General Jimmy Doolittle's tent, and Ashworth told a staff officer, "We have just dropped an atomic bomb on Nagasaki and need to inform Tinian." Doolittle's aide told them they had better see the general first. Doolittle had just transferred the headquarters of 8th Air Force from England to the Pacific in preparation for the invasion of Japan. He was all business. There would be no messages sent until they told him what they had hit. Ashworth pulled the target map out of his leather pouch. Doolittle looked at it for a while and said, "You know General Spatz will be far happier that it went off over there than if it had over the city, because there will be far fewer casualties." Then he let me send my detailed letter message. After this, we returned to the plane. It was refueled and we flew back to Tinian. On the way, we heard on Armed Forces radio that the Russians had entered the war against Japan. There was no word of the surrender of Japan, however. That got some of the men thinking that they might be flying another of these missions very soon. They flew the rest of the way in a somber mood, smoking cigars, drinking pineapple juice, and listening to the tunes of Glenn Miller and Tommy Dorsey. At 10:30 p.m., Boxcar landed on Tinian, 20 hours after taking off. No one was there to greet them except their ground crew and one photographer, and Paul Tibbets, standing at a distance with a high-ranking Navy officer. In a recent revision of his memoirs, Tibbets claims he had gone to bed, but that seems unlikely. Sweeney says he was there, and Tibbets would have wanted to attend the post-flight briefing. The next morning, Tibbets thought he would have to make a difficult decision. What, if any, action should be taken against the airplane commander, Charles Sweeney, for failure to command? But LeMay made the decision for him. After a press conference on Guam, in which nothing came out about the problems the crew experienced, LeMay called together Sweeney and Tibbets. "You fucked up, didn't you, Chuck?" LeMay confronted him. Sweeney did not respond. LeMay turned to Tibbets and told him that an investigation into the conduct of the Nagasaki mission would serve no useful purpose. So a cloak of official secrecy was thrown over the operation. That evening, in a meeting in the Imperial Library, the militants in the Japanese cabinet were still arguing for a continuation of the war, for a suicidal battle on home soil. But the double blow of the second bomb and the Russian invasion of Manchuria gave Emperor Hirohito the leverage he had been recently seeking. He feared, as did the moderates in the cabinet, that the people might eventually revolt against the regime if it allowed the war to continue for much longer. He wanted to end the war, not to save his subjects from further suffering, but to preserve his own authority and that of the imperial system. "We must bear the unbearable," he told the cabinet in the early hours of August 10th. Later that morning, President Truman received Japan's conditional acceptance of the Potsdam Declaration. Japan would surrender, but only if the emperor retained his sovereignty. To this Truman consented, over Secretary of State Burns' strong objections, with the stipulation that the emperor would submit to the authority of the Supreme Allied Commander in Japan. The emperor would stay, but the institution was now under the control of the United States, which was quite different from recognizing the emperor's power as a condition of surrender. As Truman wrote in his diary, "If the Japanese people want to keep the emperor, we'd tell them how to keep him." While the Japanese considered this counter-proposal, Truman suspended all B-29 bombing raids and further use of the atomic bomb. "Our production facilities were operating at such an accelerating rate," Groves wrote later, "that the materials for the next bomb would be ready for delivery to the field momentarily." During this period, 7 pumpkin raids were made on Japan in preparation for further atomic attacks if they should become necessary. And General Groves' people at Los Alamos and Tinian remained in a state of high readiness to prepare additional bombs immediately should peace talks break down. After receiving no word from the Japanese for 3 days, Truman had Marshall order an all-out bombing attack on August 14th. It was the most awesome air display of the war. More than 2,000 planes participated. On the third day, we got orders for a maximum effort, Fred Olivi recalls. Everything that could fly was supposed to fly against the Japanese Empire. Our crew participated in that raid in a plane called Straight Flush. Other aircraft from islands closer to Japan got to the Empire first, so I think the bombs we dropped were the last bombs that were dropped on Japan. When Chuck Sweeney and his crew returned to Tinian, after dropping a pumpkin on the Toyota Auto Works at Koromo, the booze was flowing and bedlam had broken out on the island. Japan had surrendered. World War II was over. It was August 15th in the Marianas. Back in the United States, across the international dateline, it was still Tuesday, August 14th, 1945. I had occasion to meet some of Doolittle's flyers at an air show after the war, and one of them signed their book for me, recalls Fred Olivi. It says, from the first to the last, they were the first to bomb Japan, and we were the last. In New York City, a crowd estimated at 2 million jammed Times Square and the surrounding area in the biggest celebration in the nation's history. The din, said the New York Times, was overwhelming. It was victory, but at what a cost. An estimated 60 million people died worldwide, almost 40 million of them civilians. New research indicates that as many as 27 million Russians died. China lost at least 15 million people, Poland 6 million, Germany over 4 million, Japan over 2,700,000, among them 1,270,000 members of the armed forces killed in the years between Pearl Harbor and the surrender. The number of Japanese killed was approximately 3 to 4% of the country's 1941 population of 74 million. Millions of innocents died in calculated acts of violence and annihilation. In the bombing of England, Germany, and Japan, 1.3 million people perished, more than half of them women. The Germans, the Russians in Germany, and the Japanese in China murdered political and racial enemies in staggering numbers. And to defeat fascist and fascist-style regimes, the Allies lost twice as many fighting men as the Axis, among them 405,399 Americans, including over 100,000 in the Pacific. Although there was no Pacific equivalent in monstrous scale to the Holocaust, the Japanese military committed tens of thousands of atrocities against citizens and soldiers that fell under its control. Worst of all were the experiments of Unit 731, the top-secret Manchurian center of the Japanese Army's extensive experiments in bacteriological warfare. Several historians have documented the gruesome research conducted on live prisoners by the scientists of Unit 731 under the direction of General Shiro Ishii, a medical doctor. Experimenters drilled holes into live bodies and removed entrails. Limbs were frozen until they gave off a sound like a plank of wood when struck. Eyeballs were forced out by the application of massive pressure to the head. Bodies were reduced to a fifth of their weight by dehydration. Knives were inserted into the various organs of living subjects to see which produced the quickest death. Malnutrition and frostbite were carefully simulated with all their agonies. Chinese civilians, Russian spies, Manchurian bandits, and American and British prisoners of war were infected with germs of every kind. These were sprayed onto their bodies, injected into them with needles, shot into them with bullets, or transmitted by fleas and rats that were released into the prisoners' compounds. When prisoners refused to eat food contaminated with potassium cyanide, they were machine-gunned. The bodies of the victims of these experiments were burned, and when they didn't burn thoroughly, were put into a pulverizing machine. After the war, Japanese engineers blew up the buildings and burned all the incriminating evidence. Even before the war was officially over, Japanese commanders of prison camps and bacteriological warfare experiments destroyed documentation of their villainy, making it difficult to prosecute and convict them. But a number of them received what they deserved at some 50 local military tribunals that were convened all over Asia and later in the Soviet Union. The Allies made a distinction between major war criminals, military and political leaders involved in what was seen as a conspiracy to wage wars of aggression, beginning in Manchuria, and minor criminals, those charged with specific atrocities. In all, roughly 5,700 Japanese were indicted for these minor or Class B and C war crimes. 984 convicted war criminals received death sentences. 920 were actually executed, and approximately 3,500 were sentenced to prison terms. Many of those who committed some of the most heinous crimes were impossible to track down, and researchers and officials who were part of the notorious Unit 731 received secret immunity. The Americans, who controlled the trials, exempted them, including Dr. Ishii, from prosecution for turning over their research to U.S. Army and intelligence officials. High-ranking Japanese officials accused of major or Class A crimes were tried at the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, or Tokyo War Crimes Trial, the Pacific equivalent to the Nuremberg Tribunal. These trials were convened in the Japanese War Ministry on the outskirts of the capital on May 3, 1946, and lasted for 31 months. The 11 justices were from each of the countries at war with Japan. Altogether, 25 major military and civilian leaders were tried, the most famous of them, General Hideki Tojo, who had failed in a suicide attempt in August 1945. The emperor was not put on trial because General Douglas MacArthur, who virtually ruled Japan during the first years of the occupation, thought that this would provoke major resistance to the American occupation. The defendants, who were all incarcerated in Sugamo prison, made an iron pact to keep their sovereign's name and reputation unsullied, despite robust protests from the Australian and French judges that he should stand trial, since only he possessed the final authority to declare war. All but 2 of the defendants were found guilty of a criminal conspiracy to wage aggressive war, an unprecedented charge in international law, which did not attribute responsibility for acts of war to specific individuals or consider aggressive war a crime. 7 top Japanese officials went to the gallows: General Tojo, Koki Hirota, Prime Minister during the time of Japan's most vicious atrocities against Chinese civilians and soldiers; General Iwane Matsui, who commanded troops involved in the rape of Nanking; General Akira Muto, head of the occupation of the Philippines, and 3 others. None was repentant. All of them dropped to their deaths shouting, "Banzai!" The other convicted high officials received prison sentences ranging from 7 years to life. Few of those who went to prison served their full sentence. In 1958, The last of the prisoners were granted clemency and released. It was too much death to contemplate, too much savagery and suffering, and in August 1945, no one was counting. For those who had seen the face of battle and been in the camps and under the bombs, and had lived, there was a sense of immense relief. They had survived the greatest explosion of violence in human history, a war so terrible that even the atomic bomb was seen by some as an instrument of deliverance. Had the atomic bombs not been dropped, and had Japan prolonged the war, Curtis LeMay would have continued and greatly accelerated his bombing campaign, turning Japan into a scorched wasteland and killing many more people than died at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. When the atom bomb ended the war, I was in the 45th Infantry Division, which had been through the European War so thoroughly that it needed to be reconstituted 2 or 3 times, writes historian Paul Fussell. We were in a staging area near Reims, ready to be shipped back across the United States to the Philippines. My division was to take part in the invasion of Honshu. I was a 21-year-old second lieutenant of infantry, leading a rifle platoon. Although still officially fit for combat, in the German war I had already been wounded in the back and the leg badly enough to be adjudged, after the war, 40% disabled. But even if my leg buckled and I fell to the ground whenever I jumped out of the back of a truck, and even if the very idea of more combat made me breathe in gasps and shake all over, my condition was felt to be adequate for the next act. When the atom bombs were dropped, and news began to circulate that Operation Olympic would not, after all, be necessary, when we learned to our astonishment that we would not be obliged in a few months to rush up the beaches near Tokyo, assault firing while being machine-gunned, mortared, and shelled, for all the practiced phlegm of our tough facades, we broke down and cried with relief and joy. We were going to live. We were going to grow to adulthood after all. In Okinawa, Eugene Sledge and his regiment received the news of the bombs and the surrender with quiet disbelief coupled with an indescribable sense of relief. Except for a few widely scattered shouts of joy, the survivors of the abyss sat hollow-eyed and silent, trying to comprehend a world without war. On August 15th, when the Emperor spoke for the first time ever to his people, telling them the war was over, the American airmen in the Omori prisoner of war camp were going to work. I didn't hear it and wouldn't have understood it anyway, recalls Hap Halloran. The day the war ended for us was August 29th, when the Navy came into Tokyo Bay. Evacuation of prisoners held in Japan was to begin after the representatives of the Japanese government formally signed the Articles of Surrender on September 2nd. But when Bull Halsey was presented with evidence that prisoners were still being brutally treated, he sent a rescue mission to Tokyo Bay on August 29th. It was commanded by Harold Stassen, the future governor of Minnesota and presidential candidate. We saw about 6 landing craft with American flags flying, says P.2 Fisk Hanley. It was the most beautiful sight I've ever seen in my life. Frank Fu Fujita, one of the few Japanese Americans to be captured in the Pacific War, became so excited he jumped into the bay and swam out to meet them, along with about a dozen other prisoners. After I had made about 40 yards, my strength left me and I started to sink. I was completely underwater, but somehow managed to get my head up for one more breath. The next thing I knew, the 2 largest hands ever created on Earth were pulling my frail 110 pounds out of the water. As the other landing craft picked up the rest of the swimmers, I lay on the deck too exhausted to move. As the boats pulled in the Omori docks, the whole camp was crowded at the little island's edge, and from somewhere, American, British, and Dutch flags appeared and were being wildly waved. We were about to be the first POWs liberated from Japan. All the POWs in camp were whooping and yelling as the landing party came ashore. Then the Japanese camp commander came storming to the dock and walked up to the Commodore, Stassen, and shouted, "What are you doing here? The war is not over, officially. You must not do this." Stassen was ready for him. "We are taking these prisoners of war out of here, starting right now. What's more, you are to have every Allied prisoner in the Tokyo area right here by tomorrow morning so that we can take them too." Then, said Fisk Hanley, "the meanest-looking Marines I've seen in my life climbed off those boats and surrounded the camp. They loaded us onto those landing craft and took us out to a beautiful hospital ship, the Benevolence, and we were in heaven. We ate till it came out of our ears." Hap Halloran shoved down 18 Milky Way bars in 2 hours. "When I stepped on that hospital ship, all my senses were suddenly bombarded with new experiences," recalls Halloran's prison comrade Robert Goldsworthy. "We lived like pigs for so long. All of a sudden, there were nurses with starched uniforms, clean, smelling good. But my greatest thrill took place a few hours earlier, when I first boarded the ship. I had beriberi, my ankles were swollen. I had amoebic dysentery, and I had yellow jaundice, and I weighed about 85 pounds. I was lifted onto the deck by 2 sailors, and I stumbled over to the railing and looked at Omori prison camp and shook my fist and yelled, 'You bastards, I beat you!' Then I took a big, deep breath of free air." That evening, all the ships of the Liberation Task Force were lit, breaking the wartime procedure of blacking out ships at night. "It was a wonderful picture," says one Marine, "with all the ships flying large battle flags both at the foretruck and the stern. In the background was snow-capped Mount Fuji." During the next 2 weeks, more than 19,000 Allied prisoners were liberated. Freedom came for some prisoners a little earlier, when their Japanese guards capitulated. On the morning of August 15th, Lester Tenney and other prisoners on the brink of death at Fukuoka Camp No. 17 were about to enter the coal mine when the guards told them to turn around and walk back to camp. The Japanese ordered everyone into the mess hall and passed out full Red Cross boxes. Everyone knew they were about to be freed, but when? Would it be that night? They were looking for a sign. Tenney, who spoke Japanese better than most of the other prisoners, was prodded to go out into the prison yard and greet one of the guards, without saluting or bowing. I took the challenge. Out of the barracks I went, and I walked on the parade ground until I saw a guard. With one mighty heave of my hand, I waved at him and said, "Hello." He smiled at me, bowed, and said in English, "Hello." The war was over. On August 31st, the most famous POW of the war, General Jonathan Wainwright, the commander Douglas MacArthur had left in charge of Corregidor, arrived in Tokyo and was taken to the Grand Hotel, where he had an emotional reunion with MacArthur. Wainwright had just been released from a Manchurian POW camp 4 days earlier. "I rose and started for the lobby," MacArthur described that meeting in his memoirs. "But before I could reach it, the door swung open, and there was Wainwright. He was haggard and aged. His uniform hung in folds on his fleshless form. He walked with difficulty and with the help of a cane. His eyes were sunken, and there were pits in his cheeks. His hair was snow white, and his skin looked like old shoe leather. He made a brave effort to smile as I took him in my arms, but when he tried to talk, his voice wouldn't come. For 3 years he had imagined himself in disgrace for having surrendered Corregidor. He believed he would never again be given an active command. This shocked me. MacArthur embraced him and said, "Your old corps is yours when you want it." 2 days later, a destroyer took Wainwright to the battleship Missouri, anchored in Tokyo Bay, flying the American flag that had flown over the Capitol building in Washington the day the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Standing at a place of honor in the center of the deck with General Sir Arthur E. Percival, who had surrendered the British forces in Singapore and spent the balance of the war in a prison camp, Wainwright watched MacArthur sign the instrument of capitulation. MacArthur presented the first fountain pen he used to Wainwright, the second to Percival. After all the delegates signed the surrender document, the general, dressed in plain suntans, like the other American officers, spoke. "Let us pray that peace be now restored to the world, and that God will preserve it always." At that moment, 462 silver B-29s filled the sky, flying low over the stately slate-gray battleship. They made a long, majestic turn and disappeared in the mists hiding Mount Fuji. Standing on the deck of the Benevolence, Hap Halloran looked up and cried tears of happiness. As the big leather folders containing the surrender documents were gathered, a GI was heard to say, "Brother, I hope those are my discharge papers." So the most destructive war in history came to an end, and it concluded, fittingly, in a holocaust that made it clear to every living man and woman that humanity could not survive another total war. It was Douglas MacArthur, speaking by radio broadcast to the American people from the deck of the surrender ship, who uttered the first words of what everyone hoped would be a new era of peace. "Today, the guns are silent. A great tragedy has ended. A great victory has been won. The skies no longer rain death. The seas bear only commerce. Men everywhere walk upright in the sunlight. The entire world is quietly at peace. The holy mission has been completed. And in reporting this to you, the people, I speak for the thousands of silent lips, forever stilled among the jungles and the beaches, and in the deep waters of the Pacific, which marked the way. We have had," the general concluded, "our last chance. If we do not now devise some greater and more equitable system, Armageddon will be at our door." Epilogue. Remembering. "How would you like to go up to Japan tomorrow?" Paul Tibbets asked Chuck Sweeney at almost the very hour MacArthur was signing the formal surrender on the Missouri. The next morning, with Tibbets at the controls, 20 members of the 509th, along with a few scientists, flew to Tokyo in a C-54 transport. They wanted to see Hiroshima, but the runways were in no condition to handle their plane. So after a brief stay in Tokyo, they flew to a field 16 miles from Nagasaki. They were the first group of Americans to visit the area after the bomb blast, and they were not supposed to be there. Tibbets was shocked by the terrible destruction in the Urakami Valley. Block by block had been flattened, as if by a tornado. Strangely, however, there were no bodies anywhere. There were not many people in the streets in the heart of the city. But outside the areas where the damage was heaviest, in the major residential and business districts of the city, life was proceeding in an almost normal manner. The people were polite and didn't even seem to think it unusual that American airmen were there so soon after the long war. Sweeney walked alone to where Ground Zero would have been, 2,000 feet from the destroyed Mitsubishi Steel and Armament Works, in what had been a poverty-stricken community of small homes and industrial plants. Although there had been no firestorm as there was at Hiroshima, the bomb had obliterated the entire industrial valley. Of the approximately 70,000 people who eventually died in Nagasaki as a result of the bomb, about 40,000 immediately. Almost all were from this area. Standing in this tremendous field of rubble and ruin, Sweeney thanked God that it was we who had this weapon and not the Japanese or the Germans. But I felt no remorse or guilt that I had bombed the city where I stood. My crew and I had flown to Nagasaki to end the war, not to inflict suffering. Tibbet's reaction mirrored Sweeney's. He had no animosity toward the Japanese people. He saw himself fighting against an evil system imposed on the people by a powerful military regime. That is why, he says, I have no personal feeling of guilt about the terror that we had visited upon their land. Tibbets has never deviated from that position. Please try to understand this, he told reporter Bob Green 45 years after the war. It's not an easy thing to hear, but please listen. There is no morality in warfare. You kill children, you kill women, you kill old men. You don't seek them out, but they die. That's what happens in war. Tibbets has no patience with revisionist historians who claim the bomb would not have been used on Caucasians. If the Germans had not surrendered, I would have flown the bomb over there. I would have taken some satisfaction in that, because they shot me up. My instructions were to create an elite bombing force, with the understanding that, when trained, they would be divided into two groups, one to be sent to Europe and the other to the Pacific. There was no Japanese target priority, he argues in his own book on the flight of the Enola Gay. All our early planning assumed that we would make almost simultaneous bomb drops on Germany and Japan. Where were the dead victims of the Nagasaki blast that Tibbets failed to see on his visit to the city? Where were the wounded? The dead were vaporized or already in their final resting place. The wounded were packed into emergency centers, like the one run by Dr. Takashi Nagai, a professor of radiology at the medical school of the University of Nagasaki. Dr. Nagai had been swept into the air and injured by the atomic blast. His house was buried and his wife killed. A few days later, he carried her blackened bones to a relief center in the countryside, where he gathered together a small band of doctors, nurses, and students. They were working night and day to help the sick and dying, while Sweeney and Tibbets were touring the city. Nagai and his colleagues were in the country because the bomb had destroyed the Nagasaki Hospital and Medical College. It had also killed half of the city's medical personnel. Nagai was a devout Catholic, and most of the victims he treated were from his parish church, the Urakami Cathedral, only 500 yards from the hypocenter. The area around the cathedral, the largest in East Asia, contained over half of the city's 14,000 Roman Catholics, who traced their religious roots back to the conversion efforts of St. Francis Xavier in the 16th century. Almost all of them were killed by the blast, which also destroyed the cathedral. After closing down his relief center in the mountains, Nagai moved to a small hut built on the site of his former house. He began a life of meditation and prayer, surrendered almost all of his earthly belongings, and dedicated his life to the desperately poor people of the neighborhood. He died in 1951, and today his home is a shrine, visited by people from all over the world. Some of them remember Nagai's dying words, "Grant that Nagasaki may be the last atomic wilderness in the history of the world." For those who lived through the worst of it, it was a war that was never over. Instead of talking about it, most American fighting men didn't talk about it, said James Jones. It was not that they didn't want to talk about it, it was that when they did, nobody understood it. It was such a different way of living, and of looking at life even, that there was no common ground of communication in it. Long after the war, an infantryman who had fought in the Battle of the Bulge got talking to Jones at a bar. He said his platoon had taken some prisoners near Saint-Vite. There were 8 of them, and they were tough old-timers, buddy. Been through the mill from the beginning. It was about the 4th or 5th day, and we needed some information. But they weren't talking. Not those tough old birds. You had to admire them. So we took the first one off to the side, where they could see him, and shot him through the head. Then they all talked. They were eager to talk. Once they knew we were serious. Horrible? Evil? We needed that information. Our lives depended on it. We didn't think it was evil. Neither did they. But how am I going to tell my wife about something like that? Or my mother? Nor could folks back home fully understand the comradeship and love that kept Marines like Eugene Sledge together under the most awful assaults on their humanity, or the horrifying mental torture that some men experienced, pain that persisted for years after the fighting ended. Airman Ray Halloran walked through a hellstorm after the war. When I got home, I was not that boy my parents saw go away. I met them for a few hours at the train station on my way to a hospital in West Virginia. They looked real worried. I was limping badly, and they were convinced I'd lost a leg. I told them I hadn't, but I didn't want to prove it by pulling up my pants. If I had, they would have seen the nasty scars from the lice and flies that had bit me in my cage. I think they could also see that mentally I wasn't in good shape. I was a little strange. At the Army Hospital at White Sulphur Springs, I got excellent care, but I couldn't talk to the doctors and nurses about my feelings. They didn't know what was inside me. Only the other patients did, those who had suffered in the war. We hardly ever talked about our experiences, but you looked at another patient and you knew he understood. They were the only people I could communicate with, so I was afraid to leave the hospital. After a while, I made a try of it, took a shot at normal life. I got a job, and in 1953 I got married, and we adopted 3 children. I was okay most of the time, but the nights were bad. I broke windows and did a lot of other dumb things, like running out in the street screaming. That terrified my wife and children. I had horrible nightmares. I dreamed I was falling through space and was trying to reach out for something. I saw fires all around me and people beating me. I'd crawl in closets and under the bed to get away from what was happening to me. I didn't talk much about it. I thought it was my problem to solve. I never wanted to go back to Japan. Never. They had done this to me, especially the guards that beat me, like this guy we called Horseface. I could have killed him, but then I decided to go back. I did it because I thought it would help me get rid of the nightmares. I had to get better. I couldn't go on the way I was. If I could see things that were still real inside my head, the torture prison, the city burning down around it, almost killing me, the people who beat me, see them as they are now, not as they were back then, maybe that would help me get better. My wife thought I was goofy, but nothing else was working. I had a contact. I had been in touch with one of my former prison guards, the only one in the prison who treated me like a human being. Before this, I arranged for him to come to study at the University of Illinois. There should be a reward for good people, I think. He would be the anchor I needed over there. He and his wife met me at the airport, and we had dinner at the Palace Hotel overlooking the palace grounds, right near where I was a prisoner of the Kempeitai. This worked out well. I started feeling blood and air coming back into me. I even got up in the middle of the night and walked around the perimeter of the palace grounds. Was I looking for the torture prison? Maybe I was. Later, I found out where it had been. At first, no one would tell me. Everyone claimed they knew nothing about it. But some people arranged to have me taken there. It was done in secret. The people in the building said I was at the wrong place. I knew they were wrong. I looked around and then left. No one there could hurt me any more. I started to feel better. I traveled all over Japan on the trains. I went to a town called Shizuoka, where I met a doctor who spoke perfect English. He took me to a small mountain in the middle of the town that had been turned into a memorial. 2 B-29s had slammed into one another and crashed in the town. A Buddhist monk found the mangled bodies and buried them on the mound. They were human beings, he told the angry townspeople. They deserved a proper burial. He also built a memorial for them, a simple but handsome obelisk. On the other side of the mound, he had built an identical memorial for the 2,000 people of the town who had been killed during that raid. The doctor brought along 2 bouquets of flowers. He handed me one. He said, "You put yours by the monument for our people, and I'll put mine by the monument for your people." It was a beautiful setting on the crest of a hill overlooking the town. We both prayed, and then quietly walked down the hill, each lost in our own thoughts. We went to his home, and he made me feel at ease. After this trip, I saw Japan in a different way. I wasn't ready to change my final judgment, nor had I conquered all my demons, but I was getting better. And now, after 5 trips over there, I have lots of Japanese friends, and I can say that I have no animosity toward the Japanese people. And gradually, I've become a more settled person. I'm not normal yet, but I don't have anger in me. I guess it's kind of selfish. I've used the people who made me sick to help me get better. This concludes the reading of D.Days in the Pacific by Donald L. Miller. Copyright 1945 by Henry Steele Commager. Copyright renewed by Lou Reda Productions and Mary Steele Commager. Revisions and introduction copyright 2001-2005 by Donald L. Miller. This book was read by Gary DeCaos. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with the Gina Maccabee Literary Agency and was produced in 2012 by Blackstone Audio Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Inc.